Your wonderful life transmigration simulator is loading. Currently at 99%. Please wait patiently. Loading. 99.01%. Loading. 99.02%. In a quiet, dimly lit room, sunlight slipped through the heavy velvet curtains, scattering golden specks across bookshelves, chairs, and the figure of Sushi. He gently closed the book in his lap and waited in silence. Soon. Loading complete. 100%. A soft chime rang out. Sushi exhaled slowly, a hint of relief on his face. Thank God this isn't like those shopping apps, he muttered, always pretending to be stuck at 99.9900001%. He chuckled softly. Who would have thought someone as ordinary as me would get a golden finger? The young man, handsome, but bound to a wheelchair, glanced down at the book resting on his knees. His eyes turned distant, the smile on his lips slowly fading. 5 years ago, the world changed. Some called it the revival of spiritual energy. Others, the awakening of myths. Either way, the world as everyone knew it had crumbled. Eastern cultivation systems, Western magic, and supernatural forces once confined to fiction had burst into reality. And with them came chaos, disasters, battles, deaths. Sushi had narrowly survived. But a post-incident hospital visit had sealed his fate, permanent paralysis. He would never walk again. Or so he thought. He opened the translucent panel that floated before him, his simulator interface. A golden opportunity wrapped in mystery and danger. Trap or not, he murmured, I have no choice. In a world now filled with demons, spirit beasts, and constant conflict, someone like Sushi, crippled, powerless, and alone, was nothing more than prey. He clenched his jaw. All right then, simulator. Show me what you've got. Dash. Ding. Life transmigration simulator activated successfully. This system will allow the host to experience various transmigration lives. After each simulation, rewards will be given based on performance and excitement level. Remaining simulations, 1. What's the price? Sushi asked, staring at the interface only he could see. But there was no answer. Just a glowing start simulation button blinking in front of him, pulsing like a heartbeat. He hesitated, then clicked. He had nothing left to lose. Dash. Simulation initiating. Deducting world line. Locking on. Cultivation realm. Generating character entries. Entries generated. Please select 3 to shape your simulation identity. Wealth. Green, born into a prosperous family. You live more comfortably than most. Brute strength. White, marginally stronger than average. Nothing special. Heavenly spiritual root. Gold, an extraordinary talent envied by even the top sects. Intuition. Purple, you occasionally sense danger or truth before it happens. Great love. Blue, you're deeply compassionate, often helping others at your own expense. The 4 arts of cultivation. Blue, skilled in alchemy, arrays, talismans, and spiritual music. Sushi scanned them quickly. Heavenly spiritual root. Intuition. The 4 arts. Locked in. Selections confirmed. Begin simulation. Yes, Sushi replied. A bright white light surged through his consciousness, and the world blurred into nothing. Dash. Simulation 01. Begin. The sun is shining. You feel a rare urge to leave the house. You maneuver your wheelchair to the front gate. Just as you reach the street, a Universiade brand heavy-duty truck barrels into you. But you don't die. You awaken in a brand new world. You're 7 years old again, body intact, legs fully functional. You laugh. 10 years of web novels hadn't prepared you for this feeling. It's real. You're reborn. You're confident, excited, ready to conquer the world of immortals. But then the famine hits. Dash. The land is scorched. Corpses rot beneath the sun. Refugees stagger forward like lifeless husks, the heat peeling away the last of their sanity. You are one of them. This is no game. The hunger is real. It claws through your insides, stealing your strength. Someone offers you water. A woman, face hollowed by hardship. Drink, child, she says, handing you a gourd. You nod gratefully. Thank you, Aunt Wang. The water soothes your cracked lips, but it doesn't fill the void inside. Still, it gives you enough strength to keep walking. I heard there's a mortal city ahead, you think. Maybe a soup kitchen. I just need to reach it. Step by step, leaning on a wooden stick, you press on. Half an hour later, you stop. Not because you've arrived, but because you hear something. A faint cry. A baby's cry. An abandoned baby. Step by step, Sushi trudged forward, blending into the endless line of starving refugees. He understood the situation all too well. In a time like this when famine gripped the land and survival was uncertain, abandoned children were tragically common. Most families could barely keep themselves alive. Raising a baby? It was a luxury they couldn't afford. Turning a blind eye had become second nature. It wasn't cruelty. It was survival. Even Aunt Wang, who had shown him kindness earlier, kept her eyes fixed ahead, her face expressionless. No one stopped. The cries of the infant were like a rock tossed into a river, ripples in a current too strong to change direction. Sushi looked down. For a moment, he prepared to do the same, ignore it and keep walking. Snap. Snap. The sound of his own footsteps echoed in his mind like condemnation. He paused. Then, under the harsh glare of the sun, he raised his head and took a deep breath. The next second, he broke away from the group. Gasps and confused stares followed him as he veered off the dirt path, pushing through the weeds toward the source of the faint cries. Even if this is just a simulation, it feels too real to ignore. In a world this cruel, if I don't act, this child won't live. Determination burned in his chest as he fought his way through tangled grass and dry branches. The weeds clawed at his legs, the sun scorched his back, and the wind carried the sound of brittle leaves scraping together like whispers of judgment. But Sushi didn't stop. He pushed forward. Just like the countless protagonists he had read about, he refused to abandon his humanity. At last, he found her. A lone tree stood at the edge of the path, its gnarled trunk twisted like a silent sentinel. Beneath it, wrapped in a faded cloth, was a newborn. The child lay still, her skin pale and delicate, soft as flower petals. Her dark eyes opened slowly as Sushi crouched beside her, blinking up at him with quiet wonder. Sushi reached out and gently lifted her into his arms, shielding her from the sun. "There you are," he whispered, his voice trembling. The baby curled into him, her cries fading into contented silence. It was as if she sensed something: warmth, safety. She had been waiting. Sushi didn't hesitate. He carried her back toward the line of refugees, his heart heavy but firm. He didn't know how long they'd survive, but if there was even a sliver of hope, he would bet everything on it. Suffering creates heroes. Where others turned away, you stepped forward. You saved the abandoned infant and treated her as your own sister. You traded your meager rations for breast milk, keeping her fed. You starved. You weakened. But you endured. Fortune favored you. Before death could claim you, the refugee group reached Immortal City. You were given hot porridge at a soup kitchen. You survived with her. You later learned the city was called Black Rock City, a settlement within a mortal empire. Every 5 years, immortals came to test for spiritual roots and recruit disciples. Unfortunately, the most recent selection had just ended. You would have to wait 5 years. You chose to stay, working to support you both, preparing for the next opportunity. You named her Sumolei. Time passed. Though the simulator often made it feel like chapters were skipping forward like a fast-forwarded life, Sushi still remembered everything. The cold nights. The struggles. The warmth of little Emily sleeping beside him. The laughter. The quiet triumphs. And the promise of the future. In a tiny wooden house, 4 charcoal marks were etched into the wall. 4 years. Sushi, now nearly 11, carved the 5th line carefully. Despite his age, his steady hands and calm demeanor made him seem older. The scars of his past life gave him maturity beyond his years. 1 more year, he murmured. Just 1 more until the apprenticeship conference. Just then, "Brother," a cheerful voice rang out. Sumolei pounced on him from behind, her laughter bright as sunshine. "You're always so naughty," Sushi chuckled, lifting her effortlessly and setting her down. "No way, you're just mean," she pouted, smoothing her slightly wrinkled robes as if they were treasure. Her bright eyes sparkled, her delicate features perfect like a porcelain doll sculpted by a loving hand. Sushi couldn't help but ruffle her hair. "Don't mess it up," she huffed. "The grandma next door said if you keep touching my head, I won't grow tall." "And what will you do if you grow tall?" He teased. Without missing a beat, she raised a tiny fist. "I'll make lots of money and take care of brother." "Oh, that sounds nice. I'll be counting on you then." Before she could say more, Sushi pulled out a surprise: a large, round watermelon. Her eyes lit up. "Wow, it's huge. Let's eat," she declared, hugging his leg like a clingy koala. All right. He chuckled, patting her head one more time as he reached for the kitchen knife. The knife glinted in the sunlight as he began slicing the watermelon into perfect, even pieces. For now, there was peace. But the next chapter of their life was only a year away.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The watermelon, freshly cut into crescent-shaped slices, glistened with red and juicy pulp. Tiny crystal-clear droplets slid down its surface, leaving faint watermarks on the wooden table. The young girl, delighted, held one slice in her hands. Just as she was about to take a bite, a thought crossed her mind. Rising on her tiptoes with great effort, she raised the watermelon higher and brought it to Sushi's mouth. "Here, brother, you eat first," she said sweetly. "Thank you, little Emily," Sushi replied with a smile, taking a bite. The watermelon was incredibly refreshing, bursting with sweetness and rustic flavor. It brought a sense of pure joy, making the hot summer day feel cool and redeemed. The brother and sister sat at the door of their house, each holding a slice of watermelon. They ate leisurely, watching passers-by on the street and the swaying old trees rustling in the breeze. "Brother, when will Emily grow taller?" I can't say for sure," Sushi replied. "I really want to grow taller quickly," she muttered, sitting on the high wooden threshold. Her legs, too short to touch the ground, swung back and forth as she nibbled on her watermelon. Each swing of her white calves was accompanied by a crisp sound as she bit into the fruit. One swing, one bite, over and over. Her toes drew gentle arcs in the air, as if time had slowed down in this serene, peaceful moment. Summer, a little girl, and watermelon, together, they painted a picture of idyllic beauty. To Sushi, the scene was heartwarming. Still, he couldn't forego some discipline. He lightly tapped the girl's forehead with the back of his hand. Eat quietly, and stop moving around, he said. Brother, you're so annoying. Sumolei pouted but obediently stopped swinging her legs and focused on her watermelon. It wasn't long before the two finished eating. Most of the watermelon was consumed by Sushi, as Sumolei's appetite was much smaller. Even so, her belly was visibly round. She leaned lazily against Sushi's back, mumbling, Brother, this is all your fault. You have to take responsibility. Let me lie down for a bit. The girl, clearly exhausted, grew quieter until soft snores came from her small frame. Being young sure is nice, falling asleep so quickly, Sushi muttered, shaking his head. Gently, he carried her on his back, supporting her carefully as he walked to the bed. He placed her on the quilt in a semi-lying position, mindful of her bulging stomach, which might cause indigestion if she lay flat. What a troublesome kid, he said with a small smile. As she slept soundly, her face looked innocent and adorable, like a tiny cub. Sunlight filtered through the window in soft streams, forming a warm, gentle glow over the bed. Sushi sat nearby, holding a cattail leaf fan to ward off the heat and keep the mosquitoes away from the sleeping girl. She's a bit too clingy to me, he thought aloud. When I leave for the disciple recruitment meeting next year, she's going to cry endlessly if I don't take her along. He chuckled lightly at the thought, imagining the scene. Initially, Sushi had planned to enter an immortal cultivation sect alone, but Molei's attachment worried him. He couldn't bring himself to leave her under someone else's care. Maybe it's better for us to go together, he mused. With his extraordinary heavenly spiritual root talent, Sushi was confident the sect wouldn't refuse his request. Time continues to flow. You silently waited for the apprenticeship conference and suggested to your sister that you both leave together. She agreed, thinking it was a cool idea and happy simply to be with you. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Another year passed. This marked the 5th year since you arrived in the world of immortals. The disciple recruitment meeting finally began. Immortals descended from the sky, wielding swords in the air or riding flying boats. They released a grand formation that covered the entire city to detect spiritual roots among mortals. 3 spiritual roots, 4 spiritual roots, 5 spiritual roots. As the formation activated, individuals with spiritual roots were screened out one by one. You noticed there were very few people with spiritual roots, and most of them possessed mediocre, mixed roots. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged through your body, and your heavenly spiritual root revealed itself in a dazzling display. Sister Sumolei was thrilled but also felt inferior, knowing she was a pure mortal with no spiritual roots. In Black Rock City, the spiritual root formation burst with a green light that shot into the sky. Cultivators who had been calmly exchanging experiences moments before were now visibly shaken. That aura. There's no mistaking it, it's the wood-attributed heavenly spiritual root. Ha ha ha, this young man is destined to join our heavenly sword sect. Within moments, the once composed cultivators swarmed around the Su siblings, their ecstatic expressions resembling vendors in a chaotic marketplace. Brother. It's fine, leave it to me. Sushi gripped his sister's trembling hand tightly, shielding her behind him as he faced the cultivators. Some coaxed, others tempted with promises, and a few tried to bribe him. The scene was overwhelming. In the end, Sushi chose the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect had the strongest background among the sects present, with several nascent soul realm cultivators in charge. Moreover, their representatives were the most sincere, offering him the position of a true disciple, exclusive training resources, and a private cave abode. Importantly, they allowed him to bring his sister along. Have you made your decision, young man? Yes, senior. I wish to join the Heavenly Sword Sect. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Sect were overjoyed at your decision. They immediately took you and your sister out of Black Rock City, soaring into the sky on flying swords. You didn't know how long you traveled or how fast you flew. All you knew was that clouds passed on either side, the sun and moon rotated once in the sky, and the flying sword finally slowed as it descended into a magnificent mountain range, the home of the Heavenly Sword Sect. You and your sister were placed in a room for a brief rest. When you awoke, you were hurriedly taken to the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect, where many powerful cultivators had gathered, eager to accept you as their disciple. After careful consideration, you decided to join Forest Sword Peak, the branch aligned with the wood spiritual root. There, you became the true disciple of the nascent soul master who led Forest Sword Peak. Sushi's first impression of the master of Forest Sword Peak was excellent. This newly recognized master had a kind-hearted and approachable demeanor. He looked like a gentle old man, without the arrogance often associated with nascent soul realm cultivators. Behind his broad robe was a simple wooden sword. Though its design was plain and unremarkable, the fact that a nascent soul monk carried it hinted at it being a powerful hidden magic weapon. Similarly, as Sushi observed, the master of Forest Sword Peak, the peak leader, Li Wanshao, was also studying Sushi. The more Li Wanshao looked, the more pleased he became. Stroking his white beard, he said, "Not bad, not bad. A rare wood-based spiritual root? Truly a blessing for my Forest Sword Peak." Some other nascent soul realm cultivators from the sect grumbled. Li Wanshao, why does the wood spiritual root have to go to your Forest Sword Peak? Exactly. Everyone knows the 5 elements interact: wood fuels fire. My Flame Sword Peak could also train this young man. Li Wanshao burst out laughing at their envious remarks. With a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind carried Sushi off the ground, flying him toward the green mountains in the distance. Let's go, my good disciple, he said with a chuckle. Don't let these jealous old guys cause you trouble. Li Wanshao laughed heartily as they soared away. The green mountains loomed majestically ahead. The overlapping layers of mountains and rivers shimmered with vitality, while the wind and clouds moved in harmony, creating a breathtaking scene. Before Sushi realized it, he had left the Heavenly Sword Sect's main hall far behind and was rapidly approaching Forest Sword Peak. Master, Sushi hesitated, quickly correcting himself. Master, is it really alright for us to leave so suddenly? Li Wanshao scolded him playfully, don't worry about it. Those old ghosts have mocked me for years, saying my Forest Sword Peak lacks talent. Now it's their turn to eat their words. The old man's carefree attitude was infectious, and his profound nascent soul mana made their journey swift. Before long, they reached Forest Sword Peak. The architectural style was similar to the main hall of the sect, but the peak was adorned with numerous bamboo swords. From a distance, it appeared as though thousands of green swords stood tall on the mountain, their sharp edges glinting in the sunlight. My good disciple, from now on, you're responsible for Forest Sword Peak. There's only one true disciple on this mountain, you. That makes you the eldest disciple here. From top to bottom, you can manage everything as you see fit. If you have any questions or doubts about cultivation, just come to the Forest Sword Hall at the top of the mountain to find me. Train well. Our Heavenly Sword Sect has never produced a God Transformation Realm cultivator. You might be the first. Haha, if I can teach a God Transformation Realm disciple, my life will be complete. With that, Li Wanshao handed Sushi a storage bag and a secret manual, then walked into the palace on the mountaintop with his hands behind his back, humming happily. Sushi stood there holding the bag and manual, feeling conflicted. This feels like working in a black factory. You successfully joined the nascent soul level Heavenly Sword Sect and became the sole true disciple of Forest Sword Peak. Inside the storage bag, you found a travel token, a flying boat usable by mortals, and a large number of spiritual stones, talismans, formations, and magical tools. You suddenly felt that you were destined to belong to Forest Sword Peak. You used the flying boat to bring your sister Sumolei to your side and found an uninhabited cave for her to stay in the mountains. Your talent is extraordinary. You sensed Qi on the first day, refined it in 3 days, and reached the perfection of Qi refining realm within 100 days. Li Wanshao praised you with a slightly awkward expression, saying you reminded him of himself in his youth. Not long after, you heard surprising news. Your master, the nascent soul realm cultivator Li Wanshao, had been injured. After investigating, you learned that Li Wanshao had been bragging about your cultivation speed to the other peak masters and got beaten up by them in frustration. You shook your head, thinking he deserved it. Meanwhile, your incredible cultivation speed earned you admiration from everyone at Forest Sword Peak. No one dared to ridicule or challenge you. Your heavenly spiritual route, like something out of an overly dramatic online novel, made you feel that this life was almost too easy. Your position as a disciple of Forest Sword Peak was unshakable. Everyone believed you would eventually reach the nascent soul stage and might even glimpse the realm of deity. Rumble. Thunder roared as dark clouds blanketed the sky. Silver threads of rain fell, converging into lines before being shredded by the fierce wind, turning into a storm. Rain at Forest Sword Peak was different from the bustling rain of Black Rock City. The former was serene and solitary, while the latter buzzed with human activity. But one thing remained constant: someone always waited for Sushi. Brother. At the cave entrance, a small figure struggled to hold up an oil paper umbrella larger than herself. She waved excitedly at Sushi. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me every time? Sushi said as he took the umbrella, tilting it slightly to cover her petite frame. Hey, but the book says it'll make my brother happy, she replied cheekily. What book? 108 Strategies to Capture a Man's Heart. Sister Dan lent it to me. Sushi paused, then ruffled her hair. Don't read books like that. They're not suitable for kids. Oh, the girl nodded, half understanding but trusting her brother completely. The duo walked back through the rain under the large umbrella. The paper shielded them from the storm, letting only a faint misty fragrance of rain reach them. Back at the cave, the formation activated automatically, silencing the sound of the storm. The cave wasn't a simple stone dwelling. In the world of immortals, a cave's value depended on its concentration of spiritual energy, not its appearance. Sushi's cave was basic, much like their old wooden house in Black Rock City, though slightly larger. Sushi didn't mind the simplicity, but Sumolei loved to decorate it. She often brought flowers and plants to liven up the place. After playing for a while, she ran to Sushi, pestering him with questions. Brother, what's it like to cultivate as an immortal? Can you fly into the sky? Of course. When I make a breakthrough into the foundation building realm next year, I'll be able to fly on my sword. I'll take you with me then. Really? I'll wait for that. Don't worry. It won't take long. Sushi patted her head. The girl beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling. Then, Sushi opened his hand, revealing 2 hard candies. I got these today. Take them and enjoy. Her happiness grew even brighter, and she exclaimed, Brother is the best. Your path as an immortal progressed smoothly. After reaching the perfection of Qi refining realm, you weren't in a rush to make a breakthrough into the foundation building realm. Following Li Wanshao's advice, you began refining your foundation to achieve perfection. During this time, you studied the 4 arts of cultivation, alchemy, weapon refining, formations, and talismans. Your talent shone through. You mastered the 4 arts quickly and even developed a new recipe on a whim. the sect valued your contribution, rewarding you handsomely. Your life with your sister improved greatly. You began organizing Forest Sword Peak. A female disciple from the Alchemy Hall was punished to tend the fire for 3 months because she entered the Alchemy Hall with her left foot first. This frightened the other disciples so much that they all carefully stepped through the door with their right foot first. You dedicated yourself to cultivation and celebrated your first new year in the Heavenly Sword Sect by staying in the cave with your sister Sumolei. You prepared a sumptuous meal for her. The girl was overjoyed, eating bite after bite without stopping. Winter painted the world with desolation. Leaves had fallen, flowers had withered, and the once green forests were now bare. Only the skeletal branches remained, swaying in the cold wind as snowflakes accumulated, creating a pure white scene. Sushi had never been fond of winter. His dislike deepened after entering the simulated world. During the 5 years he had spent in Black Rock City, his income was barely enough to feed himself and his sister. Buying charcoal for warmth had been a luxury they couldn't afford. Each day, Sushi would venture outside the city to scavenge cinders or collect fallen branches, which he brought back to light a small fire. He remembered those harsh winters vividly, the snowy winds biting his face, the frosty air seeping into his lungs. And every day, without fail, a little figure would sit huddled at the wooden house's door, shivering in the cold but waiting for his return. When Sushi arrived home, she would clasp his freezing, purple cheeks with her small hands, trying to warm him. Her bright smile was a beacon, welcoming him back. The cold wind had been relentless, but her warmth gave him the strength to continue. Now, as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect with the resources of Forest Sword Peak at his disposal, Sushi no longer had to worry about such hardships. But still, whenever he watched the snow falling outside, memories of those difficult days would resurface. Brother. The girl's lively voice interrupted his thoughts. I'm here. What is it? If you don't eat soon, the food will get cold, she scolded playfully, wagging her finger. Sumolei, now 6 years old, tried to appear stern. You have to eat while it's hot, brother. Sushi smiled, momentarily stunned by her seriousness. All right, he said, picking up his chopsticks. They ate in silence, their movements synchronized as though guided by a shared understanding. Even in the bitter cold of winter, the warmth they shared made the days bearable. Together, they waited for spring. You and your sister spent a warm new year together. At the turn of the year, you took a deep breath and condensed the perfect Deo Foundation realm, setting a new record for the fastest foundation building in Heavenly Sword Sect. You became a foundation building realm cultivator. Your master, Li Wanshao, rewarded you with a top-grade flying sword and a matching defensive weapon. Remembering your promise, you took your sister flying on the sword. She told you she was incredibly happy. Winter passed, and spring arrived. Life began to flourish once more. As a foundation building realm cultivator, you took on greater responsibilities within the sect. To prevent your sister from feeling bored and to prepare her for the future, you sent Sumolei to a school. On her first day, she looked at you with tearful eyes, mistakenly believing you were abandoning her. Thankfully, the misunderstanding was resolved. Over time, she excelled in her studies. Her natural intelligence and quick thinking delighted you, though you worried about her withdrawn nature and lack of friends her age. You often wondered about her future happiness. Brother, is life long? It can be, Sushi replied. Is life short? It can be that too. How can it be both? She asked, frowning in confusion. That's just how life is, he explained gently. Sumolei thought for a long moment before giving her own answer. Life sounds troublesome. I just want to stay with my brother forever. I don't need friends. The girl had her own standards, and you could only let her follow her heart. As the years passed, your bond with your sister grew closer. In the 7th year, at 13, you achieved another breakthrough in cultivation, while Sumolei, now 7, completed all her school courses in 1 year. In the 8th year, at 14, you reached the intermediate stage foundation building realm. Armed with a withered vine sword, you defeated a pseudo-core cultivator. People began calling you a future golden core master, though you remained indifferent. At 8 years old, Sumolei began helping with chores on Forest Sword Peak. Her adorable demeanor endeared her to the disciples. By the 9th year, at 15, you had matured significantly, shedding the innocence of youth. Wherever you went, elders and juniors alike praised you as a rising star in the righteous path. At 9 years old, Sumolei decided to focus on helping you manage Forest Sword Peak, excelling in her role despite lacking cultivation talent. By the 10th year, you were 16, and she was 10. Time moved steadily forward, and life continued to improve. Sushi was content with this life. Not only did he grow stronger and achieve higher evaluation scores in his simulation, but he also ensured Sumolei lived a comfortable and happy life. Even though he knew this world was a simulation, the emotions and experiences felt real. Because of that, he wanted to give Sumolei the best life possible. Time flies so quickly, Sushi thought. In the blink of an eye, it's already the 10th year. Molei's 10th birthday is here. He remembered the day he had rescued her and smiled. It felt like yesterday. At 16 years old, Sushi looked up at the sky, feeling sentimental. He flew his sword back toward the cave, eager to celebrate his sister's birthday with a special gift. Everything seemed perfect, just as it should be. Brother, Emily hurts so much. When Sushi entered the cave, the usual cheerful figure waiting to greet him was missing. Walking further in, he found her lying on the ground, her face pale. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, staining her lips a deep crimson. The sight sent a chill down Sushi's spine. Emily, he cried, rushing to her side. He frantically pulled out every healing item he had and did everything he could to save her. Thankfully, his efforts paid off. After half an hour, the 10-year-old girl slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her brother, she gave a weak smile. Emily knew. Brother would save me. So, Emily waited. Finally, I waited. A girl's physical condition is far more severe than you imagined. This is not an ordinary mortal disease or external injury but an internal collapse that causes her body to deteriorate. Her body is gradually reaching its limit. You can't understand why, nor can you comprehend the cause. You try everything within your power to find a cure, but even the panaceas of immortal cultivators cannot eradicate the girl's illness, they only delay the inevitable decline. You work tirelessly, flapping your wings like a bird trapped in a jungle of thorns, desperately searching for hope. But no matter how much effort you expend, no matter how bruised and battered you become, begging everyone for help including your master, you cannot uncover the real cause of her condition. All you can do is watch her grow weaker. All you can do is witness her becoming increasingly haggard. You can't do anything. You can't change anything. Reality does not bend to human will. Unlike the impassioned heroes of animated tales, you cannot rewrite the tragedy unfolding before you with sheer determination or unreasonable cries. In the face of true despair, human strength feels utterly insignificant, so small that it drives one to despair. Every morning greeting, every nightly farewell, feels like a grim reminder that death is drawing closer. For 4 years, you've carried this unbearable weight, trying and failing. At the age of 20, you remain helpless as the girl reaches 14. The once lively child who followed you everywhere, calling you brother, has grown into a beautiful young girl. Yet she spends her days confined to a bed, like a fragile porcelain doll ready to shatter at the slightest touch. To some, her pale, sickly appearance might seem ethereally beautiful, but to you, it is the most despairing, helpless, and hateful sight. For you, the seasons have frozen into an endless winter, devoid of warmth and joy. The girl sees the toll this has taken on you. Guilt and self-blame are often reflected in her eyes as she frequently apologizes, caring more about your exhaustion than her suffering. I'm sorry, brother. In the forest Sword Peak cave, little had changed over the years. The furniture remained the same, as did the flowers and plants she had lovingly transplanted. Their faint fragrance lingered in the silence. The girl lay quietly on the bed. Her hair was long, straight, and black, cascading like a river. Her once vivid eyes were now dull. Her lips were pale. She seemed as fragile as glass, liable to break at the slightest touch. It's okay. There's no need to apologize between us, Sushi said gently, shaking his head. He placed a pill into her mouth. Here's today's 9-leaf pill. Take it and get some rest. The girl nodded obediently and swallowed the pill. Afterward, she smiled at Sushi, a smile as radiant as the morning sun, as pure as a dream, and as unblemished as the sky. Like when she was younger, she requested a reward for taking her medicine. Brother, Emily has been good and taken her medicine. Her voice was playful and lively, a stark contrast to her frail body. The juxtaposition was suffocating to behold, filling the air with a silent sorrow. Yes, Emily is a good girl. Sushi forced a smile, suppressing the ache in his chest. He took out a candy he had prepared and placed it in her mouth. She savored it slowly, as though it were the most precious treasure in the world. Was candy truly so delicious? Sushi reflected on how happy Emily always looked when he gave her candy. This time, however, she did not fall asleep as usual after eating the candy. Instead, she made a request. She wanted to go outside. Sushi agreed. Flying with a sword wasn't an option. The speed would be too much for her fragile body. So, supporting her carefully, Sushi guided her outside. They walked around Forest Sword Peak, now cloaked in the golden hues of autumn. Their pace was slower than the passing of the seasons, slower than the ticks of life's clock. The girl's face lit up with a faint glow as they strolled along a path covered in fallen leaves. But even this slow, short walk proved too much. At one point, she stopped, clutching her chest tightly. Her face turned pale as paper. If it's too much, don't push yourself, Sushi said gently. Like in her childhood, he picked her up, letting her rest on his back. I understand, brother, she murmured softly. Lying on his familiar, sturdy back, she closed her eyes, lulled by the sense of safety. Drowsiness overcame her, and just before she drifted off, she asked, Brother, will Emily die? No, brother will save you, Sushi replied firmly. Emily believes in brother. Brother wouldn't lie to me. Her voice grew weaker. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, staining her lips. She buried her head against his shoulder, struggling to stay awake. But the blood continued to flow, sapping her strength little by little. By the time Sushi realized something was wrong, she had fallen unconscious. You have successfully joined the Heavenly Sword sect and become a revered true disciple, admired for your unparalleled talent as a heavenly spirit root. Your future is bright, your life extraordinary, and you are celebrated as a prodigy in the world of immortality. But in contrast to your shining path, your sister's condition worsens. At 14, her illness intensifies in the autumn. Despite your relentless efforts, you cannot cure her. You take on sect missions, delve into alchemy, and study pharmacology. Precious elixirs, valued even by immortal cultivators, become her lifeline, merely delaying the inevitable. In the 15th year of your time in this world, you are 21, and Sumolei is 15. You've broken through to the late stage of foundation building realm. Your strength has grown, and even ordinary golden core realm cultivators no longer intimidate you. You collect elixirs faster, but her condition worsens. She can no longer walk and spends all her time in bed. In the 16th year of time travel, you are 22, and Sumolei is 16. The pressure weighs heavily on you. You become obsessed with finding a cure, scouring every resource, desperate to save her. Finally, before her life fades, you discover an ancient manual from overseas that describes her condition. Disaster from heaven. The ancient manual explains that only those with spiritual roots can cultivate a well-known truth in the world of immortality. Yet, among the countless mortals, there exist rare exceptions who can absorb spiritual energy without spiritual roots. However, spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivation. Without them, the mortal body suffers from absorbing excessive spiritual energy. This phenomenon, called Tianzai disaster from heaven, is exactly what plagues Sumolei. The abundant spiritual energy in the heavenly sword sect hastened her affliction. Upon learning this, your heart sank into despair. Heaven's misfortune. Spiritual roots. Aura. So that's how it is. Within the area under the heavenly sword sect's influence, in the bustling Xiaoxianfang city, Sushi stood in a quiet corner, flipping through an ancient manual. He read its contents carefully, word by word, and then closed his eyes. A bitter expression crossed his face after a long silence. He never imagined that his decision to bring Sumolei to the heavenly sword sect would put her life in danger. The manual stated clearly, spiritual energy exists everywhere. Even in places where spiritual energy is sparse, the calamity of heaven ensures that those afflicted do not live beyond 40 years. From the start, Sushi hadn't known about Tianzi's misfortune. He had brought her to heavenly sword sect with the intention of protecting her. Emily, with her gentle and trusting nature, would never blame him. But none of that mattered now. Wrong is wrong. Sushi sighed deeply. His face, already worn from years of struggle, looked even more haggard. Guilt, regret, self-recrimination. If he blamed others for his mistake, who could he possibly rely on? This was his sister, the one who had trusted him completely since childhood. Spiritual energy, which seemed harmless and natural, had become her silent executioner. It's absurd. Sushi muttered to himself before leaping into the air, flying on his sword directly back to the heavenly sword sect. Though the calamity had struck, the ancient text offered a glimmer of hope. The calamity arose because certain individuals, despite lacking spiritual roots, were innately attuned to spiritual energy. This talent became a curse, as their bodies could not withstand the energy's effects. The solution was clear: grant these individuals spiritual roots, allowing them to channel and refine the energy instead of being consumed by it. I've never heard of creating spiritual roots for mortals. I hope my master has a solution, Sushi thought as he soared through the sky, his brows furrowed and his heart heavy. Creating spiritual roots from nothing seemed impossible. Even body-seizing techniques, common in the cultivation world, only allowed one to inhabit another body with existing spiritual roots. If mortals could truly gain spiritual roots or have them transplanted, cultivators would no longer be so rare. After discovering the cause of your sister's illness, you rushed back to Forest Sword Peak without delay. Instead of returning to your cave, you headed straight to the Forest Sword Palace atop the mountain. This was your master Li Wanxiao's retreat for cultivation and your second visit there. The first time, you had sought answers about the cause of your sister's illness. This time, you hoped to learn how to create spiritual roots and save her life. Upon meeting Li Wanxiao, you explained your purpose without hesitation and begged for guidance on shaping spiritual roots. Your master, who regarded you as his heir, listened patiently. Yet, despite his nascent soul realm cultivation, he could not provide the answer you sought. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, Li Wanxiao said solemnly, and I've never heard of a method to create spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are innate and cannot be altered by human hands. Perhaps only the legendary immortals could achieve such a feat. Within the Forest Sword Palace, Li Wanxiao stroked his long beard and sighed deeply. Disciple, it's not that I refuse to help you. Even a cultivator at the God Transformation realm might not have the means to solve this. Sushi remained silent, bowing respectfully. After a pause, Li Wanxiao added, there is an ancient method, though, a way to create external spiritual roots. Using rare treasures infused with the essence of heaven and earth, one could replace innate spiritual roots and enable cultivation. But this method is almost impossible to achieve. Why impossible? Because it required treasures of unimaginable rarity. Even cultivators with great power barely had enough such treasures for themselves, let alone to grant spiritual roots to mortals. Not even the prestigious Heavenly Sword Sect possessed such resources. Sushi understood the difficulty. It was an impossibility, but it was also a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Master, Sushi said sincerely before leaving. As he walked away, the old man sighed again, watching his disciples back with a mix of regret and wistful memories. Learning about the existence of external spiritual roots filled you with cautious hope. Upon returning to your cave, you set up a spirit-locking formation for your sister, alleviating her pain and extending her life. She continued to look at you with warm, trusting eyes, her reliance on you unwavering. You began searching for the rare treasures required to create external spiritual roots. The journey was grueling. Lesser-grade treasures proved useless, while higher-grade ones were far beyond the reach of a cultivator like you, even with your quasi-golden core realm strength. You sought alternatives, exploring formations and artifacts that might replicate the function of spiritual roots. You overworked yourself, triggering flashes of inspiration that enhanced your skills in alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and talismans. You overextended your vitality, refining your craft further. You overstrained your soul, pushing the limits of your abilities. You kept overdrawing everything: your energy, your health, your very essence. Despite countless failures, you persisted. Every time despair threatened to consume you, you thought of your sister's trusting gaze, reigniting your resolve. Yet reality remained merciless. The method of external spiritual roots was like a piece of driftwood to a drowning man offering hope, only for the waves to drag him under again. With your current strength, acquiring such treasures was a pipe dream. If there was one extraordinary treasure within your reach, it was yourself. Your heavenly spiritual root, a gift of the heavens, stood in stark contrast to the calamity that plagued your sister. Thanks to it, your cultivation progressed rapidly. Without much effort, you were already approaching the golden core stage. But even with your mastery of the 4 arts of immortal cultivation, your skills fell short of creating external spiritual roots. Perhaps I need to grow stronger first, you finally concluded after countless failures. Shifting your focus, you immersed yourself in cultivation. You practiced relentlessly, consumed elixirs obsessively, and entered a state of seclusion. In less than 2 years, you broke through to the golden core stage. At only 30 years old, you became the youngest golden core cultivator in the sect's history. Upon breaking through, you awakened a unique innate ability: wood rebirth. This extraordinary power allowed you to channel immense vitality through your golden core mana, healing broken limbs and even restoring hidden wounds. At its peak, it could nourish golden core and nascent soul realm cultivators alike. It was a miraculous ability, one that could dominate the cultivation world. Yet to you, it symbolized something far greater: a chance to save Sumolei. What are natural treasures? Things like the great sun true fire or the moon emperor's flowing liquid from mythical tales would certainly qualify. But such divine objects are far too transcendent, far too unreachable. Now, standing at the peak of the golden core realm, Sushi stared at the immense vitality released by his innate ability, wood rebirth. An idea began to form in his mind. Could the spiritual chi derived from the heavenly spiritual root be considered a natural treasure? The answer was clear: yes. How could something capable of healing golden core and nascent soul realm cultivators not be deemed a treasure of heaven and earth? What's more, the potential of this ability was limitless. The purer the spiritual chi Sushi infused, the more golden core essence he burned, and the stronger the vitality released by wood rebirth would become, eventually forming something akin to a divine object. This is truly incredible. If this had happened before, I would have been so thrilled, thinking I was the child of destiny. Standing under the fading thunder tribulation, Sushi had just broken through to the golden core realm. His success brought waves of congratulations from all corners of the heavenly sword sect. Congratulations. Master Su is young and promising. Senior brother, congratulations on forming your golden core and becoming a true cultivator. Cheers echoed across the sect, blending with the celebratory roars of spirit beasts. Fire-like streams of light filled the skies, creating a grand spectacle. It was lively, noisy, and full of festivity. Yet amidst the clamor, Sushi felt detached, as though a thick barrier separated him from the world. You're very kind, Sushi responded politely. But deep down, there was no joy, only a hollow sense of loneliness. Why? Because missing from the celebrations was the girl who brought warmth to his life with her laughter, like morning sunlight, a beautiful dream, and a flawless sky, and her ever-constant call of brother. In the 17th year of your journey, you are 23 years old. Sumolei is 17. The soul-locking formation extended her life, but the damage caused by heaven's misfortune was too severe. She often fell into comas, sometimes waking only once every 10 days. Your cultivation reached a breakthrough. You became a golden core realm cultivator and awakened the magical ability wood rebirth. You decided to base your efforts to create external spiritual roots on this ability. You had no alternative, clinging desperately to the last glimmer of hope. Initially, your research progressed smoothly. On a whim, you identified the commonalities of the 4 arts of cultivation and integrated them with your ability, creating a foundational method for shaping external spiritual roots. But joy was short-lived. You quickly realized that the amount of vitality required to create external spiritual roots was astronomical. Even if you sacrificed all your spiritual chi and golden core essence, it would not be enough. Unless you were willing to burn your own cultivation and spiritual roots entirely. Spiritual roots are gifts of nature. Whether one possesses them is determined by heaven. For a mortal without spiritual roots to gain them and begin cultivation was to defy the will of heaven. The price for such a defiance would naturally be immense. If a divine treasure were at hand, it could bear the cost. But Sushi had no such treasure. The only thing he could sacrifice was himself. I knew it would cost dearly, but I never thought it would require burning all my cultivation and spiritual roots, he muttered. If I go through with this, I'll lose my strength, become immortal, and drastically shorten my lifespan. In that case, this simulation will be over. In the wooden house cave on Forest Sword Peak, Sushi sat beside the bed. His eyes fell on Sumolei's frail, pale face, and memories of their early years in Black Rock City filled his mind. He remembered little Molly, only 3 or 4 years old, shivering in the biting cold but still rubbing her small hands to warm his frozen cheeks. Life had been so hard then. And yet, even in the bleakest moments, she had brought warmth to his life. He couldn't ignore her suffering now. Yes, this was just a simulation. He could abandon the girl, his sister with no blood ties, and take the most utilitarian path, continuing his immortal journey and earning higher simulation rewards. But Sushi was done being the kind of person who bowed to reality, unable to accomplish anything meaningful. If he couldn't even save the ones he loved in a simulation, what was the point of such a life? Life didn't need to be overthought. Just do what feels right. Buzz. Sushi stretched out his hand, gently brushing his palm across the girl's face. A faint green light flickered and seeped into her body, forming intricate patterns. This was all the spiritual chi of a golden core realm cultivator. This was the very essence of his golden core. This was the burning of his innate ability and the combustion of his heavenly spiritual root. Everything Sushi had was transformed into pure vitality, carefully shaped into the form of a seed and infused into Sumolei's heart. Brother. Her eyes fluttered open briefly before she slipped back into sleep. Rest, Emily, Sushi whispered softly. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Brother always keeps his promises. Pain. Indescribable pain swept through his body as his cultivation and spiritual roots burned. His very essence was unraveling. Blood surged to his throat, uncontrollable. Yet, Sushi smiled. Blood stained his lips. Tears filled his eyes. But he smiled. Because the girl's heart was beating stronger now. Her life force was stable. Trembling, Sushi reached out his hands and gently wiped away the tears that had inexplicably fallen from her eyes as she slept. You succeeded. You successfully shaped external spiritual roots, sacrificing everything to save Sumolei's life. You lost your spiritual roots, your cultivation, and now you are so weak that even an ordinary mortal could overpower you. You have only 3 years left to live. You have no regrets. You would do it all over again. But you know the girl will never accept this sacrifice if she learns the truth. You also need someone to explain your actions to the section. You left the cave, boarded the flying boat that even mortals could control, and flew to the palace atop Forest Sword Peak. There, you met your master, Li Wanchao. For the first time, you saw your master angry, truly furious. He scolded you harshly, sparing no words. Traitor, traitor, traitor. Without spiritual roots, how can you practice in the future? Within the Forest Sword Palace, shrouded in misty green smoke and the shadows of ancient trees, Li Wanchao's voice thundered. His usually kind face was now contorted in anger. For the first time, he shouted at Sushi, his frustration evident. To provoke such rage from the typically gentle old man showed just how furious he truly was. It's simple, I just won't practice anymore, master, Sushi replied calmly, a faint smile on his face. Perhaps because this simulation had already reached its conclusion, Sushi displayed no hesitation, even when faced with his master's wrath. A brief pause hung in the air before Sushi continued, his tone softer. Besides, I only have a few years left to live. Whether I practice or not doesn't matter anymore. Li Wanchao froze at these words. The anger on his face gave way to a complex mix of emotions as he stared at his beloved disciple, now devoid of cultivation. Tell me everything, he finally said. Explain from the beginning, what exactly have you done? Yes, master. Without any hesitation, Sushi recounted his journey, how he studied external spiritual roots, how he conducted his experiments, and how he burned himself, his cultivation, his spiritual roots, and his very life force to create them. Unbelievable, Li Wanchao muttered, his eyes wide with shock. In his astonishment, he accidentally tugged on his long white beard, pulling out a few strands. I only mentioned it casually, and you actually succeeded in creating external spiritual roots. A genius, a heaven-blessed genius. Li Wanchao's initial joy quickly turned to regret. Shaking his head, he sighed deeply. What a pity, if only you hadn't severed your spiritual roots, you might have ascended to immortality one day. He paced back and forth across the hall, shaking his head and muttering to himself. At last, he stopped and stamped his foot in frustration. Traitor, why were you so reckless? Do you even understand what you've done? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Sushi met his master's scolding with a calm expression, slightly shaking his head. If I had told you, master, you would have stopped me, he replied. I understand your intentions, you would have wanted me to take my time, to find a way to save Emily without sacrificing myself. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't stand by and watch someone I loved die. Li Wanchao opened his mouth to retort, but the words caught in his throat. He could only sigh. He gazed at Sushi with a mixture of helplessness and resignation, as if seeing a child who had finally grown up, a moment bittersweet for any elder. Very well, Li Wanchao said at last. Since this was your decision, as your master, I have nothing more to say. He let out a deep sigh before adding, I'll handle matters with the section, I can still speak on your behalf. But regarding Emily, he hesitated, his words faltering. He knew how close the siblings were. If Sumolei discovered that her brother had sacrificed everything for her, she might collapse emotionally. The soft breeze rustled the ancient trees outside the hall, their shadows swaying like waves. Somewhere in the distance, the low hum of an ancient bell echoed faintly. I won't tell her the truth, Sushi said quietly, his gaze distant. After some time, I'll leave the Tianjian sect. When that happens, I'll entrust Emily to you, master. The truth was too cruel. Even the most resilient person would feel unbearable guilt upon learning that someone they loved had traded their life for theirs. And for Sumolei, who had always depended on her brother, the revelation would be devastating. After finishing his discussion with his master, Sushi left the forest sword hall, an ancient wooden sword strapped to his back. The sword had been thrust upon him by Li Wanchao, who muttered as he handed it over. Take this, traitor. At least it'll keep you from being beaten to death by mortals and embarrassing me outside. Li Wanchao's curses echoed as he slammed the palace doors shut behind Sushi, as if he never wanted to see him again. Standing outside the hall, Sushi reached behind him, his hand closing around the hilt of the wooden sword. Mana fluctuations rippled from the blade, its original owner's permission imprinted upon it, allowing even a mortal to wield it. Disciple accepts your gift, Sushi murmured. Returning to the cave, Sushi remained by Sumolei's bedside for 2 days, ensuring the external spiritual root fully integrated with her body. The calamity of heaven's misfortune dissipated entirely. In its place, a newfound vitality emerged within the girl, an inexplicable sense of breakthrough. Though she had not yet begun formal cultivation, her innate talent propelled her toward transcendence. Brother. Sumolei's voice was soft and weak, like the rustling of leaves. Slowly, she opened her eyes. She soon realized her body no longer ached. Instead, she felt an unfamiliar lightness and ease. It's wonderful, she said, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Brother kept his promise to Emily. Yes, Sushi replied, gently holding her now warm, delicate hand. Like holding a fleeting flower, like catching a summer breeze. His voice, weary yet tender, carried a quiet joy. Brother promised to save you, and I've kept my promise. The girl's smile grew brighter, though tears welled in her eyes. I'm sorry, brother, she said, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. I don't know why, but I feel like crying. It's as if something really sad happened, but I should be happy now. Sumolei clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, as if afraid of losing something precious, something vital to her very being. It's okay, Sushi said softly, stroking her hair. Maybe you've just been asleep for too long. Your body's adjusting. Don't worry, it'll pass. The 17-year-old girl hesitated. She felt something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint it. Sushi, after all, had never lied to her before. Reassured, her emotions calmed. What did it matter? As long as her brother was there, nothing else mattered. Brother, she asked, gripping his hand tightly, will you ever leave Emily? No, I won't. This was a lie. You have discussed everything with Master Li Wanchao. You know very clearly how poor your health is, and that there is no chance of recovery, so you begin to prepare for your own passing. To ensure your sister can live a better life, you focus on teaching her everything you know: cultivation, survival, and the 4 arts of immortality. Your sister remains deeply attached to you, but you deliberately distance yourself, adopting a cold demeanor to reduce her reliance on you and weaken the bond between you. You think of yourself as nothing more than a dying man. You believe you must not become a burden to the girl or a barrier to her future. Given your current relationship, you know that after you leave the Heavenly Sword sect, Sumolei will do everything she can to find you. To prevent this, you work to sever the bond, hoping to make her care for you less or even come to resent you. Only in this way will she not search for you when you disappear. Only in this way will she never learn the truth. Only in this way can you leave in peace. Your plan works. Under your intentional indifference, Sumolei's dependence on you lessens. However, she still respects you deeply and sees you as her older brother. Under your guidance, Sumolei successfully becomes a chi-refining realm cultivator. She is thrilled, but when she looks to you for praise, you simply say 2 words. It's average. Sumolei feels hurt by your dismissive words. Rather than offering her comfort, you assign her even more rigorous training tasks. You feel increasingly anxious. Though you should have 3 years left to live, your body is already showing signs of decline. One day, you notice a troubling hearing issue. You conceal your condition well, ensuring the girl doesn't notice. Quietly, you intensify her lessons, pushing her to become self-reliant before your body completely fails. Your relentless teaching methods frustrate Sumolei, leaving her increasingly upset and confused. She begins to wonder if she has done something wrong to earn your cold treatment. Half a year later, inside the cave, Sumolei sat with tears brimming in her bright eyes. Her lips trembled as if trying to hold back a flood of emotions. Brother, what did I do wrong? Silence filled the room. A long, heavy pause followed before Sushi finally shook his head and said, you did nothing wrong. Then why, brother? What have I? Emily, Sushi interrupted gently, his eyes closing as though he were recalling something distant. Do you remember how long we've lived together? The girl, confused by the sudden question, instinctively replied, 17 years. 17 years. The total time Sushi had spent in this simulated world. It was also the entirety of Sumolei's life. Yes, 17 years. His voice was soft but tinged with deep exhaustion. It carried a hoarseness that revealed his struggles. When I first found you, you were just a newborn. I had to trade my last bit of food to get milk for you. I was so hungry back then. But I worried about you every day: if you were warm enough, if you had enough to eat. I was terrified you'd fall ill or feel unhappy. You fell seriously ill when you were 10, and for 7 long years, I never stopped working to save you. Sushi's tone remained calm, devoid of blame or resentment, but it was laced with a deep weariness. Emily, if it weren't for you, my life could have been so much more vibrant. I am just a person. I have my own dreams. I can't dedicate everything to you. I'm not as selfless as you think, do you understand? You're 17 now. You're no longer a child. It's time you learn how to live on your own. He paused. I'm tired. The air in the cave grew stifling, heavy with unspoken emotions. The dim light blurred their surroundings. Sumolei's face turned pale. Her bright eyes dulled as she whispered, so, brother, you think I'm a burden? Yes. Her heart plummeted into an abyss. It felt as though everything that made her whole was crumbling, leaving only emptiness. Sumolei began to sob uncontrollably, her voice caught in her throat. Without saying another word, she fled from the cave. She ran and ran, tears streaming down her face, leaving Sushi slumped in his chair, silent and unmoving, staring blankly ahead. Humans are such contradictory creatures. Sushi thought bitterly. He had prepared countless reasons to sever the bond with his sister, to erase the image of himself as her loving brother. But when the moment came, it hurt far more than he had ever imagined. This pain, it's worse than when I burned my spiritual roots. Sushi clutched his chest, whispering to himself, but at least now, she can move on without me and live her own life. Your words, as sharp as swords, pierced the girl's heart, leaving her shattered. She wandered alone for hours, crying quietly. Hidden in a secluded corner, she wiped her tears and forced herself to find solace in her solitude. When Sumolei returned, her expression was colder. She no longer looked at you with the same admiration, nor did she complain about your harsh training. Your heart ached. Yet, at the same time, you felt relieved. After this, the girls will grow stronger. You sighed and hid the blood you coughed up so she wouldn't notice. You dedicated yourself entirely to her training. The intense mental strain caused your body to deteriorate even faster. By the 18th year of your journey, you could feel your strength slipping away entirely. You knew it was time to leave. Though you wished to stay, you knew that if you remained in the Heavenly Sword sect any longer, the girl would eventually discover the truth. You chose to leave without saying goodbye, flying away from the sect on your boat, heading toward a distant, quiet place far removed from the cultivation world. Where would you go? You were uncertain. For the past 18 years, your goals were to cultivate and care for your sister. Now, both of those paths had come to an end. After much thought, you decided to return to Blackstone City, the place where you and Sumolei had once lived. You wanted to spend your final days in solitude. The cultivation world is vast, filled with mortal dynasties and countless pleasures, but none of them felt as familiar or comforting as Blackstone City, where your memories with the girl were forged. With a soft whistle, the flying boat descended from the sky. Unnoticed by anyone, a young man now stripped of his cultivation and spiritual roots settled into the old wooden house with nothing but a wooden sword. There, he waited silently for the end of his life. Neighbors who recognized him came to greet him. He responded politely, but when asked about the girl, he simply smiled and evaded the question. Brother has already left. At the Heavenly Sword Sect's forest Sword Peak, the once lively cave was now unbearably quiet and desolate, devoid of the warmth that used to fill it. Sumolei sat alone on a woven rattan chair, her small frame illuminated by the flickering flame of a single candle. The firelight cast wavering shadows on her pale face, making her appear even more fragile. Without sunlight, plants cannot grow. Without wings, birds cannot fly. Without legs, humans cannot run. For Sumolei, her brother, Sushi, was her sunlight, her wings, her support. He was everything irreplaceable and one of a kind. But now, that irreplaceable presence was gone. She stared into the emptiness, her thoughts swirling. Why had it come to this? Her illness was cured, her brother had achieved the Golden Core Realm, 2 joyous milestones. Yet, it had all turned into this nightmare. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. The sound of time passing filled the silent room. Her empty gaze fixed on nothing, tears brimming in her eyes until they finally overflowed and streamed down her cheeks. Each tear felt like a sharp blade cutting through her chest, leaving behind a searing ache. Her throat tightened as if bound by invisible chains, and breathing became an unbearable task. The tears slid down her face, gathering at her chin before falling to the ground with a soft, sharp echo that punctuated the stillness. Her tears mirrored the crumbling support within her heart, a foundation that no longer existed. I can't cry. I mustn't cry. She wanted to scream, to cry out and release the pain within, but the one person who could comfort her, who could accept her tears without question, was gone. Sumolei had known, deep down, ever since that argument with her brother. She had felt it coming, the day he would let go of the burden she represented and leave her life entirely. But knowing didn't make it any easier. She had tried so hard. She studied diligently, learned everything Sushi taught her, all in the hope of proving herself. She wanted him to see that she wasn't a burden, that she could stand by his side without dragging him down. Yet, why had he still left her? Had she not done enough? Was she not obedient enough? Or was her presence unbearable to him? Sumolei closed her eyes, allowing the tears to flow freely now. At first, when she realized her brother was gone, she convinced herself he would come back. Maybe he had only left temporarily. But as the days turned into weeks and then into half a month, even the most foolish person would understand. He wasn't coming back. He had left her behind, discarded his burden, and walked away unshackled and free. It was only logical, wasn't it? How could she, a burden, expect him to stay by her side forever? Liar. Big liar. You promised. You promised you'd never leave. The girl sobbed, her tears falling faster, her voice shaking with anguish. She clutched the storage ring her brother had left her, filled with treasures, spirit stones, talismans, magic arrays, and precious pills. To her, it was all worthless. In a fit of anger and grief, she threw the ring against the wall. It bounced and clattered to the floor, rolling into a forgotten corner. I don't need these. I only want you. I only want you. She covered her face with trembling hands, crying until her knuckles turned white from the force. But no matter how much she cried, no matter how deeply she wished for his return, the brother she adored, the one who had once faced hunger and despair to save her, was gone. He wasn't coming back. No amount of denial or refusal to face the truth would change that fact. It felt like drowning. The weight of despair pulled her under, suffocating her, as if she had lost the very air she needed to breathe. Time passed, though she had no idea how long. Her tears dried, leaving her hollow and empty. When Sumolei finally emerged from the cave, her once bright eyes had dulled, replaced by a cold, determined gaze. She had made a decision. She walked alone to the forest sword hall at the top of the mountain. Not long after, news spread through the heavenly sword sect. Sushi, the renowned true disciple, had vanished, and Sumolei had become the second true disciple of Master Forest Sword Peak. Many were shocked, some confused, and others intrigued. But none could deny Sumolei's talent. Her rise was meteoric. She surpassed expectations, breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm at an unprecedented speed. It was as though she were proving something, driven by an unrelenting force. She grew more daring, undertaking dangerous missions, venturing into forbidden places, and challenging powerful enemies. Her exploits became legendary, earning her a reputation as a prodigy. The righteous path hailed her as a rising star, while the demonic path viewed her as a deadly threat. Her fame spread even beyond the cultivation world, reaching mortal cities far removed from immortal affairs. Sword Immortal, the one favored by the heavens, the reincarnation of an immortal. These were the titles bestowed upon her. Far away in Blackstone City, Sushi heard the rumors for the first time. He was stunned. The so-called heavens-favored title made him want to laugh. But then, he let out a long sigh. The worry he had carried since leaving the girl began to dissipate. That's good. It seems Emily can thrive in the cultivation world, even without me. Now, I have nothing to worry about. His body had grown weaker, his vitality draining faster each day. Sushi smiled faintly. In truth, his current state was far worse than the wheelchair-bound life he had once endured in reality. He had considered ending the simulation early, more than once. But every time that thought crossed his mind, an image of Emily would appear in his mind. He couldn't bring himself to leave, not yet. Even if it was just a little longer, he wanted to stay, to see her from afar, to know she was okay. Because once the simulation ended, there would be no way to see her again. This body only has 1 year left to live. Let the simulation come to an end naturally. Sushi murmured softly, dragging his stiff legs with great effort as he walked back to his old wooden house. You feel a sense of relief upon learning that your sister is doing well, but you can't fully let go. You decide to spend your remaining days silently observing her growth. Your body is deteriorating rapidly. Burning everything to create the outer spiritual root has left you with nothing. Your life begins its countdown. For most people, life is a treasure, and when it approaches its end, they are filled with fear. But you are different. You know that death is merely a return, and you face it calmly. Still, the failing state of your body causes more pain and inconvenience than you had imagined. In the first month of your final year, you awaken one morning to discover that your left leg has completely lost all sensation. No matter what you try, it remains paralyzed. You find humor in the situation, thinking that having one working leg is still better than being entirely immobile, especially compared to the real world. Using the wooden sword given by Master Li Wanchao as a crutch, you become a peculiar figure in the eyes of others, a crippled hermit shuffling through Black Rock City. You laugh at yourself, recalling Taiguili of the 8 Immortals, and dub yourself the Sword Crutch Immortal. By the 3rd month, your laughter fades. A heavy rainstorm strikes. While making your way home, you lose sensation in half of your body and collapse into a puddle of muddy water. For most people, the puddle would be insignificant, but to someone paralyzed and weak, it becomes an insurmountable obstacle. You struggle, slipping repeatedly, soaking your clothes in the process. The act of standing becomes an agonizing ordeal. You vow never to laugh at your condition again. By the 5th month, you rarely leave your house. Your coughing fits worsen, and every bout brings up black blood. Neighbors shake their heads, pitying your plight. In the 8th month, your health deteriorates further. You lose your sense of taste, and your vision becomes blurry. Except for your sharp mind, you are worse off than an elderly man. One night, villains break into your home, seeking to rob you. Even with failing senses and a frail body, you wield the wooden sword and effortlessly eliminate them, hanging their bodies at your door as a warning to others. As time flows on, you enter the final month of your life. Your existence is like a candle in the wind, fragile and flickering. At the turn of autumn and winter, you endure 3 agonizing hours to drag yourself to the threshold, seeking the warmth of the sun. An unexpected figure appears. It's your master, the nascent soul realm cultivator, Li Wanchao. The old man stood silently, staring at his beloved disciple. His face bore a mix of regret and fleeting sadness. Finally, he broke the silence. Do you regret it? Sushi shook his head, his voice steady despite his frailty. No regrets. Li Wanchao's eyes softened. How do you feel? It hurts, Sushi admitted, his honesty piercing through the moment like a blade. The old nascent soul realm cultivator chuckled wryly, casting a series of healing spells even though he knew they would have no effect. Then, master and disciple sat together on the threshold, sharing their final conversation. Li Wanchao spoke of Sumolei's progress, while Sushi recounted his quiet life in Black Rock City. That child, Emily, is already preparing to break through to the Golden Core realm, Li Wanchao said, pride evident in his tone. Sushi smiled faintly, his pain twisting the expression into something bittersweet. So fast? Wasn't it less than a year ago that she reached the Foundation establishment realm? Li Wanshao nodded. Her talent is even greater than we expected. She may truly ascend to the immortal world one day. That's wonderful, Sushi whispered, his voice barely audible. As the sun set, Li Wanshao left, vanishing into the horizon with a single leap. Leaning against the door frame, Sushi gazed at the sunset. His life, much like the fading light, was nearing its end. Yet, he felt content. Knowing his sister was thriving allowed him to let go peacefully. The penultimate day of life. You are paralyzed, confined to your bed, unable to move. You rely on pills from your storage bag to sustain yourself, unwilling to die of starvation. The last day of life. You lie quietly, reminiscing about your journey with Sumolei and your adventures in the immortal cultivation world. You regret not exploring the world of immortality more, not witnessing its wonders. But you feel no remorse for sacrificing your life for your sister's survival. To you, it was a fair exchange. You close your eyes, embracing the weakening of your spirit and soul, waiting for death to claim you. But death didn't come as expected. On this final day, an intense battle erupts above Black Rock City. The clash between cultivators shakes the city to its core, destroying buildings and claiming countless mortal lives. Your wooden house is damaged, and through the broken roof, you witness the chaos in the skies above. Boom, boom. Explosions echo as spells collide, flying swords shatter, and spiritual beasts fall. The righteous path. The demonic path. Sect cultivators. Rogue cultivators. It was a spectacle Sushi could hardly believe, a breathtaking, chaotic war unfolding before his eyes. Could this be the long-feared clash between good and evil? Sushi murmured, astonished. He remembered the tensions brewing between the two sides during his time at the Heavenly Sword sect. He hadn't expected it to escalate into a full-scale war. Then, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Emily. Sushi's heart sank as he thought of his sister, who was preparing to break through to the Golden Core realm. If this truly was a war between good and evil, then Sumolei, a prodigy of the righteous path, would undoubtedly become a prime target for the demonic cultivators. What does this have to do with you? Haven't you done enough for her? Now that you can barely walk, how can you save anyone? Give up. End the simulation here. There's no need to fight so hard for a character that doesn't even exist in reality. A torrent of thoughts surged in Sushi's mind, each more convincing than the last. These voices tempted him to give in, to turn a blind eye to the raging battle between good and evil above him. His body screamed in pain. Mentally, he was drained. Years of suffering had taken their toll, burning his spiritual roots, cultivation, and lifespan. For 3 relentless years, he endured this agony. On this last day, his body was so frail it was unrecognizable, pale, emaciated, lifeless. His lower body had lost all sensation. The pain clawed through his bones, as though thousands of insects burrowed inside. His muscles felt as if razor-sharp blades were slicing them apart. This body, it really is in terrible shape, Sushi thought, clenching his teeth. He summoned every ounce of strength to move, trying to squeeze even the last vestiges of vitality from his exhausted body. But even the simple act of sitting up seemed impossible. It hurt too much. He wanted to give up. His ears rang incessantly, warning him that his body had reached its breaking point. His vision blurred. The world around him turned crimson as blood poured from his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth. He coughed violently, staining the sheets beneath him with crimson flowers of blood. A gurgling sound escaped his throat. The pain had surpassed human limits. Sushi felt himself slipping. His rational mind teetered on the brink of collapse, tempted to surrender to the darkness. But then, in the fading light of his consciousness, familiar images surfaced. A baby girl growing into a spirited child, then a frail figure fighting for survival. Emily wants to help brother earn lots of money. Emily likes brother the most. Brother, will Emily die? These memories shattered the haze clouding Sushi's vision. Emily is waiting for me to save her. I can't die yet, Sushi whispered hoarsely. Summoning all his willpower, he struggled to sit upright. His face contorted in agony as beads of sweat trickled down his pale forehead. He tried to stand but collapsed instead, tumbling off the bed and knocking over items scattered nearby. The question lingered in his mind. Can a body like this barely functioning truly help in a battle between cultivators? Sushi didn't have an answer. He only knew one thing. As her elder brother, he had made a promise. No matter what, he would save his sister. It didn't matter if it was impossible. It didn't matter if this was all just a simulation. A promise was a promise. Ha ha ha. He began laughing, a laugh filled with defiance, blood sputtering from his lips. Crawling on the ground, he groped around until his trembling hand grasped the wooden sword left by his master. As he touched the hilt, the mana stored within surged. It forced its way into his broken body, threading through shattered meridians. With newfound strength, Sushi rose unsteadily to his feet. Each step was agony. His body began to break apart, spewing clouds of blood mist. He knew this borrowed strength would destroy him entirely, leaving nothing but dust behind. But what did it matter? Brother is coming to save you. A dazzling sword light erupted, piercing the heavens. Cultivators of both righteous and evil froze in shock as Sushi's figure streaked through the sky, heading toward the Heavenly Sword sect. You are dying. The prolonged torment has drained every ounce of life within you. Yet, against all odds, you create a miracle, transcending human limits to push your failing body forward. Every movement amplifies your pain 1,000-fold, but you press on without hesitation. The sword light you control flies toward the heavenly sword sect. Upon your arrival, you find the once glorious sect reduced to ruins. The protective formation has failed. Blood stains the ground. Broken limbs and shattered weapons litter the battlefield. The scene is one of devastation, but the war continues. You feel a pang of despair for your sect and overwhelming worry for your sister and master. Despite your frailty, you wield the wooden sword and charge into battle. Some recognize you with shock or fear. You fight recklessly, ignoring the toll on your body. The heavenly sword sect, once a proud nascent soul sect, now lay in ruin. Though not the pinnacle of the cultivation world, it had always stood as a bastion of righteousness. But in the face of the demonic onslaught, even its strength faltered. Sword Peak had collapsed. The main hall was split in two. Disciples lay slain, their blood soaking the earth. Even the mighty nascent soul realm cultivators of the sect had fallen. The sheer scale of death and destruction turned the battlefield into a purgatory. The demons had come prepared. Among their primary targets was Sumolei. The prodigious second disciple of Forest Sword Peak had drawn too much attention. Completing foundation establishment in a single year and aiming to condense her golden core realm in another, she was deemed a threat that could not be allowed to exist. Surrender, Fairy Emily. If you join the heavenly demon sect, the position of saintess will be yours. You're surrounded like a caged bird. You cannot escape. 2 late-stage golden core realm cultivators. 5 mid-stage golden core realm cultivators. 9 early-stage golden core realm cultivators. These were the enemies encircling Sumolei. Even surrounded, she stood tall, a cold figure in white, her long sword gleaming with determination. Though only in the foundation establishment realm, Sumolei had slain multiple golden core realm cultivators, earning the reverence of the righteous and the fear of the demonic path. But no matter how extraordinary she was, she remained outnumbered. Her power alone could not break through the encirclement of so many golden core realm cultivators. After all, we've reached the end of the line. A calm voice resonated across the battlefield. At 20 years old, Sumolei stood tall, her gaze deep like a serene pool, her cold and peerless beauty enhanced by her flowing robes. She looked like a celestial being descending from heaven. Her black hair, as smooth as a waterfall, was pinned back with a jade hairpin. Her slender fingers gripped a sword, exuding an aura of strength and sharpness. No one knew the trials she had endured, but her every move radiated a terrifying power that sent chills through the demonic cultivators. Yet, mortal strength had its limits. As the demonic cultivators set up their formation, Sumolei, still only in the foundation establishment realm, found herself trapped, surrounded by layers of enemies. Is this where it ends? Her magic power was nearly depleted, her sword on the verge of breaking, and the enemy's formation was as impenetrable as a cage. Sumolei let out a chuckle, a cold smirk brimming with defiance. Devil rats, come and fight. Ignoring their futile attempts to persuade her to surrender, she unleashed one final, dazzling sword strike. The heavens seemed to tremble as she cut down 2 early-stage golden core cultivators. But the backlash came swiftly. A barrage of magical attacks struck her, sending her plummeting from the sky. She knew. No reinforcements would come. No savior would appear. But there was no fear or regret in her heart. Long ago, she had resigned herself to death. After all, she was someone who had already walked through hell. And yet, as her consciousness began to fade, she felt a flicker of reluctance. Memories of Heavenly Sword Sect, her master Li Wanshao, Black Rock City and him flooded her mind. The man who had been her constant companion for nearly her entire life. The one who had warmed her heart and made her feel safe. He was gone now. For the past 3 years, Sumolei had seen many things, traveled to countless places. But no matter how breathtaking the scenery, none of it could fill the void left by his absence. What did she feel for him? Was it hate? Perhaps, for abandoning her without a word. Was it love? Maybe, but it wasn't the kind of love people often spoke of. It was something deeper, an unexplainable longing to always be by his side. But it didn't matter anymore. She was about to die. Strangely, as death loomed closer, a single thought of gratitude crossed her mind. Thank goodness he wasn't here. If he had stayed, he would have been in danger too. That was a fate she couldn't bear to imagine. But just as her thoughts were settling, a sharp sound, like the tearing of fabric, ripped through the air. Sumolei's eyes widened. A blinding sword light pierced the sky, cleaving through the despair hanging over the battlefield. And within that radiant light, a figure emerged. Bloodied, battered, and barely standing, yet unmistakable. It was him. Her brother. Her hero. Her entire world. No, stop. Please, stop coming here. Panic and fear distorted Sumolei's previously calm demeanor. She could feel it, an ominous, unbearable truth. But Sushi kept moving forward. As always, he came to her side when she needed him most. It hurts. It hurts so much. Your consciousness wavers under the overwhelming pain, but you cling to one thought: protect your sister. You return to the Heavenly Sword Sect, now a shattered battlefield. You see blood, broken bodies, and the ruins of your once proud section. You see her, surrounded and outnumbered. Without hesitation, you grip your wooden sword and charge into battle. The battlefield was chaos. Sushi's body, already on the brink of collapse, was drenched in blood. His flesh was torn, his bones shattered, yet he pressed on, swinging his sword with relentless determination. The nascent soul mana within the wooden sword surged with power, allowing him to bisect a late-stage golden core realm cultivator in a single strike. But the retaliation came swiftly. A demonic cultivator severed one of Sushi's feet. He's Sushi, the #1 true disciple of Heavenly Sword Sect. Everyone, kill him together. Terrified, the demonic cultivators banded together, their combined attacks raining down on Sushi. Brother! Sumolei screamed, her voice breaking with desperation. She attacked the formation around her, but her power wasn't enough. All she could do was watch as Sushi fell again and again, only to rise each time with a stubborn resolve. No, please stop. Another flash of sword light tore through the air. 4 more golden core cultivators fell, but Sushi paid the price. His legs were now completely gone. Unable to stand, he crawled forward with his remaining arm, leaving a trail of blood-soaked earth behind him. The sight was monstrous. Even the demonic cultivators hesitated, unsure whether they were fighting a man or a ghost. But their fear wasn't enough to stop them. They attacked again. This time, Sushi's body was burned black, and he lost his left arm entirely. Yet he continued. No, don't do this. I'm just a burden. Why? Sumolei collapsed, tears streaming down her face. She watched helplessly as her brother, his body broken beyond recognition, dragged himself forward with one remaining arm. Finally, he reached the formation that trapped her. With the last ounce of his strength, with the final trace of mana left in his body, Sushi raised his wooden sword and shattered the formation. His charred lips moved silently, but Sumolei understood. Brother is here to save you, Emoli. Brother never lied to you. With that, Sushi's body crumbled into ash, dissolving into the wind. There was no time to save him. There was no chance to say goodbye. Sumolei could only kneel there, her mouth open in a silent scream, her soul drowning in despair. You are dead. End of simulation. At the last moment of your simulated life, you successfully saved your sister through your own efforts. Your heart is at peace, and you die without regrets. Although your heavenly spirit roots mean your future should have held limitless possibilities, you feel no regret. You believe you made the right choice. The simulation ends, and the system begins calculating your wonderful moments. Simulation evaluation calculation in progress. Simulation rewards are being generated. The host consciousness returns. Simulation cooldown countdown begins. The familiar ceiling. Sushi felt as if he'd been thrown into a washing machine and spun dozens of times. His mind buzzed as he awoke, finding himself back in the real world. He was seated in his wheelchair, semi-reclined, staring at the white ceiling above. Looking down, Sushi saw the book he had held before starting the simulation. Its cover was clean, untouched by dust, as if no time had passed. After spending so many years in the simulation world, has nothing changed here? This must be what they call a paused timeline. Relief washed over him. If time had flowed equally in both worlds, his sudden disappearance would have made him a missing person in the real world. Ding, ding, ding. The simulator began emitting beeping sounds, processing the rewards from his first simulation. Sushi ignored it. He moved his wheelchair to the bed, using his arms to lift himself onto it. Each movement was a struggle, but he managed to lie down and close his eyes. He was utterly drained. Though his simulated body had perished, his mental exhaustion remained, weighing heavily on him. So he decided to rest. Half asleep, Sushi thought he heard the sound of rain outside the house. Heavy rain poured down, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. The water seemed to wash over the entire Heavenly Sword Sect, diluting even the thick stench of blood in the air. The storm raged, splashing water everywhere. But the girl remained motionless. Kneeling in the rain, Sumolei stared blankly at the ground, her hands clutching at the mud as if trying to grasp something. Yet, under the relentless rain, everything slipped through her fingers. She held onto a single remnant, a tattered piece of cloth, the only relic left behind by her brother. Once pristine white, it was now stained black with blood, impervious even to the rain's cleansing. The girl knelt silently, gripping the bloodied cloth tightly. No matter how much she wished otherwise, no matter how much she refused to believe it, the searing pain in her chest, the unbearable regret, and the overwhelming hatred made one truth undeniable. Her brother was gone. The brother who lit fires to warm her in winter. The brother who spent long days earning money to buy her sweets. The brother who stayed by her side when she was unconscious and frail. He was gone. And he wasn't coming back. This wasn't a temporary goodbye but an eternal farewell. A strangled cry rose from her throat, but no tears came. Her eyes were dry, yet the grief in her heart was immeasurable. For the first time in her life, Sumolei wanted to die. But even that thought felt like a betrayal. Her brother had sacrificed everything to save her. If she gave up now, it would render his death meaningless. So, instead of giving in, Sumolei let the despair consume her. The sound of battle raged on outside. The righteous sects had arrived to assist, joining forces with the remaining cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Sect to repel the demonic cultivators. The demonic forces, overwhelmed, fled in panic. None of this mattered to Sumolei. Neither righteousness nor evil concerned her anymore. As the fighting continued, she heard snippets of conversation. Damn it, these righteous hypocrites came so quickly. The plan failed. Retreat now. Haha, it doesn't matter. We've killed 3 nascent soul realm cultivators this time, including that so-called Sushi. That monster killed over a dozen golden core realm cultivators by himself. Luckily, he died in the end. A genius? Just a lucky fool. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Unforgivable? Hatred surged within her like a roaring inferno. Her body trembled as she stood, tears streaming down her face. Her expression was an eerie mix of laughter and sorrow. She picked up the blood-stained cloth and used it to tie her hair back. Her black hair flowed like a banner of vengeance. With her brother's wooden sword in hand, Sumolei stepped into the rain. The girl who once cried and laughed became a figure of wrath and despair. With one swing of the sword, the heavens trembled. With another, the world seemed to weep. Her murderous intent became her path. She broke through the bottleneck of Foundation Establishment realm in an instant and condensed her golden core with pure hatred. Her enemies, golden core cultivators and nascent soul realm cultivators alike, fell before her blade. I'll make you all pay. I'll bury you with my brother. The girl's voice carried both laughter and tears as she cut through her enemies. Each swing of the wooden sword unleashed devastation. Some demonic cultivators tried to rally, declaring they could defeat her as they had defeated her brother. But their words barely left their lips before they were silenced. One by one, they fell, unable to escape the sword light that pursued them relentlessly. Those who witnessed the scene trembled. Even righteous cultivators, arriving to help, froze in fear at the sight of the corpses strewn across the battlefield. Broken limbs and shattered weapons littered the ground, forming a gruesome mosaic of death. Blood mixed with rain, creating a crimson deluge. And at the center of it all stood Sumolei, alone, atop a mountain of corpses, surrounded by a sea of blood. After eliminating all the demonic cultivators who invaded the Heavenly Sword sect, Sumolei finally felt a fleeting moment of relief from the despair consuming her heart. She scanned her surroundings. The belated reinforcements from the righteous sects had arrived, yet no one dared meet her gaze. Even the disciples of Heavenly Sword sect, her acquaintances, retreated a few steps, their fear palpable. What was this gaze? Anger? Sadness? No, it was something far more extreme, a hollow void where everything had been completely lost. This emptiness radiated from her, sending chills through anyone who dared look at her. At this moment, she no longer appeared human. She was like a living dead body, utterly devoid of vitality. Without sparing a glance at anyone, Sumolei sheathed her sword, took to the air, and flew back to Heavenly Sword sect. Brother, what really happened 3 years ago? The question haunted her thoughts. She wasn't foolish. After avenging her brother, she began to piece together a realization. If Sushi truly saw her as a burden, there was no way he would have rushed to her rescue so coincidentally. This meant that, all along, he had been silently watching over her. But if that were true, why had he left so coldly? Why had he severed all ties and abandoned her, leaving her to fend for herself? These doubts gnawed at her mind as she flew toward Forest Sword Peak. If anyone could give her the answers, it would be her and her brother's master, Li Wanshao. Before long, Sumolei found the old man resting and recovering from his injuries after the war. She recounted everything that had transpired, from her brother's sudden departure to his sacrificial return. Li Wanshao listened in silence for a long time. Finally, he let out a deep sigh. That's all, that's all. What's the point of hiding it now? His gaze fell upon the blood-stained wooden sword in Sumolei's hand. Stroking his beard, he shook his head and began to speak. The old master revealed the truth. Sushi had sacrificed everything, his life, his cultivation, and his spiritual roots to create an external spiritual root and save Sumolei. To prevent her from discovering the cost of his actions, he had chosen to leave without a word. The revelation hit Sumolei like a thunderbolt. Her mind reeled. She couldn't fathom the depth of her brother's sacrifice. A disease that had plagued her for 7 years. And the price of her recovery had been her brother's everything. He had burned his life, his cultivation, and his spiritual roots. Even on the brink of death, he had dragged his shattered body to save her one last time. Sumolei's pupils quivered violently. Images of her brother's tragic final moments replayed in her mind, each scene amplifying her pain and despair. It hurt. The pain tore through her body, twisting her insides like a relentless vice. Her stomach churned, her chest tightened, and her eyes burned. But no tears came. She looked down at her hands, feeling as though they were drenched in blood, her brother's blood. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If not for her, her brother would still be alive. He would still be the prodigy admired by all, basking in the glory of his achievements. Instead, he was gone. No remains left behind. Yes, it was her fault. She was a burden, a sinner stained with her brother's blood. Brother. Overwhelmed by guilt, Sumolei left Forest Sword Peak in despair. She returned to the cave where she and her brother had lived together for 12 years. Desperately, she searched every corner, hoping to find something, anything that her brother had left behind. Finally, after a long and frantic search, she discovered a small storage ring. Inside was a treasure trove of cultivation materials, resources painstakingly gathered by Sushi. But Sumolei didn't care about the value of the materials. What mattered to her was that these were remnants of her brother, items imbued with his presence. In the days that followed, Sumolei locked herself in the cave. She ignored the sect's summons and neglected her cultivation. Instead, she spent her days in the deepest room of the cave. She emptied the contents of the storage ring, surrounding herself with the items her brother had left behind. It felt as though, by doing so, she could recreate the warmth of his presence. Among the many items, one stood out. It was neither a precious treasure nor a cultivation resource. It was a jar of candy. The jar was filled to the brim with brightly colored sweets. This is. Sumolei's dull eyes lit up faintly as she held the jar in her trembling hands. She picked out a piece of candy and placed it in her mouth. The taste was familiar, but not quite right. It was stale, its flavor diminished by time. No, the candy wasn't too old, it was that she had found it too late. Fresh tears streamed down her face. If she had discovered the jar earlier, perhaps she could have savored its sweetness while it was still fresh. But she hadn't. She was too useless, so useless that she hated herself. I must atone. I must bring my brother back, no matter the cost. Her voice was filled with both sorrow and unyielding determination. The next day, Sumolei vanished from Heavenly Sword Sect without a word. Rumors soon spread. Some claimed to have seen her in Blackstone City, moving a wooden house with great spiritual chi, shedding blood and tears. Others spoke of her exploits in a heritage cave, where she reached the nascent soul realm and slew a god transformation realm cultivator with brutal efficiency. The tales of her vengeance shook the cultivation world. She slaughtered demonic cultivators with such ferocity that they were nearly driven to extinction. Even tribulation-level demonic giants could not stop her. Eventually, Sumolei broke through to the tribulation realm herself. With a single swing of her wooden sword, she obliterated the tribulation realm demon and the sect that had supported him. Her legend grew beyond the mortal realm. When the lower world could no longer contain her, Sumolei ascended. She forced open the heavenly gate, defying the laws of ascension, and stormed into the immortal realm. How dare a mortal enter the immortal realm uninvited? Bow before the immortal emperor, or your name shall be carved on the death monument. But Sumolei cared for none of it. With her wooden sword in hand, she cut down all who stood in her way. Her ferocity earned her the title of Immortal Killer, a name that resounded across both the mortal and immortal realms. Even the aloof immortal emperor eventually fell to her blade. Brother, I can finally make up for my mistakes. The heavens quaked. The boundary sea surged. No one could tell how many years had passed. Murderous intent pierced through the flow of time itself, as a cold, peerless figure emerged from the immortal world, clutching a blood-stained wooden sword. Sumolei took a single step, entering the river of time. The immense pressure of her power caused the currents, which represented the past, present, and future, to churn violently. Water droplets, each carrying the weight of a small world, were flung into the sky. Buzz. With a gentle raise of her delicate hand, Sumolei caused time to reverse. The flow of years bent to her will, and history began to rewrite itself under her supreme power. How many years had passed since her brother's death? Sumolei no longer remembered. All she knew was that from the moment she lost her brother, she had lived only for one purpose, to resurrect him. Driven by this obsession, she trained relentlessly. Finally, she reached a realm beyond the immortal emperor, the highest level ever attained. Now, she wielded power that defied causality and rewrote the fabric of time itself. At last, she would save her brother. The thought brought a rare smile to her face. Boom, boom. The long river of time resisted her intrusion. Undeterred, her jade-like hand reached upstream, isolating a familiar small world from the countless droplets. It was the world where she and her brother had once lived. Time materialized into vivid imagery. Sumolei watched as the scenes unfolded, her brother raising her as a child with unyielding kindness and patience. She saw herself at 17, frail and dying, saved by her brother at the cost of his own life. Brother. Her whisper was soft, carrying the weight of countless emotions. She reached out, her fingers trembling with power, trying to pluck her brother's existence from the past and bring him back to her side. But, with a crisp pop, the image shattered like a fragile bubble. Her fingers passed through the figure of Sushi without causing the slightest ripple. No, that's impossible. Panic surged through her. She tried again, reaching for other elements of the past. Objects, memories, places all obeyed her command. The barriers of time bent to her power, but not her brother. Again and again. No matter how many times she tried, she could only see Sushi, alive in the past, but could never touch him. It was like chasing the moon's reflection in water or reaching for flowers in a mirror. Visible, yet infinitely distant. Why? Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this. Why won't you give me a chance to make things right? Eventually, Sumolei stopped. She realized the truth: she could never bring her brother back. Staring at the memories frozen in time, she cried for the first time in eons. Her tears were silent, but the sorrow behind them was deafening. They fell into the river of time, resisting its current, solidifying into eternal, unyielding drops. Brother, I'm sorry. Curling into herself, the woman who had surpassed all realms and creatures withdrew into darkness, seeking refuge from the unchangeable truth. When Sushi opened his eyes, warm sunlight pierced through the darkness. Unlike his previous awakenings in the simulated world of cultivation, this time, he found himself in his room in the real world. It feels like I had the longest dream. The sunlight streamed through the windows, lighting up every corner of the room. Sushi sat up in his wheelchair, looking around. He felt exhausted, despite having slept for over 10 hours. The simulation had pushed his mental endurance to its absolute limit. I wonder how Emily fared after I died. With her talent, I'm sure she'll be fine, but the thought of never seeing her again feels oddly painful. He sighed, catching the sunlight in his palm. The warmth soothed him as he tried to shake off the lingering melancholy. In truth, Sushi was a recluse, especially after losing the use of his legs. The simulation had been a stark contrast, allowing him to experience 17 years of a normal life. He was content with that. But the memory of Emily's tear-streaked face as he died in the simulation weighed heavily on his heart. Ding! The familiar sound of the simulator interrupted his thoughts. Simulation statistics complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving the following titles: Hero of 1 person, Revolutionary of 4 arts, Untimely death, and the man behind him. Hero of one person, to her, you are the only hero and the light in her heart. Revolutionary of 4 arts, your innovations in the 4 arts of immortal cultivation have laid the foundation for a revolution, though you never lived to see it. Untimely death, your future held boundless potential, but it was cut short too soon. The man behind him, while your presence seemed insignificant, you indirectly catalyzed the rise of a being that reshaped the world. Sushi blinked. The first 3 titles made sense, but the 4th one baffled him. The man behind him. Based on the description, it seems to refer to Emily, Sushi mused. Looks like she became someone truly extraordinary after I died. Relieved, his worry for Emily eased. Simulation summary: despite possessing heavenly spirit roots, you squandered your talent and remained at the golden elixir realm. Your potential was wasted. However, your sacrifice set the stage for monumental events. Across the multiverse, you are remembered as that man. Final evaluation, S-. Simulation rewards are being generated. Please select 3 of the following rewards to claim. 1 peak cultivation achieved in the simulation. 2 all Taoism mastered in the simulation. 3 wood-aligned heavenly spiritual root. 4 a storage ring filled with cultivation resources. 5 a jar of candy that will never expire. Sushi stared at the list, his mind spinning with choices. The simulator thoughtfully provided a detailed explanation for each reward, helping Sushi better assess the benefits of each option. For instance, the peak cultivation reward in option 1. By choosing it, Sushi could instantly acquire the golden elixir cultivation realm from the simulation. This would grant him immediate self-defense capabilities in the real world, sparing him the agony of starting anew from the chi refining realm. With an S evaluation, I can select 3 rewards. It seems that for lower evaluations, the number of rewards would decrease, or the quality would significantly drop. This means that future simulations must aim for high evaluations. Sushi contemplated this deeply as his gaze alternated between the 5 rewards. Quickly, he decided on the first 2, peak cultivation and heavenly spiritual root. Choosing the peak cultivation reward allowed him to skip years of effort, reaching the golden elixir realm in an instant. Meanwhile, the heavenly spiritual root ensured greater potential for future progress, both critical for his current needs. The 3rd reward, however, gave him pause. His eyes lingered on the last option, a sugar jar, seemingly unremarkable compared to the others. It was just an ordinary jar filled with simple candies. Sushi recognized it immediately. He had bought it from a mortal market and left it in his storage ring as an apology to cheer up his sister. Now, it had reappeared among the rewards, marked with a peculiar note, never expires again. So, it expired once before. Sushi's expression turned complicated. It seems Emily was so upset with me that she never even opened it. With a faint sigh, he chose the sugar jar as his final reward. Cultivation techniques could be relearned, resources could be reacquired, and power could be regained over time. But the candy, however ordinary, was irreplaceable, a memento of a bond with someone he would never meet again. Ding! Reward selection completed. Distribution in progress. As the light curtain of the simulator refreshed, Sushi immediately felt a surge of energy course through his body. The sensation of power he had once experienced in the simulated world flooded him again. The spiritual energy of the chi refining realm and foundation establishment realm condensed rapidly, forming a flawless golden elixir within him. At the same time, the heavenly spiritual root rooted itself in his core, enhancing his affinity for cultivation. Lastly, the sugar jar materialized in his hands. It was a simple cylindrical ceramic jar, its light cyan glaze faintly reflective. Removing the lid revealed an assortment of candies, soft candies, halva candies, hard candies, and others. Sushi couldn't help but smile as memories of Black Rock City resurfaced. Back then, the siblings had lived in poverty, and he could only afford cheap sweets for Emily. For this last jar, however, he had been meticulous, filling it with every kind of candy he could find. It's a pity, the candy waited, but the one it was meant for never touched it. Setting the jar gently on his bedside table, Sushi adjusted its position to keep it out of direct sunlight. Taking a deep breath, he began circulating the golden elixir within him for the first time in reality. The gentle spiritual energy coursed through his veins, a comforting sensation of vitality. And with the heavenly spiritual root now integrated, his natal magical ability, wood reincarnation, activated. This power could regenerate severed limbs, heal wounds, and restore vitality. It works, as expected. Excitement welled up within him as he tested his ability to channel the spiritual energy around him into mana reserves. Then, he directed this mana to his lame legs. A faint sizzling sound filled the air as vitality flowed into his legs, mending old injuries and reshaping muscles and tendons. Moments later, Sushi tried standing. His legs moved effortlessly, bearing his weight without hesitation. He took a step, then another, before breaking into a light jog. Every movement was smooth, natural, and free of pain. Finally, after all this time, in the privacy of his room, Sushi couldn't contain his joy. He laughed, his voice carrying a mixture of relief and elation. For years, he had been bound by his disability, reliant on others for even the simplest tasks. Now, with his legs healed, a new chapter of his life was beginning. As his excitement settled, Sushi took note of the simulator's interface. On the light blue virtual panel visible only to him, a line of text caught his attention. Simulation cooldown, 9,999 days and 6 hours. After a moment of calculation, He deduced that the simulator naturally restored one simulation every 10,000 days, a daunting figure. Fortunately, there was an alternative. Recharge Anchor Media to obtain new simulation opportunities. Hosts are encouraged to recharge and create a better future. Ignoring the promotional tone, Sushi focused on the term Anchor Media. Anchor, Media. Sounds like something related to positioning, he mused. After asking the simulator a few clarifying questions, he confirmed that Anchor Media were real-world items. For now, he wasn't in a hurry. The first simulation had provided him with more than enough to digest. Future simulations could wait. Sushi decided to focus on consolidating his newfound strength. He planned to rebuild his combat power to its peak golden elixir stage, then explore the rapidly changing world outside, a world transformed by the resurgence of spiritual energy. With mobility restored, the once confining walls of his home no longer held him back. Now, the real world awaited him. For Sushi, it was the start of a journey toward a brighter, limitless future. The revival of spiritual energy, the return of myths, the awakening of extraordinary abilities, the evolution of humanity. People gave this new era different names, but one consensus remained. It all began with the catastrophe 5 years ago. That disaster shattered humanity's dream of becoming the undisputed ruler of Earth. Strange phenomena, mythical entities, and supernatural powers began appearing in the real world, causing widespread chaos and destruction. Even now, these anomalies sporadically occur, reminding people of the world's new reality. However, this calamity also opened a door. Humans began to harness extraordinary powers. Those fortunate enough or with exceptional talent could rise rapidly, becoming powerful figures almost overnight. 5 years later, the presence of extraordinary individuals had become routine, with laws formally outlining their rights and responsibilities. Some envied them, thinking they were superior beings. Others pitted them, noting the high mortality rates among extraordinary people. But there's no doubt, Sushi mused, that this is a magnificent era filled with infinite possibilities. Half a month had passed. Sushi, now skilled in his deist techniques thanks to his simulated memories, ventured out on his 2 fully healed legs for the first time in 5 years. He strolled along the streets, observing the bustling city. Tai Chi Baizai shop, telekinesis haircutting salon, fighting horse vocational training school. The signs on both sides of the street reflected Earth's unique blend of tradition and extraordinary innovation. Sushi couldn't help but feel momentarily dazed. The technological tree of humanity had completely twisted in just 5 years, with supernatural influences shaping every aspect of life. Even so, most of the population remained ordinary. Many businesses used extraordinary-sounding names just for marketing purposes. Genuine extraordinary individuals usually joined the Extraordinary Coordination Bureau, enjoying privileges and resources while fulfilling responsibilities assigned by the government. Maybe I should join the Coordination Bureau too, Sushi thought. There's a branch nearby, isn't there? Walking along the street, he bought a steaming bun for breakfast. It had a thin skin, a juicy filling, and came with a complimentary bowl of sweet tofu pudding. Practicing cultivation isn't just about fighting and killing, he reflected. It's about living in harmony with the world. He contemplated his options as he enjoyed his breakfast. With my golden core stage strength, the Bureau will likely take me seriously. Through their channels, I might even find the so-called anchor point medium. If not, I can at least use their resources to further my cultivation. With this decision, Sushi finished his meal and searched for the nearest Coordination Bureau branch on his phone. After locking in the location, he set out. Although advancements in transportation had made travel faster since the advent of extraordinary energy sources, Sushi enjoyed walking. Mana coursing through his body kept him energized, and for the first time in years, he felt the joy of moving freely. He strolled for over 2 hours, pausing to admire new buildings and watch taxis powered by hybrid magical and spiritual energy. By noon, he arrived at his destination. The Yanshan City Extraordinary Management Bureau branch was an imposing structure, towering like a mountain with an aura of mystery surrounding it. Impressive, Sushi remarked. It's only fitting for a gathering place of extraordinary beings to have such strong defenses. He stepped inside, entering a vast space teeming with activity. Passages intertwined, and people bustled about. Unsure of where to go, Sushi approached a staff member carrying a thick folder and asked, "Excuse me, where can I register as an extraordinary individual?" The man smiled warmly. "You're here for registration? I'm headed that way. Follow me." As they walked, the staff member asked curiously, "So, what kind of extraordinary power do you have? Did you awaken it yourself?" "I'd say I'm an immortal cultivator," Sushi replied with a smile. "I was lucky enough to inherit a legacy while sleeping at home." The staff member's eyes widened with envy. "You're kidding, right? That's incredible. Not only are you extraordinary, but you're cultivating immortality? That's what everyone dreams of." In this era, extraordinary powers ranged from fantasy to martial arts, magic, and more. Yet among them, immortal cultivation held a special allure, rooted deeply in cultural imagination. The staff member was evidently an ardent fan, looking at Sushi with admiration. "Ahem," Sushi said, downplaying his abilities. "I've just started on the path. There's still a long way to go before I can call myself an immortal." The staff member nodded, though the awe in his eyes didn't fade. As they neared the registration room, a sudden commotion broke out. Screams and roars echoed through the corridor. "Move aside," someone shouted. A foundation-building tiger demon has escaped. The beast, with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws, barreled through the hallway, smashing walls and scattering the crowd in panic. Even extraordinary individuals hesitated to confront it. Without hesitation, Sushi stepped forward. He extended his hand, and with a faint bang, an invisible cage of compressed air pinned the tiger demon to the ground. The once rampaging creature now lay motionless, subdued with ease. The staff member stared, dumbfounded. Is this what you call weak strength? Under normal circumstances, the registration process for extraordinary individuals was lengthy and complex. It involved a series of official checks to verify the existence of extraordinary powers, classify the individual's abilities, and determine their rank and benefits. However, every rule has its exceptions. In full view of everyone, Sushi effortlessly subdued a foundation-building realm monster with a single hand. The sheer oppressive power he displayed left everyone present in stunned silence, too shocked to even gasp. Moments later, Sushi was respectfully escorted to the branch director's office. Someone brought him a cup of hot tea, politely informing him that the director would arrive shortly. Well, that saved me quite a bit of time, Sushi mused, taking a sip of tea as he sat on the soft leather chair. He didn't mind following the rules and completing the registration process step by step, but skipping straight to the end was undeniably better. After all, who enjoys wasting time? With his eyes closed, Sushi reflected on the earlier events. The foundation-building realm monster escaped, yet the local authorities couldn't handle it immediately. And judging by their attitude toward me, it's clear that golden core cultivators or those at that level are still rare in the real world. At least, that seems to be the case in Yunshan City. This realization gave Sushi a clearer understanding of his standing in the current era. After about 10 minutes, the door opened, and a middle-aged man with a square face entered hurriedly, his excitement barely contained. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Mr. Su, the man said warmly. I'm Jang Yaokuo, director of the Extraordinary Control Bureau of Yunshan City. Sushi stood and extended his hand, shaking Jang Yaokuo's firmly. A pleasure to meet you, Director Jang. I'm Sushi. The middle-aged man's expression visibly relaxed. As the head of the local bureau, Jang Yaokuo had dealt with many arrogant and difficult individuals over the years, people who let their extraordinary abilities inflate their egos. When he heard that a golden core level cultivator had come to join the bureau, Jang was both excited and apprehensive about what kind of person Sushi might be. Now, seeing Sushi's polite demeanor, Jang realized there was a real opportunity for fruitful cooperation. Please, have a seat, Mr. Su. Both men sat across from each other at the large, dark desk. Director Jang took a moment to compose himself, his tone becoming formal and professional. I've been briefed on the events earlier. On behalf of the Yunshan City Bureau, I want to express our gratitude for your assistance in subduing the escaped monster. He paused briefly, then continued. I've also heard that you're interested in joining the Bureau. If that's the case, I'll need to ask you a few routine questions. I am, Sushi confirmed. Feel free to ask whatever you need. Zhang's excitement grew. In the 5 years since the revival of spiritual energy, the nation had produced many powerful individuals. However, most of them were claimed by other branches, with the capital's central bureau taking the lion's share. This left regional branches like Yunshan's with limited resources. It was no wonder the escaped foundation-building tiger demon had caused such chaos. There simply weren't enough capable people to handle it. The prospect of a golden core cultivator joining the bureau was a game-changer. First question, Jang began, how did you awaken your abilities? I was sleeping at home when I suddenly received the inheritance of an immortal cultivator, Sushi replied calmly. Overnight, I broke through and condensed a golden core. Zhang's eyes widened slightly. That's extraordinary luck. Do you know anything about the immortal cultivator? Only that he was from a sect called the Heavenly Sword Sect. I don't know much else, Sushi admitted. Understood, Jang said, nodding. One final question, could you demonstrate your golden core cultivation? Of course. Sushi extended his hand, allowing the golden energy of his core to circulate. The aura of his golden core radiated, a bright golden light filling the room. It was accompanied by the unmistakable manifestation of his natal magical power. There was no room for doubt. The golden light, the energy of the core, and the unique power of a golden core cultivator left Jang completely convinced. A genuine golden core realm cultivator. Zhang's face lit up with joy. With all his concerns dispelled, Jang quickly moved on to discuss the terms of Sushi's membership, including compensation and potential responsibilities. The offered package was generous, a monthly salary of 300,000 Chinese coins, with additional rewards for completing tasks or engaging in official collaborations. Moreover, members gained access to the Extraordinary House, a secure marketplace exclusively for extraordinary individuals. Transactions in the Extraordinary House required points, a unique currency earned through bureau contributions. Golden core cultivators like Sushi received 1,000 points monthly, which could be used to exchange for cultivation resources, information, or other valuable items. The Extraordinary House points are far more valuable than the salary, Sushi thought. The arrangement suited him perfectly. It was a mutually beneficial partnership. He provided his strength, and the bureau provided resources. After formally signing the contract and registering his information, Sushi officially became a member of the Yunshan City Extraordinary Management Bureau. Director Zhang's joy was evident. Ha ha ha, we're colleagues now, Mr. Su, he said warmly. Your presence will make things much easier for us. No more frequent requests for assistance from the Central Bureau. He continued, the first month's salary and points will be credited to your account shortly. And, as a token of appreciation for suppressing the Foundation building tiger demon, I'd like to present you with this. Jang handed Sushi a small storage ring. Curious, Sushi examined its contents and raised an eyebrow. The items inside were unexpectedly generous. Suppressing a grin, he said, Director Jang, you're too kind. This reward. I'll make good use of it. Haha, Brother Su, you're too modest. It's nothing compared to your talents. The two exchanged smiles, their laughter filling the office as they solidified their new alliance. After discussing his membership in the Extraordinary Control Bureau, Sushi didn't leave immediately. Instead, he lingered in Director Jang Yaokuo's office to learn more about extraordinary beings and the revival of spiritual energy. As the subdirector of the General Administration Bureau, Jang undoubtedly knew far more than Sushi about the subject. Spiritual energy revival. Sushi asked as sunlight streamed into the office, casting a faint glow on Zhang's face. The middle-aged man sighed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Sushi, how much do you know about the catastrophe 5 years ago? Not much, Sushi admitted. I only know that extraordinary creatures appeared overnight, causing immense destruction worldwide. I was one of the survivors, Jang said with a wry smile. If I hadn't been lucky enough to make it through, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Sushi was mildly surprised. I didn't expect you to have experienced that firsthand, Director Jang. Perhaps it's fate surviving a disaster often comes with blessings, doesn't it? It might even explain why you're such a pivotal figure now. Jang chuckled briefly before continuing. Most people remember the cataclysm just as you do. They recall the sudden appearance of extraordinary creatures and the dawn of human awakening to extraordinary powers. It's remarkable how things that once only existed in fantasies and legends became real overnight. That's why this era is often called the Age of Spiritual Energy Revival. But then Zhang's smile faded. However, the word revival isn't entirely accurate, he said bitterly. Those creatures, those abilities, they were never native to Earth. It's not so much a revival as it is an invasion. Invasion. Sushi's expression darkened. He had considered many possibilities about the truth, but hearing Zhang's explanation still unsettled him. Are you saying those extraordinary creatures are intentionally invading us? Jang shook his head. Not necessarily. In my past missions, I've encountered some extraordinary creatures capable of communication, even humans from other worlds. Many seemed as confused about their presence on Earth as we were. He continued, it's not just creatures appearing here. Entire landscapes, unique species, and valuable extraordinary resources from other worlds have materialized as well. These resources are part of why the Control Bureau has developed so rapidly. Zhang's expression grew complex. On one hand, he resented the changes this invasion had wrought on the Earth he once knew. On the other hand, he couldn't deny that these extraordinary changes had propelled humanity into an unprecedented era of progress. Whether it's an invasion or a revival, Jang concluded, it doesn't matter much to us. We can't change what's happening. The only thing we can do is grow stronger to protect ourselves and others from the threats that arise. Sushi nodded in agreement. Thank you, Director Jang. This conversation has been truly enlightening. Having learned what he needed, Sushi rose to leave. With a better understanding of spiritual energy revival and his new role in the Control Bureau, he had plenty to think about and many plans to set in motion. Director Jang personally escorted him out, assigning a staff member to guide Sushi and familiarize him with the Bureau's facilities. They toured several key areas, including a secure storage room for items purchased from the Extraordinary House. Many items available there were hazardous to ordinary people, so they were stored at the Bureau for safekeeping until their buyers could collect them. The Bureau also offered training courses for newcomers to help them master their newfound powers. However, these courses were irrelevant to someone like Sushi, who had gained all his knowledge and skills through the simulator. After completing the tour, Sushi left the Bureau and began his walk home. As he walked, he examined the Extraordinary House application on his phone. Everything can be managed remotely, he thought. Buying, selling, searching for information, and even accepting missions all from home. That's incredibly convenient. Satisfied with the app's functionality, Sushi pondered the things he'd learned. So, spiritual energy revival is actually a multi-world invasion? If this continues, the Earth might one day merge with those other worlds. The idea was fascinating yet unsettling. But Sushi soon dismissed the thought with a self-deprecating laugh. Even if it does happen, what can someone like me do? I'm just a lucky guy with a simulator. None of this could possibly have anything to do with me, right? Shaking off the thought, Sushi quickened his pace. Better to get home and see what's inside the storage ring Jang gave me. It might help strengthen my combat abilities. Once my strength stabilizes, I'll start searching for anchor media to initiate another simulation. But as he neared home, the sky darkened abruptly. A light drizzle began to fall, soon turning into a steady rain. The cool, misty air filled his nostrils as droplets splattered on the ground, forming tiny puddles. Sushi initially considered using his spiritual power to shield himself from the rain but decided against it. Instead, he ducked into a nearby store and bought a new umbrella. Opening the umbrella, he continued his walk, listening to the rhythmic tapping of rain on the fabric. I haven't held an umbrella like this in years, he murmured. Not since before the catastrophe. Time flies. As he adjusted the umbrella to shield himself from the rain, Sushi noticed something strange. No matter how carefully he positioned it, his left shoulder always ended up slightly wet. It took him a moment to realize why. His grip unconsciously tilted the umbrella to the right, as though he were trying to protect someone walking beside him. But no one was there. Sushi paused briefly, staring at the empty space beside him. Without correcting his posture, he continued walking, allowing his left shoulder to get wet. Some habits, he realized, were impossible to break. And deep down, he had no desire to change them. Perhaps, in some small corner of his heart, he still hoped for a miracle one he knew would never come. The moment Sushi stepped into his home and set his umbrella aside, a distinct notification chimed from his phone. Your debit card account 9527 received 300,000.00 yuan in Chinese currency today, and the available balance is 323,333.00 yuan. So quick, Sushi muttered, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the message. He hadn't expected such efficiency, though he supposed 300,000 yuan was a trivial amount for a golden core cultivator. For the Extraordinary Control Bureau, it was a matter of protocol to ensure the funds were promptly transferred. Still, Sushi wasn't particularly concerned about money. After changing into clean clothes, he lounged on the sofa, opened the Extraordinary House app, and navigated through its extensive trading network. The sheer variety of items left him impressed. Talismans, martial arts techniques, qi and blood refinement secrets, ghost cultivation manuals, and even the forbidden arts of Hehuan. Then there were enchanted weapons like the meteoric iron bow, holy light enchanted Gatling gun, and sky thunder enhanced armor-piercing bullets. The government certainly knows how to adapt, Sushi mused as he scrolled, marveling at the seamless integration of modern technology and supernatural enhancements. He began focusing on the essentials materials and tools relevant to the four arts of immortal cultivation, alchemy, formations, talismans, and weapon refinement. Each category offered immense potential for enhancing his practice. His mind drifted as he added items to his cart. The Extraordinary House has a recycling feature. If I sell some of the Tianjian sect's secret techniques, I could earn a significant number of points. That would allow me to buy the items and information I need. He planned to utilize his mastery of the four arts to full advantage, aiming to build a self-sustaining system for cultivation, defense, and attack. Why buy finished products when the materials are far cheaper, he reasoned. After all, the prices for finished items in the Extraordinary House were exorbitant compared to raw materials. 5 years of spiritual energy revival is still too short. It's likely the Control Bureau doesn't yet have enough alchemists, formation masters, or talisman artisans to meet demand, he concluded. With that, Sushi methodically purchased materials like red fox eyes, dragon bones, and thundering gold spirit. His shopping spree only ended when his available points ran out. 1,000 points aren't nearly enough, he grumbled, eyeing the tantalizing items he couldn't afford. Beyond the materials for immortal cultivation, there were fascinating products from other supernatural systems, which he also longed to study. Patience, he reminded himself. It's still early. I'll focus on the essentials for now and expand later. Closing the app, Sushi leaned back and began adjusting his breathing. A month passed swiftly. In this time, Sushi adapted to his regained mobility and immersed himself in refining the materials he had purchased. With his skills, he crafted a full set of spirit-gathering arrays, a stockpile of huanglong pills to enhance cultivation speed, and even a horned dragon vine with his wood rebirth ability. The horned dragon vine became the foundation of his nascent magic weapon, the withered vine sword, a blade infused with vitality and lethal precision. Additionally, Sushi produced numerous talismans. Although not as powerful as his direct techniques, these served as a testament to his dedication to refining his craft. Despite joining the Extraordinary Control Bureau, Sushi wasn't overwhelmed with assignments. In the past month, he had only been called upon twice. The first incident involved a mutated raptor from a fantasy world. The enormous beast spread its wings, casting a shadow over half the city. With a single green sword light from the withered vine sword, Sushi split the creature in two, earning 1 million yuan, 500 points, and various valuable materials. The second event was a 100 Ghosts Night Parade, a terrifying phenomenon of spectral entities flooding the city. Sushi's wood-based magic, brimming with vitality, easily dispelled the ghostly horde, earning him 1.5 million yuan and 900 points. After these battles, Sushi couldn't help but remark, money really is just numbers. I don't care about it at all. For Yanshan City, extraordinary disasters were not uncommon. However, most low-threat situations were handled by weaker extraordinary beings, allowing Sushi to reserve his strength for major threats. As Director Jang put it, good steel should be used on the blade. Sushi appreciated the arrangement, as it allowed him to focus on his cultivation without compromising his mission rewards. But you can never have too many points, he mused. I've seen some promising items recently, but I'll need more points to buy them. If completing missions isn't enough, I'll have to turn to the four arts of immortality. Among the four disciplines, alchemy seemed the most lucrative. Immortal pills were highly sought after, not just by cultivators but also by other extraordinary beings, particularly those from fantasy and martial arts systems. Refining and selling pills will be my first step toward financial independence, Sushi decided as he browsed Extraordinary House for alchemical materials. Just as he finalized another large purchase, a notification lit up his phone screen. Urgent message from Jang Yeokuo, danger. Come quickly. After joining the Extraordinary Control Bureau, Sushi learned a significant truth: what descended upon Earth during the spiritual energy revival were not just extraordinary creatures, but fragments of otherworldly realms, bringing alien landscapes and ancient structures. These fragments were officially classified as world ruins. The potential of these world ruins was immense. By studying them, one could uncover secrets of various extraordinary systems and obtain unique treasures. In fact, the diverse array of items in Extraordinary House largely originated from such ruins. However, the emergence of these ruins wasn't always beneficial. Some were fraught with danger, causing destruction and posing significant threats to nearby areas. Sushi now faced one of these particularly perilous situations. It's actually a boundary ruin connected to the immortal cultivation side, Sushi murmured. In the suburbs of Yunshan City, after receiving Jang Yeokuo's urgent message, Sushi arrived swiftly. From a distance, he saw a sky drenched in blood rain, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood faintly visible. The grotesque scene radiated nameless fear and overwhelming dread. The sheer scale of the carnage hinted at countless deaths, leaving behind a Raxhasa ghost realm so haunting it seemed otherworldly. Among the fragmented images, Sushi noticed the clothing of some corpses resembled that of immortal cultivators he recognized. Could the source of this world ruin be the same immortal world I simulated? He wondered before shaking his head. No, not necessarily. There's more than one world of immortality. Observing the ruins further, Sushi turned to Jang Yeokuo, who stood beside him. What's the situation? It's dire, Jang Yeokuo said, his face grave. This boundary ruin emerged an hour ago, and its expansion rate is alarming. If it continues, it will reach Yunshan City soon. He clenched his fists as he continued. I've already requested reinforcements from the General Bureau, but until then, we'll have to handle this ourselves. Jang Yeokuo's voice was heavy with concern. The eerie howls echoing from the ruins, coupled with the sight of endless blood rain and ghostly apparitions, were enough to shake even the bravest hearts. Sushi carefully assessed the situation. The intensian energy emanating from the ruins suggested the presence of malevolent entities, possibly evil spirits or ghost cultivators born from the corpses of immortal cultivators. This isn't going to be easy, Sushi muttered. Although his withered vine sword was effective against ghosts, the sheer scale of the ruins made him question the odds. After a moment of thought, he said, evacuate anyone below the Foundation establishment level. This is too dangerous for them. Only those at or above Foundation establishment can protect themselves here. Jang Yeokuo nodded without hesitation. Understood. You're a Golden Core Realm cultivator and more experienced with the ruins of immortal cultivation. I'll leave this decision to you. Soon, most of the gathered extraordinary individuals dispersed, leaving only those with the strength to face such threats. Among them were Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, innate warriors from the martial arts path, and formal mages from the magical arts. Additionally, Jang Yeokuo summoned Yunshan City's other top combatant, a muscular martial artist named Wang Dali, whose chi and blood martial arts placed him on par with a Golden Core cultivator. Ha ha ha. My super wisdom tells me it's time to use my super strength to save the world. Wang Dali's laughter boomed as he approached Sushi, his towering frame exuding raw power. Long time no see, brother Su. Wang Dali greeted him, flashing a wide grin. Long time no see, Sushi replied with a nod. The two had met several times at the Control Bureau, and Sushi held a favorable impression of Wang Dali's honest and straightforward personality. After a brief rest and ensuring everyone was ready, the team advanced into the ruins under Sushi's lead. As they moved closer, the horrors of the scene became more vivid. The ground was soaked in blood, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Pools of blood reflected the sky, and inside them floated fragments of corpses, mangled flesh, tangled hair, and broken bones embedded in rotting tissue. Some members of the team, overwhelmed by the grotesque sight, began vomiting violently. The mountain of corpses exuded an aura of despair, with faces frozen in expressions of hatred, fear, and anguish. Suddenly, some corpses stirred. Die, die. Horrific voices echoed as the dead rose, their eyes blazing with hatred. Ghostly figures emerged, their malevolent grins targeting the living. Sushi reacted swiftly, his withered vine sword slashing through the air, annihilating the malicious spirits. However, the sight of the corpses stirred a deep unease within him. He crouched and retrieved a piece of blood-soaked clothing from the ground, examining it closely. The design was disturbingly familiar. It matched the attire worn by the demon sect monks he had encountered in his first simulation. Could this be connected to the demon sect? Wang Dali noticed his hesitation. Brother Su, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Let's keep moving, Sushi replied, concealing his suspicions. As they delved deeper into the ruins, the team worked to cleanse the blood and corpses to prevent further contamination of Yunshan City's outskirts. Then Sushi made another startling discovery: a corpse clad in the uniform of the Heavenly Sword sect. The token on its waist confirmed its identity, matching the sect from his simulation. A chilling thought struck him. Is this the battlefield between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Demon sect? Could the source of these world ruins really be the immortal world I simulated? The big handprint that covers the sky. Martial arts, wind-chasing kick. Magic fireball technique. As Sushi and his team ventured deeper into the boundary ruins, the enemies they faced grew stronger and more formidable. The smell of blood filled the air, and brittle bones crunched beneath their steps. Rivers of blood flowed freely, soaking bloated corpses whose faces were beyond recognition. The further they went, the more corpses of demon cult cultivators appeared, often mingled with the remains of Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Sushi's brows furrowed as he took in the scene. Most people know the sensation of dreaming. But regardless of whether it's a sweet dream or a nightmare, dreams always seem fleeting, unreal. Yet now, the simulated memories Sushi had thought were mere illusions were manifesting before his very eyes, embodied in this horrifying boundary ruin. Outrageous. Completely unbelievable. No, I can't jump to conclusions yet, Sushi thought to himself, determination setting in. He needed more evidence to confirm that this boundary ruin originated from the immortal world he once simulated. He turned to Wang Dali, his voice calm but firm. Dali, I need you to handle things here. I'm going in alone to investigate the deeper parts of this ruin. Wang Dali, towering and muscular, gave him a confident grin. Brother Su, are you sure you'll be fine alone? Sushi nodded. Don't worry. Even if things get too dangerous, I can retreat safely. Wang Dali's grin widened, and he flexed his massive arms. Got it? You can count on me to keep things under control. My fists and muscles won't let anyone down. With that, Wang Dali led the other extraordinary individuals to confront the ghost cultivators. His fists thundered as they collided with enemies, his raw strength tearing through the hordes of malevolent spirits with ease. Seeing that the situation was under control, Sushi activated his spiritual power. He stepped onto his withered vine sword and soared into the sky, heading deeper into the heart of the boundary ruins. His mind raced with thoughts, searching for the evidence he needed to confirm his suspicions. Flying alone allowed Sushi to move quickly, and he soon found various signs that pointed to the origin of the ruins. He discovered the corpses of demon cult cultivators, the standard flying swords of Heavenly Sword sect disciples, and familiar storage bags. It's true. Hovering in the blood-soaked sky, Sushi activated a magic barrier around himself to repel the falling blood rain. Looking at the evidence, he fell into deep thought. This boundary ruin really does originate from the immortal world I simulated. But how? How is this even possible? The simulated world had always seemed like a fabricated reality, a place he believed could never exist. Yet, here it was, colliding with the real world in the form of a boundary ruin. The impossibility of the situation weighed heavily on Sushi. He remembered the simulator had never explicitly claimed the simulated world was false. His assumption had been just that, an assumption. Then, Emily, she's real too, Sushi murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. She's alive, or at least she was. Could she have survived this war? He took a deep breath and refocused. The mystery of the boundary ruins' origin would have to wait. Right now, his priority was to find out more about the events that had unfolded here and ensure the ruin didn't continue to spread. He flew higher, carving a path through the ghost cultivators and remnants of demon cult cultivators with his withered vine sword. His talismans flared with power, disintegrating anything that dared to block his way. At last, he reached the top of the mountain of corpses. There, standing at the peak, was a lone figure. Her back was turned to him, but her presence was overwhelming. Blood dripped from her sword, forming crimson streams that merged into the rivers below. Broken limbs and shattered bones surrounded her, a testament to the carnage she had unleashed. Sushi's breath caught in his throat. Something about her was terrifying yet hauntingly familiar. Before he could retreat, the figure turned to face him. It was a young woman. Her blood-streaked face broke into a radiant smile as she softly said, "Found you, brother." Her voice struck a chord deep within Sushi. His body froze, unable to move as she approached. Each step she took sent shivers down his spine. "Emily," Sushi whispered, his voice trembling. She reached out, her blood-stained hands gently wrapping around him. Her embrace tightened, and her voice echoed in his ears, full of emotion. "Brother, I won't lose you again." Her words carried an indescribable weight. Sushi wanted to respond, but before he could, the girl before him disintegrated into countless shimmering light particles. They floated into the air, leaving behind only a single crystalline teardrop. The teardrop drifted into Sushi's hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Eternal Teardrops. Eternal Tears. Item introduction: his sorrow, his tears, his mourning, his hurt, his hatred, and his regret are all gathered here. Item effect: the effect of spiritual energy practice is increased tenfold. The speed of improvement of the 4 arts of immortality is increased tenfold. The power of Taoism is increased tenfold. The perception of heaven and earth is increased tenfold. The effect of swordsmanship is increased tenfold. The effect of supernatural powers is increased tenfold, and it damages evil spirits and outsiders. Increased tenfold. The body protecting aura is refreshed once a day and can withstand a full blow at the immortal emperor level. Refresh the life machine once a day, automatically heal all injuries of the body, and slightly increase lifespan. Usage requirements: only you, only you. The light red, drop-shaped crystal slid into Sushi's palm. Delicate to the touch, its surface was bright, akin to a little girl's affectionate caress or a young girl's regretful tears. It was cool at first but warmed as he rubbed it gently. Teardrops, whose tears? The answer was obvious. Sushi lowered his head, staring at the eternal teardrop, his mind racing with confusion. Why had the girl's figure appeared in the ruins? Why had it turned into these eternal teardrops? And after his death in the simulated world, what had happened to Sumolei to create such a horrific scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood? The questions were endless, and the more he thought about them, the more tangled his thoughts became. Suddenly, the teardrop glowed faintly, as if responding to his thoughts. A sequence of emotions unfolded within its light, revealing the story after Sushi's death. It was a cloudy day with heavy rain. The girl, devastated after witnessing her brother's death, knelt in despair on the land where he had vanished, hoping for a miracle. But no miracle came. Instead, she heard the scorn and curses of others directed at her brother. Her face crumbled with anguish, her heart wrenched in pain, and her breaths grew shallow. Consumed by extreme hatred, the girl broke down, tears mixing with the rain as she tied her blood-stained hair with a cloth and grasped a wooden sword. She moved with mechanical precision, her exhausted body seemingly endless in energy, driven purely by hatred. She slaughtered her brother's enemies relentlessly. Demon cultivators, whether Jindan or Nascent soul realm, fell beneath her wooden blade. The corpses piled up, forming the mountain of corpses and sea of blood that Sushi had seen in the ruins. This was the truth behind the carnage, a sister's desperate revenge for her brother. The vision continued, showing glimpses of her future, but it grew blurry and abruptly cut off. The last scene depicted the girl sobbing alone. Her tears drifted through the boundary sea, carried by chaos, and eventually merged with the ruins that now appeared in the suburbs of Yunshan City. This was the whole story. Sushi held the eternal teardrops silently. So much happened after I died. Emily, you must have been so tired. He sighed heavily, his heart aching. He knew how much he meant to her. His death, witnessed firsthand, must have been devastating. But even knowing this, Sushi would still make the same decision. If he hadn't sacrificed himself, she would have died. Sushi, who could return to the real world after death, understood that for Emily, death would have been permanent. There would have been no second chances. The Emily we saw earlier was just an illusion created by the eternal teardrops, not her real self. That's why she disappeared so suddenly. Looking at the tears in his hand, Sushi let out another sigh. I wonder if we'll ever meet again someday. He carefully bent his fingers, weaving his mana into a lace-like pattern, threading it through the teardrop to fashion a bracelet. Not only did the eternal teardrops hold immense sentimental value, but their extraordinary effects were unparalleled. To withstand an immortal emperor's attack, even once, was a feat beyond comprehension. For someone at my current golden core realm, even the weakest immortal is beyond reach. But Emily, her strength must be unimaginable to leave behind such a legacy. As Sushi donned the bracelet, a surge of energy coursed through him, filling every fiber of his being. It was as though he could tear a dragon from the sky and use it as a skipping rope. He shook off the illusion, knowing it was simply the euphoria of newfound power. With my golden core realm cultivation enhanced by the eternal teardrops, I should now possess late nascent soul stage combat strength. Against evil spirits and heretics, even cultivators at the transformation stage would feel my strike. He clicked his tongue in astonishment. The thought of eternal teardrops accelerating his cultivation made him realize that his progression would soon be exponential. Soft rice, truly tastes divine, Sushi quipped, a faint smile forming on his lips. Turning his attention back to the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Sushi noticed that without the eternal teardrops suppressing them, the evil cultivators in the ruins were becoming increasingly active. The stench of corruption intensified, and the monsters let out eerie, bone-chilling howls. Gripping the withered vine sword, Sushi's gaze sharpened. Initially, his plan had been to stall the ruins' expansion until reinforcements arrived from the Extraordinary Control Bureau. But now, with the boost from the eternal teardrops, he was confident he could cleanse the place. Heavenly sword style, cut. With a soft command, the withered vine sword unleashed thousands of feet of emerald green sword light. It slashed through the endless sea of blood and split the crimson sky in two. Monsters disintegrated under the sheer force of his strike. Another slash followed, clearing the blood rain, collapsing the mountain of corpses, and vaporizing the suffocating blood mist. The ruins trembled and groaned as clarity returned to the battlefield. The hidden evil spirits were now exposed, and in the distance, Sushi saw Wang Dali and the others, their faces filled with awe and disbelief. Soft rice really is delicious, Sushi murmured, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. One sword split the heavens. Two swords eradicated the evil spirits. With the power of the eternal teardrops, Sushi effortlessly destroyed the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Yet, the battle was far from over. Many demonic entities still lurked within the ruins. Only by eradicating them completely could the nightmare truly end. Tear. The air exploded with a deafening roar. Thunder rumbled, winds howled, and the clouds surged violently. A dazzling sword light cut through the heavens, splitting the boundary ruins foundation from its source. Ghostly energy, demonic auras, and blood-soaked resentment evaporated into the air. Robes fluttering, Sushi soared toward Wang Dali and the others, his sword a constant blur of motion. Every strike cleaved through hordes of malevolent spirits, leaving no room for retaliation. Junior of the Heavenly Sword Sect, how dare you? Let me, your ancestor, take over your body and wreak havoc again. GGG. A mere junior, so insolent. The spectral remnants of demonic cultivators, once slain by Sumolei, had been nourished by the sea of blood and now emerged as ghost cultivators. They unleashed their full might against Sushi, their voices twisted with malice. A massive blood dragon, 10 meters long, emerged from the crimson depths. Its vertical pupils glowed ominously, its murderous aura oppressive. With a flick of its tail, the ground quaked and rocks shattered. Sushi remained unshaken. Noisy. He clenched his fist, and with a single punch, the blood dragon burst into a shower of crimson droplets, falling like rain and seeping into the earth. With a flick of his fingers, he shaped his mana into a blade and slashed a nascent soul ghost cultivator from afar. The sword's green light radiated vitality and thundered with unparalleled force, obliterating the ghost into fragments of nothingness. Golden Core Realm? Nascent Soul Realm? They were insignificant. Sushi's confidence surged. Unless a truly monstrous force appeared, he felt no pressure. Damn it! Where did this terrifying junior come from? Everyone, attack together? It's him or us. The remaining specters grew desperate, their fear evident. They unleashed dark magical artifacts, 10,000 flags, the skeleton temple, and human skin scrolls, each soaked in the blood of innocence. Sushi shook his head. These weapons, forged through lives taken, were inherently weak against him. With the eternal teardrops buffs amplifying his strength, they were no threat. My life has always been one of hard work and caution, Sushi muttered, but today, eternal tears, help me. His magical power surged. The vibrant green glow of wood regeneration melded seamlessly with the heavenly sword style. The brilliant forest green light erupted, cutting through the heavens and earth, erasing thousands of evil spirits in its wake. Seizing the moment, Sushi rushed toward Wang Dali and his group. They were in dire straits, many nursing injuries. This was expected. Apart from Wang Dali, the rest were only at the Foundation Establishment realm, unable to withstand the might of Golden Core realm foes. Brother Su, you just... Wang Dali's voice faltered as he stared at Sushi in disbelief. The sight of someone obliterating nascent souls as if they were nothing left even the strongest man stammering. Oh, I had a small breakthrough, Sushi replied with a smile. You all can leave now, I'll handle the rest. A small breakthrough? The others exchanged glances, their faces a mix of awe and exasperation. Yet, they trusted Sushi's words. Supporting their injured comrades, they retreated under Wang Dali's protection. Senior Su, we owe you. Brother Su, we're counting on you. In moments, the battlefield was left to Sushi alone. Now I can go all out, Sushi murmured, his gaze fixed on the remaining specters. Some begged for mercy, others had lost their minds to corruption. A few attempted to flee, while others lunged at him in a last-ditch effort to take him down. Cut. The single word echoed across the ruins like a divine decree. The withered vine sword slashed horizontally. At first, its light was faint, like the first glimmer of dawn. But within seconds, it blazed as bright as the midday sun, illuminating every corner of the ruins. The living found renewed hope, the dead perished for good, and all evil was obliterated. Time seemed to pause. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the ashes of the fallen spirits. The once terrifying ruins now lay silent. Only remnants of broken magical artifacts and relics of immortal cultivators remained, most too damaged to be of value. Sushi glanced around, disinterested, until his gaze caught something unusual. A wand. This is from the magic side, isn't it? He picked it up, examining the intricately carved object. It was vastly different from anything from the immortal side. It must have belonged to one of the magic practitioners from the Ancient Bureau. The divide between the immortal and magic sides was vast. Though both were extraordinary powers, their paths were completely distinct. Sushi had little interest in the magic side and was about to discard the wand when a familiar chime stopped him. Ding! Magic side anchor point medium detected. Do you wish to recharge? Note, recharged anchor media will be completely destroyed. Magic side anchor medium. Standing amidst the desolate ruins, Sushi first glanced at the simulator panel, then back at the wand. A realization dawned on him. Anchor media referred to extraordinary items. But why didn't the alchemy talismans trigger this prompt? He wondered aloud. It didn't take long to figure out the answer. Alchemy talismans were tied to the immortal side, the very world he had simulated before. They couldn't serve as anchor media for a new simulation. I see. The simulator can only explore a specific type of world once. That's why it specifies the magic side now. If anchor media were universal, there would be no need for such emphasis. Sushi made his choice. Selecting confirm recharge on the simulator panel, he watched as the wand disintegrated in his hand, vanishing completely as if devoured by an unseen force. Ding! Magic side anchor point medium loading, 1%. Keep recharging, host, and strive for a better life. After confirming that no more evil spirits remained, Sushi left the boundary ruins. The news spread rapidly, creating an enormous sensation. No one had expected that the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, which initially required assistance from the General Bureau of Extraordinary Control, would be dealt with single-handedly by Sushi. It seemed impossible. The ruins were filled with enemies at the Foundation Establishment realm and above, including many Golden Core and nascent soul beings. How could a Golden Core realm cultivator like Sushi possibly eliminate them all? Hiss. Audible gasps filled the air as onlookers stared at Sushi with wide-eyed disbelief. I get it now. Senior Su must secretly be a god transformation realm expert. His Golden Core realm cultivation is just an illusion to deceive us, just like in novels where the hero hides his true power. I knew from the moment I saw Senior Su that he was extraordinary. Father, can I be a pendant on his thigh? Ahem, actually, I have a sister. Faced with the crowd's excitement, Sushi could only shake his head helplessly and explain, I'm really just a Golden Core cultivator. But no one believed him. Even the honest Wang Dali looked at him as if he were joking. In the end, Sushi let them think what they wanted. With the eternal tears in his possession, his combat strength far exceeded that of an ordinary golden core realm cultivator, so their misunderstanding wasn't entirely unfounded. The situation concluded smoothly. The extraordinary reinforcements from the General Bureau turned back midway, leaving behind only a small group of researchers to gather data on the boundary ruins. Later, Jang asked Sushi how he wished to be compensated for his contribution. Given the immense threat posed by the boundary ruins, Sushi's intervention had been invaluable, and Jang struggled to determine an appropriate reward. If possible, I'd like all the compensation to be in the form of extraordinary items but none from the immortal cultivation system, Sushi requested, much to Jang surprise. Though puzzled as to why an immortal cultivator would want items from other systems, Jang agreed without hesitation. Before long, Sushi received over 1,000 extraordinary items of varying quality, some intact and others damaged. He recharged all of them into the simulator, which significantly advanced the loading progress of the anchor media. Unfortunately, due to the diverse types of extraordinary items, none of the progress bars reached 100%. The magic side has the highest loading rate so far, 83%, Sushi noted. Looks like I should focus on completing that first. Back home, Sushi dove into his alchemy work without rest. He purchased raw materials from the extraordinary house, refined elixirs, sold them back on the platform, and used the earned points to buy more materials. This relentless cycle continued for days. Exhausting himself physically and mentally, Sushi eventually reached the final stretch. Bang! 20 days later, at night, the lid of the alchemy furnace flew open, and dozens of golden elixirs floated into the air. Sushi flicked a porcelain bottle, and the elixirs obediently flew into it before being sealed. Exhaling deeply, Sushi couldn't hide his exhaustion. This is the last batch of Huanglong pills. After selling them tomorrow, I'll have enough points to buy the remaining magic side items and fill up the progress bar, he murmured. Finally. Looking at the porcelain bottle in his hand, Sushi sighed again. His body felt worn out from the 20-plus days of non-stop alchemy work. Placing the elixirs into his storage ring, he gazed at the night sky. The bright moon hung high, bathing the world in a serene glow. He couldn't resist his weariness any longer and made his way to bed. While cultivators at the Golden Core realm typically replaced sleep with meditation, Sushi's fatigue demanded a deep, dreamless slumber. Before long, his gentle breathing filled the quiet room. The night was peaceful. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, softly illuminating the room with a silvery glow. In this tranquil setting, a cold, graceful figure appeared silently beside the bed. The moonlight touched her black hair, giving it a faint silver sheen. "Brother," she whispered, her voice trembling with attachment. She placed her fingertips gently on Sushi's chest and bent down, resting her head as she had done in childhood, letting herself relax in her brother's arms. The familiar warmth and scent calmed her restless heart. He was truly back. Her brother had returned. Seeing him with her own eyes, touching him with her own hands, hearing his steady breathing, these reassured Sumolei that the hero she idolized, the son she longed for, had come back to her. "Brother, we'll meet soon. I'll make sure of it," she murmured softly, lying close to him. Though she had found him, there was an undeniable challenge. Sushi existed in a fragile and insignificant dimension. If she tried to bring her full immortal emperor form into this space, it would collapse entirely. She couldn't risk such destruction. She refused to harm him. Far across time and space, Sumolei, now an immortal emperor, was destroying countless immortal cultivation worlds at breakneck speed. By merging their fragments with Earth's timeline, she aimed to increase the planet's capacity to sustain her presence. She was determined to reunite with her brother, to live by his side again. For now, the eternal teardrops she wore allowed her to sense his existence and send a sliver of her power to him. But fear held her back. She worried her brother might not accept how much she had changed. She feared his rejection, his disappointment. And yet, tonight, she had gathered the courage to draw closer to him. Sumolei knew her brother better than anyone. She understood that Sushi loved and cared for her deeply. Yet, fear lingered in her heart, an unshakable anxiety about things she couldn't fully control. Because of this, she could only dare to appear secretly, touching Sushi in the stillness of the night while he slept. "Good night, brother," she whispered softly. Lying on Sushi's chest, bathed in moonlight, she closed her eyes. She didn't sleep, she merely wanted to savor the peace of this moment, to enjoy the long-lost sense of closeness with her brother. The girl stayed like this until dawn, her fading figure reluctantly dissolving into the air as sunlight crept into the room. Before leaving, she cast a glance at the extraordinary magic side item resting in the corner of the house. A faint frown appeared on her beautiful face. For some inexplicable reason, an unsettling feeling arose within her. It wasn't a sense of danger but an annoying premonition, like the irritation of a child whose favorite candy was about to be snatched away. Half an hour later, the morning sunlight pierced through the curtains, its brightness waking Sushi from his sleep. "Strange, why does my body feel so heavy?" Sushi murmured. Opening his eyes, he noticed something unusual. His chest and upper body felt as if a weight had pressed down on him all night. Could a Golden Core realm cultivator like him actually encounter a ghost? Sushi shook off the thought and attributed the sensation to exhaustion from his alchemy work. He resolved to focus on the most pressing task, selling his freshly refined elixirs. After washing up and having a simple breakfast, he quickly opened the Extraordinary House app, listing the elixirs for sale. Regular customers swiftly purchased them. Turning to the purchase page, Sushi carefully selected the magic side items he needed, adding them to his cart one by one. Now all that's left is a trip to the Extraordinary Control Bureau, Sushi said, leaving the house. Riding the withered vine sword, he soared toward the ancient city Extraordinary Control Bureau. While the Extraordinary House app made transactions convenient, the delivery and receipt of items still had to be completed at the bureau through its specialized transportation department. As Sushi entered the bureau's bustling hall, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Team up? I'm a fantasy fighter, take me with you. Looking for a group of new extraordinary recruits. Any bosses willing to guide me? My son has 3 spiritual roots. He's destined for greatness. The hall was alive with the unique blend of transcendence and modernity that characterized the era of spiritual energy revival. People of all backgrounds mingled, newcomers celebrating their extraordinary awakenings, veterans seeking team members, and bystanders marveling at the seamless fusion of ancient power and contemporary life. Every time I see this, it amazes me all over again, Sushi muttered as he walked through the crowd, returning greetings from those who addressed him respectfully as Senior Su. From early morning until noon, Sushi meticulously traded his elixirs for the magic side items he needed, completing the transactions without wasting a moment. With his storage ring filled, he flew back home and immediately began converting the items into the simulator. One by one, the extraordinary items disappeared, contributing to the anchor medium's progress bar. Ding! Magic side anchor point media loading degree, +1%, +1%, +1%, +1%. The progress bar inched forward with each addition. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the bar reached its completion. Magic side anchor media loaded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a simulation attempt. Do you wish to begin a new simulation? Current simulation attempts, 1. Finally, it's done, Sushi said, a smile breaking across his face. Nearly 2 months had passed since his first simulation ended, and he had fully digested its rewards. Now, the timing for his second simulation felt perfect. The magic side and the immortal side are so vastly different. I wonder what benefits this simulation will bring, Sushi thought, calling up the simulator panel. With a chuckle, he pressed the button to begin. Simulation starting. World line is being deduced. Transmigratable world identified, magic side world. Generating entries. Entries generated. Please select 3 as character talents for this simulation. The following entries appeared. Melee Mage, blue. Your melee skills as a mage are exceptional, enabling you to fight knights on equal footing. Elemental Perception, purple. You possess an extraordinary sensitivity to elemental forces, with the potential to establish contracts with elemental spirits. Dream Gibbering, gold. You often dream of cryptic whispers that grant valuable insights but rapidly erode your sanity. Sprint, white. You run faster than the average person, much faster than the neighbor's dog. Mortal Wisdom, red. Your learning ability is exceptional within the bounds of mortal knowledge. With effort, you can master almost anything. Observer, purple. Your sharp observation skills allow you to see through appearances and discern underlying truths. Mortal Wisdom, a talent for mastering everything. Isn't this the ultimate gift for a protagonist? Sushi thought, quickly choosing Elemental Perception, purple, Mortal Wisdom, red, and Observer, purple. Though tempted by the golden dream gibbering, its side effect of mental collapse was unacceptable. The simulations were entirely real, and Sushi had no interest in losing his sanity. Entries selected. Begin simulation. Yes. As Sushi confirmed, a familiar sensation of his consciousness detaching washed over him. In a blur of light, he felt himself being pulled through time and space. Simulation No. 02 officially begins. Today's weather is gloomy, with heavy rain. You stay home, having no intention of going out. The roar of a heavy truck echoes outside. You pay no attention, confident that you're safe inside your house. You were careless and didn't dodge. The wet road caused a heavy truck to skid. It crashed into your house, placing you directly in its path. Once again, your extraordinary luck kicked in, and you were violently thrown aside. You experienced a painless transmigration. When you open your eyes, you find yourself in a world of steam and magic, and your body has changed into that of a 15-year-old weak and ordinary. You have no identification, no money, and nothing to your name, not even a bowl. As a transmigrator, you resolve to remain calm. You take your time exploring your surroundings, determined to start anew in this strange world. Roaring steam echoed through the air. Gears meshed with rhythmic precision. Magic pulsed faintly in the atmosphere. At night, steel and steam intertwined with magic and mystery to form the bustling core of a massive city. A shrill, piercing whistle jolted Sushi awake. Beep. His eyes opened to the sight of towering red brick walls on either side. The dim sky above was faintly illuminated by the warm, yellow light of street lamps. Without warning, a rush of hot white steam erupted nearby, shooting skyward before colliding with the cold night air. The resulting reaction formed dense water droplets that briefly obscured his view before dissolving into a fine mist that slowly crept through the city. This fog veiled the streets, leaving visibility poor. From various directions, curses echoed as people reacted to the sudden obstruction. Amidst the chaos, a figure wearing a flowing robe and holding a wand floated into view. With a casual wave, the figure manifested a powerful firestorm that devoured the mist. The city fell silent once more. Praise the almighty magic and the noble god of fire. Voices rose in unison as people offered prayers to the divine. This era was steeped in magic. The faith of the gods permeated every corner of society, extolling both the might of magic and the convenience of steam power. Yet, hidden in the vast shadows of this gleaming city lay darkness overlooked and ignored. Sushi groaned as he struggled to rise from the filthy alley where he had been lying. Couldn't the simulator at least give me a decent start? The alley reeked of sewage, its foul black water corroding everything it touched. Compared to his previous simulation where he had been a starving peasant, this beginning was equally miserable. Sushi couldn't help but suspect the simulator was deliberately tormenting him. First things first, I need food, shelter, and a plan. I'll figure out the magic part later. Shakily, he stood and stumbled out of the alley. In this new simulated world, he was stripped of extraordinary powers, bereft of the eternal teardrop, and unable to rely on his sister's strength. Fortunately, the 3 talents he had selected gave him the tools to carve out a new life. You take your first difficult step. By asking around, you learn that you are in Allenson City, a northern metropolis renowned for its efficient steam technology. The city worships the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, and the goddess of harvest. You choose manual labor as a way to earn your first income. Despite the backbreaking effort, you manage to earn your first meal and a paltry 3 copper coins. 10 minutes of counting your money fills you with pride. You are pleased that your plan is working. You settle in the slums, where food is cheap and housing is non-existent. With a few pieces of scrap metal, you construct a makeshift shelter, a pitiful semblance of a home. A year passed. Sushi endured the stench of the slums and toiled ceaselessly to survive. Over time, he gradually uncovered the truths of this world and prepared for his next steps. This was an era ruled by gods. People gained magical power through their devotion to deities, with their abilities growing in proportion to their faith. Those deemed worthy were chosen as divine agents, known as demigods. Yet, there were others, individuals who sought to master magic without the aid of gods. These rare practitioners were called elemental mages. By studying and connecting with the fundamental elements of the world, they could wield magic. However, this path was arduous, fraught with challenges, and chosen by few. Sushi had no interest in gods, but his talent for elemental perception made the path of the elemental mage a viable option. After saving for a year, he purchased a bottle of low-grade slime from a store in the city center. It was a humble beginning, but it was enough to set him on his path. In the filth of the slums, Sushi meditated. His elemental perception allowed him to sense the life energy within the slime, engraving its fluctuations into his spiritual consciousness. He learned his first spell, life slime generation. With this newfound ability, Sushi left the slums and registered with the Magician Association as an apprentice mage. The association provided him with a stipend of 10 silver coins per month, vastly improving his living conditions. His rise from the slums to the status of a magic apprentice astonished many. Some believed he was a devout follower of the goddess of life, as elemental mages were considered mythical beings. Sushi neither confirmed nor denied these assumptions. In a world dominated by religious zeal, atheists were branded as heretics. The misunderstanding provided him with a convenient cover, allowing him to live safely while pursuing his ambitions. You left the slums, but your legend lives on. In the slums, you are known as the legendary man. After your departure, the slums' evil forces sought to gain your favor and punished the scavengers who had clashed with you. You became a figure of fear, whispered about as the invisible godfather of the slums. You moved closer to the city center. In this new area, the environment was clean and orderly, free of the foul stench and polluted sewage of the slums. Your mood improved greatly, allowing you to study magic faster. With your elemental perception, mortal wisdom, and observer talents, you mastered more attributes by your 3rd year. At 17 years old, you became a composite element mage, proficient in earth, wind, water, fire, thunder, light, darkness, life, and death. The only elements beyond your reach were time and space, domains belonging to the gods, or more precisely, to the supreme god far beyond human understanding. You accepted this limitation, content with mastering so many elements and devoting yourself fully to magic. The realm of magicians is divided into apprentice, official magician, elite magician, great magician, grand magician, holy magician, and demigod. Your exceptional talent propelled you forward at an astonishing rate. In your 4th year of simulation, at 18, you became an official magician. In your 5th year of simulation, at 19, you mastered all level 1 to 3 basic magic across all attributes. You established contracts with multiple elemental elves, drawing magical energy from the elemental plane to sustain yourself. Your mana capacity was 10 times that of an ordinary magician, a hidden blessing. In your 6th year of simulation, at 20, you advanced to elite mage status. This newfound power enabled you to wield level 4 to 5 magic, granting the ability to destroy towns or, given time, even cities. To remain inconspicuous, you kept your status as an elite mage a secret, claiming to have only recently become an official magician. Despite your modesty, your name spread like wildfire. Your rise from the slums to magical prominence captivated Allenson City. From nobles to beggars, all knew your name. Your story became a source of inspiration, a shining tale of triumph over adversity. Troubadours sang of your journey, spreading your legend far and wide. Nobles sought your company, and the poor saw you as a beacon of hope. The simulation was progressing smoothly. Unlike the first simulation, which felt like a beginner's bonus, this second run provided unparalleled satisfaction. The synergy of your 3 talents amplified your progress far beyond simple arithmetic. At just 20 years old, you had reached elite mage status. You felt confident that before this simulation ended, you could ascend to the rank of Holy Magister and perhaps even glimpse the domain of the gods. If I can replicate my simulated progress in reality, I'll truly be unstoppable, Sushi thought. If the demigod level of the magic system is equivalent to the loose immortal stage in cultivation, then reaching Holy Magister would parallel the Mahayana stage. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Sushi wandered the city streets, absent-mindedly nibbling on a piece of bread. Turning into a narrow alley to take a shortcut, his boots splashed through muddy puddles. The clean lines of his attire contrasted sharply with the grimy, blood-stained surroundings. This city, for all its grandeur, was rife with cruelty. The powerful fought their battles with influence, while the powerless resorted to primal violence. Blood was as common as rain here, but Sushi had no reason to fear. Everyone in Allenson knew him, and none would dare provoke an official magician. Stop, stop, a trembling voice called out. Hand over the bread. Hand over the bread. Startled, Sushi halted and looked up to see a small, frail figure blocking his path. It was late October, and the weather had grown chilly. The figure before him wore only a ragged coat and oversized green trousers, clearly scavenged from refuse. Her dirt-caked hair clung to her scalp, revealing a faint scar on her forehead. Her pale golden eyes lacked light, filled instead with emptiness and fear, as though she carried the weight of unspeakable horrors. Sushi's gaze dropped to her hands, which clutched a small knife. Though her body trembled and her grip was unsteady, she held onto the weapon as if it were her only lifeline. But threatening an official magician with a knife? It was absurd. Frowning, Sushi activated his observer talent. Immediately, he noticed details invisible to the average eye: broken horns concealed beneath her matted hair and faint scales hidden beneath her skin. A half-demon hybrid, Sushi murmured. She must be one of the refugees who fled to Allenson recently. No wonder she doesn't recognize me. Taking a step forward, Sushi examined the scars on her face, the bruises on her arms, and the sheer terror in her quaking frame. She's pitiful, Sushi thought, lowering his gaze with a sigh. In a world ruled by gods, demons stood as their eternal adversaries. While most demons were monstrous in appearance, some bore striking similarities to humans, leading to forbidden unions that produced hybrids. These hybrids, despised for their mixed blood, were almost always abandoned at birth. Only a rare few, valued for their strength, were kept alive to be trained as soldiers. The girl before him was clearly one of the unlucky ones, a rejected defective hybrid, too weak to inherit demonic power yet too inhuman to blend into human society. Don't come any closer, she cried, her voice trembling with panic as Sushi approached. The girl gripped the knife tightly with both hands, her only means of defense. Her oversized dark green trousers dragged on the ground, trembling along with her legs. Though she tried to present herself as a robber, her fear and unease painted her more as a victim, helpless and desperate. Stop, give me the bread, she demanded, her voice shaking with desperation. She tried to appear fierce, pointing the dull blade at Sushi, like a frightened cub showing its barely formed teeth. Her wide eyes locked onto the half-eaten white bread in Sushi's hand, glistening with hunger. Her parched throat betrayed her longing as she swallowed hard. The scene was surreal, almost absurd. In the heart of Allenson City, amidst the majestic steam engines and the occasional mage flying through the misty air, a half-demon girl was attempting to rob the most famous man in the city. Sushi, an elite mage with unparalleled power, watched the scene unfold without alarm. Physically, he could have easily subdued her, but he did nothing of the sort. Are you hungry? Sushi asked gently, showing no sign of anger or scorn for her defiance. The girl hesitated, her body stiffening momentarily before nodding slightly. Here. Sushi calmly tore off the piece of bread he had bitten into and handed the remaining loaf to her. The girl didn't immediately take it. She stared at Sushi from a distance, confusion flashing in her eyes. It was as though she couldn't comprehend why someone would offer her food so freely. Slowly, cautiously, she edged closer, holding the knife in one hand while stretching out the other to grab the bread. Once she had it, she fled back into the shadows of the alley, crouching on a rotting wooden box and dipping her feet into the muddy water. Under Sushi's watchful gaze, she nibbled cautiously at the bread, checking for any tricks. When she found none, she devoured it ravenously. I've heard that pure-blooded demons have an extraordinary ability to endure hunger, surviving up to a year on magic alone, Sushi mused. Half-demons likely inherit some of that resilience. He shook his head, observing the girl's disheveled appearance and the scars that marred her body. It was hard to imagine what kind of life had driven her to this state. When the bread was gone, the girl's hollow eyes fixated on the crumb still in Sushi's hand, the piece he had bitten off. For the first time, a faint glimmer of hope flickered in her gaze. Give it to me, she stammered, her voice trembling with hesitation. Unlike before, there was no aggression, only a timid plea. Her skinny frame staggered toward him, barefoot and unsteady in the mud, reaching out for the scraps. But Sushi didn't hand them over. He tossed the crumbs into his mouth and turned to leave the alley without a word, ignoring the girl entirely. Why, she murmured, stunned. Her brief glimmer of hope vanished, leaving her eyes dull and lifeless once more. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the filthy ground, scraping her forehead on the sharp stones. Blood trickled down her face, but she didn't cry. She simply lay there, unmoving, her body half submerged in the muck. Mom, did I do something wrong again? She whispered weakly. Why is this happening? I'm so hungry, Mom. The pain in her stomach twisted unbearably, far worse than the bleeding on her forehead. Clutching her abdomen, she writhed in the filth, as though moving might lessen the agony. Eventually, she stopped moving altogether, her body collapsing in exhaustion. Her lifeless eyes stared at the sky. A single thought crossed her mind: if she died, at least she wouldn't feel hungry anymore. But then, footsteps echoed through the alley. A warm, strong hand reached down and lifted her up. Blinking, she realized it was the young man from before. He had returned, holding fresh bread in his hands. "Eat," Sushi said, his voice calm and steady. The other bread wasn't very clean. "This is fresh." Ignoring the filth on her body and the stench surrounding her, he gently placed the bread in her hands. Summoning his magic, he cast level 5 life magic, healing her wounds instantly. He helped her to a cleaner spot and urged her to eat. The girl stared at him in disbelief, as though struggling to understand why someone would show her such kindness. When he handed her the bread, she began eating mechanically, her movements hesitant at first but growing faster with each bite. Before long, she had finished the entire bag of bread. Sushi then used water magic to manifest a large sphere of clean water. He offered her some to drink and used the rest to wash away the dirt and grime from her body. Finally, he crouched down so their eyes were level, his voice soft and kind. "Come with me," he said, extending his hand toward her. The girl, who had remained quiet and unresponsive like a broken doll, looked at him blankly. Slowly, her trembling hands reached out to grasp his. "Okay," she whispered, her voice shaking. The autumn wind carries whispers of falling leaves, signaling the approach of the cold northern winter. On your way home, you encounter a half-demon girl with impure blood. Her frail body bears scars, and she is thinner than even the homeless people you saw in the slums. You treated her wounds, fed her, and brought her home. You don't consider yourself noble or great, you simply offered a small act of kindness within your capacity. But for her, it was a redemption as radiant as the sun. The thick soles of Sushi's boots crunched against the dry leaves scattered on the road. Holding the girl's hand, he led her out of the dark alley, away from the decaying stench, across a small canal, and up a set of steps. Ahead of them stood a white-brown courtyard, clean and serene. Sushi's residence in Allenson City. "Come in." The girl hesitated at the entrance, her timid nature surfacing as she glanced around nervously. Sushi, sensing her reluctance, tightened his grip slightly and half-dragged, half-guided her into the courtyard. Snap! Snap! Their footsteps echoed on the gravel pathway, amplifying the courtyard's silence and emptiness. Exposed to the sun, the girl squinted uncomfortably, her pale, dirt-covered face tilting downward to avoid the light's brilliance. She seemed unaccustomed to such brightness. Sushi held her hand firmly, preventing her from retreating as she might have before. Gradually, she began to lift her gaze. Through the gaps in the brick and tile fence, sunlight filtered down, scattering across the courtyard in a warm mosaic of light and shadow. Flowers swayed gently in the breeze, and the faint hum of insects mingled with the distant hiss of steam engines in the city center. "It's so beautiful," the girl murmured, her eyes reflecting Sushi's figure. For the first time, she felt the world of light wasn't so frightening. For the first time, she stood in the sun. As long as she held this man's hand, she could muster the courage. "You brought the demon girl home. The first thing you did was take her to the bathroom for a proper cleansing. Years of wandering and surviving amidst garbage had left her coated in filth. The water magic you cast earlier wasn't enough to fully clean her. You summoned the water elemental spirit to perform purification magic alongside you. You succeeded." The sound of running water echoed through the bathroom. Sushi pressed the valve, and with the familiar hiss of machinery, steaming hot water flowed from the pipes. He controlled the flow, pouring it gently over the girl's head. "So, it's gray hair," Sushi murmured in mild surprise as he worked to rinse the dirt away. Beneath the layers of grime, strands of long, silver-gray hair emerged, though they were dull and rough, like brittle straw, a clear sign of extreme malnutrition. Her frail body was a testament to prolonged hardship. Her protruding bones seemed ready to pierce her skin, and she appeared as though she might collapse at any moment. "It's remarkable she's even alive," Sushi thought to himself with a sigh. After washing her hair and hands, he handed her the hot water pipe, meeting her blank gaze. "You can handle the rest yourself, right?" The girl hesitated briefly before nodding slightly. Leaving her to finish, Sushi stepped out to buy clothes. His home, designed for a bachelor, had nothing suitable for a young girl. Her previous attire couldn't even be called clothing more accurately, it was a collection of rags that Sushi had already burned. When he returned, the girl had finished washing but stood motionless in the bathroom, the hot water pipe still running in her hand. Her vacant eyes stared ahead until she noticed him. "Come out and dry off," Sushi said, pressing the valve to stop the flow of water. He draped a large towel over her, carefully drying her wet body. For her damp hair, he used fire magic in one hand and wind magic in the other, creating a gentle warm breeze that quickly dried her without leaving a trace of moisture. The new clothes he had purchased weren't extravagant, but when she put them on, she looked refreshed, almost unrecognizable. She no longer resembled the broken figure from before but seemed like a person whole and present. "Much better," Sushi said with a satisfied smile. Taking her hand again, he led her down the corridor to the room he had prepared for her. Before opening the door, he paused and looked at her. "Do you have a name?" he asked softly. The girl, who had been silent all this time, finally responded. She lifted her head to meet his gaze and said, "Krisha. Krisha Christina." Her voice was soft, and her pale golden eyes still lacked vitality. Yet, within their emptiness, Sushi detected a faint glimmer of hope, as though she yearned for something she couldn't yet articulate. Krisha. That's a beautiful name, Sushi said gently, stroking her hair. He opened the wooden door and guided her inside. You learned the demon girl's name. Krisha Christina. You thought it was a beautiful name and told her so. You arranged everything for Krisha. From today, you officially adopt her. You now have a witch in your care. After adopting a witch, your life takes a subtle turn. Previously, your days were consumed by studying magic and conducting various magical experiments, but since adopting Krisha, part of your time has been devoted to teaching her. You don't see this as a burden. Instead, you find it a fulfilling way to spend your spare time, especially since your magical attainments are already advanced, and improving your strength is just a matter of time. Krisha surprises you with her remarkable perceptiveness, far exceeding your expectations. Within a week, she masters basic knowledge about human society and how to interact with others. Despite her tragic past leaving her somewhat unusual, she can now hold normal conversations with you. You feel pleased and praise Krisha for her efforts. But as much as her progress brings you joy, you can't ignore the unsettling void within her. It's not just her impure demon blood, her damaged horns, or the incomplete scales on her skin. The most concerning issue is her emotional detachment. She doesn't know joy, sadness, or anger. Only fear lingers. Her harrowing past, filled with countless insults, beatings, and despair, taught her to numb herself and suppress unnecessary emotions. She can't smile, can't cry. All that remains are physical instincts molded by repeated pain and the reflexive fear of beatings. Once, as you reached across the table to take a cup of black tea, Krisha screamed in terror, mistakenly thinking you were about to strike her. She cowered in the corner, trembling in fear. Since then, you've consciously softened your movements, gradually helping her grow more comfortable around you. Time flies quickly. Within just 15 days of adopting Krisha, your careful guidance has transformed her. She has become more obedient and has even begun helping with daily tasks. You ponder her future deeply, considering her options before presenting them to her. 1. Let Krisha stay at home as a maid to help with your daily life. 2. Teach Krisha magic, allowing her to become a true witch and change her life forever. 3. Give her sufficient money and let her leave to start a new life. The cold autumn wind howled through Allenson city, scattering dead leaves across the streets. In a courtyard closer to the city center, a young girl no older than 11 or 12 stood with dull, lifeless eyes. Her demeanor resembled a machine without self-will. 3 items lay before her. The first was a maid's outfit. The second was the robe of a magic apprentice. The third was a bulging bag of coins. Each item represented a different path in life. Without hesitation, Krisha ignored the bag of coins. Despite its promise of financial security, it didn't tempt her in the slightest. Maid. Her gaze lingered on the maid's outfit. Krisha had no interest in extraordinary power or aspirations of greatness. The idea of remaining by Sushi's side, even as a maid, seemed like a happy ending to her. Just as she reached out for the maid's outfit, she noticed a hint of disappointment in Sushi's eyes. Her hand paused, then hesitantly shifted toward the magic apprentice's robe. This time, she saw it relief flickered in Sushi's expression. With newfound determination, Krisha grabbed the apprentice's robe. Master, I've made my choice, Krisha said flatly, her tone devoid of emotion. Clad in the black apprentice's robe, her long, gray-silver hair gave her an air of quiet mystery. Krisha, starting tomorrow, come to the meditation room. I'll teach you the fundamentals of meditation, Sushi said, his tone kind yet firm. Gently stroking Krisha's hair, which had begun to regain its luster, Sushi felt a mix of guilt and relief. He knew Krisha hadn't chosen this path for herself but had done so to please him. Though he felt guilty, he also believed it was the right decision. In this world of magic, strength was essential to control one's destiny. For demons, who had far longer lifespans than humans, survival depended on power. Even Krisha, as a half-demon, could potentially live for centuries, maybe even 1,000 years. Sushi didn't know how long he could remain in this simulated world, but he doubted it would be as long as Krisha's lifespan. He feared that without power, she might one day face the same abuse and suffering she had endured before. I must teach her magic, the kind of power that can truly protect her. Sushi knew Krisha's demon blood rendered her unable to draw magic from divine belief. Fortunately, as an elemental mage, he could guide her to connect with the elements. Looking up at the bare branches of the courtyard tree, Sushi thought about the fleeting nature of time. Krisha, let's head inside. It's too cold out here, and you might catch a cold. Yes, master, Krisha replied softly, following closely behind him. The next day, deep within the courtyard, in a room transformed into a meditation chamber, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the walls. Sushi and Krisha sat facing each other, surrounded by a magic circle engraved into the floor. The circle enhanced focus and heightened elemental perception, perfect for a novice like Krisha. Clear your mind, Krisha. Empty it of all thoughts. Let yourself naturally sense the elements around you, Sushi instructed. He waved a tan wand lightly, filling the room with a faintly burning scent. The air grew thick and warm, infused with the essence of Qingshen grass, a miraculous herb known for its ability to enlighten and guide beginner mages. Sushi estimated that with a month of diligent practice in this environment, Krisha could become a true magic apprentice without relying on divine belief. Take your time. There's no need to rush, Sushi said calmly, prepared for a long journey ahead. After all, elemental mages were rare in this world, and a half-demon mage was practically unheard of. Master, I've done it, Krisha said suddenly, her voice steady and confident. If doubts could take shape, Sushi's head would be filled with countless question marks at this moment. He had prepared extensively for Krisha's meditation attempt, expecting it to be a prolonged effort. Yet, against all expectations, she succeeded on her very first try. Krisha, tell me how you felt during meditation, Sushi asked cautiously. Yes, I saw it, Krisha responded in a soft, obedient tone. Though her speech still stumbled occasionally, it was much better than when they had first met. Through her description, Sushi confirmed that she had indeed succeeded. She had perceived the elements, felt the flow of magic, and tapped into her mental power. But why? In the dimly lit meditation room, the pungent and slightly spicy aroma of Qingshen grass lingered in the air. Krisha, clad in a black magic apprentice robe, sat silently, awaiting Sushi's next instructions. Sushi stared at her, deep in thought. I succeeded in meditation because I had the most advanced red entry, supported by 2 purple entries. With those innate advantages, it was inevitable for me to succeed. But Krisha, she doesn't have those things. Sushi began analyzing what could have led to her success. Meditation, at its core, required talent, understanding, and a steady state of mind. Beyond these, there had to be something unique about Krisha, something that set her apart from other demons and humans. I see. That's it. Looking at the frail girl before him, Sushi fell silent. He understood now. Krisha wasn't a prodigy. She lacked the physical strength of a pure-blooded demon and the spiritual brilliance of humans. Her body was weak, tortured, and scarred from years of abuse. Her spirit was stagnant, dulled by prolonged despair. Yet, it was precisely these qualities that allowed her to succeed. Meditation required an unshaken mind, free from emotion and hesitation. For most people, emotional fluctuations and overthinking caused failure. But Krisha had no emotions to fluctuate, no thoughts to waver. She was a blank slate, shaped only by fear and pain. Her tormented past had inadvertently given her the perfect state of mind for meditation. This truth is cruel, Sushi thought, gripping his wand tightly. Krisha's natural aptitude for magic was extraordinary, but the price she had paid for it was devastating. To verify his theory, Sushi asked Krisha to attempt several more magical exercises. Each time, she performed flawlessly. Whether sensing elements, establishing connections, or absorbing magic, Krisha displayed a genius-level ability. Well done, Krisha, Sushi praised her as he squatted down to meet her gaze. Do you feel any discomfort? No, master, Krisha replied, shaking her head. Her expression remained blank, devoid of the innocence and liveliness typical of a child. Her pale golden eyes held a deep void, a nothingness that was difficult to confront. In many ways, Krisha was a complete failure, a girl who lacked not only physical health but also emotional responses. Yet, this very absence made her an exceptional elemental mage. Sushi decided to pause her training. Master. Krisha tilted her head, her expression blank and slightly confused. Sit down, Krisha, Sushi said, sitting cross-legged and patting the spot beside him. Krisha obeyed, her oversized magic apprentice robe pooling around her thin frame as she sat. Her long gray-silver hair, which touched the ground, spread softly across the floor tiles. The faint wind from Sushi's breath brushed against Krisha's cheek, filling her with a strange sense of peace. Krisha, can you tell me about your past? Sushi asked gently. My past. Anything is fine. I just want to know you better. I understand, master, Krisha replied. She didn't understand why her past mattered, but as Sushi's student, she felt it was her duty to obey. So, under Sushi's patient gaze, the young demon girl began recounting her story, a tale from long before Sushi arrived in this world. The year she was born, Krisha met her biological mother. Her mother was a succubus, a demon with large, curved horns, a strikingly human-like figure, and an iron ring locked tightly around her neck. Despite her confinement, her mother gazed lovingly at infant Krisha, her eyes gentle and full of sorrow. Krisha never met her father, at least not in a meaningful way. For the first 3 or 4 years of her life, her mother hid her from the world. When Krisha finally saw her father, it was the first and last time. Her father violently dragged her from her hiding place and threw her out of a window into the wilderness. Her mother tried to resist but was silenced by a scornful glare. You abomination. You disgrace. You have no right to live. Krisha couldn't understand all the words at the time. She only remembered her mother's head being thrown out the window after her. To this day, she vividly recalled the sight of her mother's severed head, charred from burning and stripped of its once majestic horns. Run. Even in death, her mother's voice reached her. Despite being decapitated and burned, the demon's tenacious life force allowed her to utter one final word to Krisha. And so, Krisha ran. She ran far from the home that had never truly been hers. Krisha ran, tears streaming down her face. She fled as far as her legs could take her, so far that even the knights sent by her father could never find her. From that day, her life became a constant cycle of wandering, teetering between being half-dead and near death. Her demon blood made her identity obvious to anyone who saw her. Those who initially showed kindness and considered adopting her quickly recoiled in horror upon noticing the horns on her head. Why? Why was it always like this? The young Krisha couldn't understand at the time. It wasn't until she grew older that she realized why people reacted with such fear. This was a world ruled by gods. The gods, benevolent and mighty, shielded humans with their supreme divine power. Meanwhile, demons were seen as evil beings, always opposing the gods and threatening humanity. Thus, humans despised demons with an instinctive hatred. Get out of here. Great sun god, bring your fire down and burn this witch to death. People either shunned her with disgust or pursued her with swords and stones. Krisha found no place to belong, so she obeyed her mother's last words. She kept running, searching for a distant place where she might survive. She wandered for a long time. She once laughed when she found a fallen fruit on the roadside. It was sweet, and for a moment, it filled her heart with joy. She once cried when she tried to join the games of human children, only to be met with rejection and stoned until she was bruised and bleeding. But as time passed, Krisha's laughter and tears disappeared. Only fear remained. As she grew older, her demonic traits became more pronounced. Her horns and scales became impossible to hide, drawing even more violent reactions. People threw stones and rotten food at her, pelting her until she was covered in filth and wounds. They took pleasure in her pain, beating her, whipping her, or even tying her behind carriages to be dragged across the ground. Mother, why is it like this? In the face of constant torment, the light in Krisha's eyes extinguished completely. Her emotions became void, dulled by the endless cycle of despair. I guess this is a good thing, Krisha said flatly, her pale golden eyes staring forward, devoid of any waves or ripples of emotion. Without sadness, she didn't cry. This saved her energy. After losing her emotions, she could flee faster. If you run fast enough, you won't get beaten. Krisha shared this piece of wisdom with Sushi. She recounted her experiences with an eerie calmness, her face expressionless and her tone devoid of any fluctuations. She explained how drinking muddy water wasn't ideal because of the sand and stones that caused stomach pain. City drainage ditches, she added, were slightly better since rats could be used to stave off hunger. That's enough, Krisha. Sushi's sudden outburst interrupted her. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with uncharacteristic heaviness. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for making you relive these painful memories. I'm truly sorry. His voice, filled with self-blame, shattered the silence in the room. As Sushi looked into Krisha's empty eyes, his guilt deepened. Sorry. The demon girl tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why Sushi was apologizing. Had she said something she shouldn't have? Her master, her savior, was infallible in her eyes. If he was upset, it must be her fault. I must be useless if I've made you so troubled, Krisha said softly, her voice sincere. Please, abandon me. Useless things should be discarded. This was the lesson her father had taught her. Though she cherished Sushi and wished to stay with him forever, Krisha resolved to leave if that was his decision. Like her mother's final wish for her to run far away, she would obey. Krisha sat quietly, her hands clasped tightly on her lap, waiting for Sushi's judgment. I don't want to leave, but it's okay, she thought, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting. She believed she was ugly, weak, and insignificant. Being abandoned was only natural. She had already received more kindness than she deserved. The few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity. Then, a warm and familiar hand gently rested on her head, stroking it softly. The touch carried a faint warmth and comfort. I will not abandon you, Krisha. Sushi's voice was soft but firm, filled with heartache and love. Really, master? Krisha's voice trembled with disbelief. Her dull eyes reflected a glimmer of light as she looked up at him. Yes, really, Sushi replied. The weight of her misfortune, which had shadowed her since birth, suddenly lifted. What once seemed like an unreachable dream now became her reality. Krisha was stunned. In the past, she might have laughed or cried with joy, but now, with her emotions dulled, she could only feel a faint ache at the tip of her nose. Thank you. In the stillness of the meditation room, Krisha felt a strange warmth spread through her chest. Her master's words had planted a seed of light in her heart. The witch's talent will amaze you, but her past weighs heavily on your mind. Ravaged, bullied, hunted, tortured, Krisha has endured almost every imaginable cruelty. Her life has been a relentless series of hardships. If not for her young age, something truly irreparable might have happened. You begin to wonder, is human malice greater than the abyssal cruelty of demons? You realize that simply cultivating Krisha's strength is not enough. You must also nurture her spirit, helping her become an independent person who can thrive even without you. The day ended with meditation. After dinner, Sushi escorted Krisha back to her room. Then, he walked alone through the quiet corridor to his study outside the courtyard. Twisting the knob, he stepped inside, and the glass lamps embedded with light crystals cast a gentle glow, illuminating the previously dark room. The child's situation is quite complicated. The emotional void caused by her past is almost irreparable. All I can do is try my best. His voice echoed softly in the empty study. Sushi approached the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He retrieved a thick stack of papers filled with notes on his research into new types of magic, covering various attributes. Tolerant of all elements and endlessly innovative, these were spells that Sushi had created from scratch, leveraging the power of the red entry mortal wisdom. Even though they weren't included in the rewards from his simulations, he could perfectly replicate them in reality through his memory. But tonight, delving into new magic wasn't his priority. After briefly glancing at the papers, he tucked them back into the cabinet and retrieved a fresh sheet of blank paper. Holding his pen, he paused occasionally to think before jotting down his thoughts. Rehabilitating Krisha's personality can't be rushed, he muttered. She's still in a fragile state. Introducing too much too quickly will only overwhelm her, trapping her further in her tragic past. He paused, his thoughts taking shape. We'll stick to the current pace, gradually teaching her magic. Developing extraordinary powers will be the first step in building her self-confidence. From there, the second and third steps will follow, filling the gaps in her heart until she can stand independently, even without me. Warm steam hissed softly through the pipes, providing a cozy ambience in the room. The pen glided across the paper in a steady rhythm, the faint scratching sound a soothing backdrop in the tranquil night. Sushi continued his work until late into the night, only stopping when the page was filled with his plans for Krisha's future. A sharp whistle pierced the silence from outside, catching Sushi's attention. He glanced out the window and saw dark clouds shrouding the bright moon, casting the entire city of Allenson into an eerie gloom. Buildings constructed from magical bricks loomed tall, and the ever-present steam mist from the engines swirled ominously in the air. Under the oppressive darkness, the city resembled a twisted, foreboding forest. The faint light from scattered windows only added to the strange, haunting atmosphere. Steam, magic, gods, elements, demons. Sushi muttered under his breath, his gaze lost in the inky darkness. This simulated world, like the city before him, seemed filled with countless mysteries lurking in the shadows. The world of cultivation was no different. Unfortunately, his untimely death in the first simulation had limited his progress, halting his journey at the Golden Core realm before he could even glimpse the legendary fairyland. I hope this second simulation leads to something greater, he mused. At the very least, I need to live longer this time, long enough to ensure Krisha can protect herself. Only then can I leave with peace of mind. Your training of Krisha has officially begun. In the magic system, meditation is just the first step. The true challenge lies in communicating with elements and mastering magic. Krisha aspires to follow in your footsteps and become a master of all attributes, but her talent pales in comparison to yours. You smile and guide her to start with the basics: earth, wind, water, and fire. The first lesson was earth magic. Krisha, empty your mind and feel the earth beneath your feet, Sushi instructed. Perceive, communicate, release. Follow the steps and take your time. In the courtyard, where the autumn wind howled softly, Krisha, clad in her apprentice robes, concentrated hard. After a minute of effort, she managed to form a small, scattered mound of dirt. This was the level 0 spell, Soil Gathering, a simple spell for apprentices to practice. Despite its imperfections, Sushi offered praise without hesitation. Well done, Krisha. Remember, earth magic requires steadiness, patience, and a sense of heaviness, he added gently, squatting to dust off the dirt that had splattered onto her clothes. I understand, master, Krisha replied obediently. Next came wind magic. Once Krisha was proficient with earth magic, Sushi moved on to teaching the basics of wind magic, starting with Wind Blade, a level 0 spell. This simple, widely used spell had limited range and damage, but it served as the foundation for more advanced wind magic. Compress, stabilize, and then release, Sushi demonstrated, slowing his movements to ensure Krisha could follow. She watched intently but seemed confused, struggling to replicate the spell. After a long effort, she managed to condense a wind blade, but it dissipated mid-flight before it could reach its target. Good effort, Sushi encouraged tactfully. Water magic came next. Among the 4 natural elements, Krisha showed the most aptitude for water magic. Sushi started with water generation, a level 0 spell. Within 10 minutes, Krisha had successfully mastered it and even learned Water Arrow, another basic spell, on her own. My disciple Krisha shows the potential of a future water-type holy mage, Sushi said with a chuckle. But his light-hearted remark was cut short when Krisha's magic power ran out, causing her spell to backfire and soak her completely. That day, Sushi gave her a light tap on the head and reminded her not to get overconfident. Finally, Sushi introduced her to the volatile fire element. Among the magical elements, fire was the most dangerous due to its instability. Sushi waited until Krisha had a solid foundation in the other elements before teaching her Fire Bomb, a level 0 spell. Fire Bomb was the precursor to the powerful Fireball spell. It was quick to cast and packed a punch but was risky for apprentices, who often struggled to control it. With Sushi's guidance, Krisha eventually mastered the spell without mishap. At last, the first steps in her elemental cultivation were complete. Her journey had just begun, and the path ahead would require steady growth and practice. Sushi was determined to stay by her side, nurturing this sapling until it grew into a towering tree. Your teaching to the witch was very successful. She has mastered the 4 elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. The emotional defect makes the witch different from ordinary people, but it also makes her progress in magic extremely fast. In some aspects, she possesses a unique understanding of magic. You are very pleased because this means the witch's talent is not bad. Do you think such growth and progress can fill Krisha's fragile and sensitive heart to some extent? You begin teaching her more advanced and deeper magic knowledge. Krisha studies very earnestly, keeping your teachings firmly in mind. At the same time, she treats you with immense respect. Aside from learning magic, she also takes the initiative to handle housework. You didn't stop her, because you understand that, to heal a broken heart, in addition to giving it confidence, you must also give it a sense of presence. Blindly helping a girl and showering her with unconditional kindness and love will not restore her to normal, it will only leave her confused and lost. So, you give the girl a value to her existence. Through the busyness of housework, you allow her to feel needed and valuable, instead of feeling like someone who could be abandoned at any moment. This method effectively enhances her sense of security. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since you adopted the witch. It is now the end of December. Your popularity in Allenson City has slightly declined, but you remain a widely discussed topic among the common people. People often talk about how devout your faith is and how you moved the goddess of life to grant divine grace. You laugh it off because you are not a believer in the goddess of life. Allenson City is located in the northern part of the world. Winter here arrives earlier and harsher than in other cities. Snowflakes begin to fall, and pedestrians on the streets tremble. It's snowing heavily, and the cold is biting. In such extreme conditions, even breathing becomes painful. The freezing air cuts through the nose and mouth, rushing into the body, causing a relentless impact. But this has little to do with you. Your home is equipped with a full set of steam-powered equipment, and you can also use fire magic to stay warm. You unexpectedly learn from the Magicians Association in the city center that orcs are attacking a border city further north of Allenson. The chilling winter not only tortures humans but also these alien races with their extraordinary physiques. This news doesn't stir much concern in Allenson. There are multiple mage legions stationed at the border and several divine churches assisting in defense. Breaking through the defense line is nearly impossible. The new year is approaching. From nobles to commoners, everyone begins preparations for the first day of the new year. This day is called God's Creation Day, a celebration of the God's collective creation of the world. It is a day of cheers and festivities, even in the bitter cold. Lively, noisy, and bustling. Sushi sat in his warm and comfortable study, quietly listening to the frolicking sounds outside. Since the weather turned cold, he hadn't heard such lively noises in a long time. Children were playing, and adults were laughing, adding a splash of color to the silent winter. In previous years, Sushi spent this time alone. But this year was different. He had Krisha, the witch, by his side. Master, please. A calm voice reached his ears, devoid of strong emotions, as soft as a bubbling stream or a gentle breeze brushing past tree tops. This beautiful tone was uniquely Krisha's. Thank you, Krisha, Sushi said, glancing to his right. After 2 months of proper nutrition, the once frail and miserable girl had regained some of her basic color and body shape. Her long gray-silver hair was now smooth, cascading naturally like a waterfall. She wore a black and white magic apprentice uniform, standing quietly with a cup of steaming hot drink in her hand. Chaka. This was a magical drink popular in human society. Sushi thought of it as the magical world's equivalent of coffee. He accepted the drink from her hand and took a sip. As the warmth spread through his body, he felt his spirit clear, and his perception of magic deepened. Such was the effect of Chaka. 1 gold coin per cup. Black-hearted profiteers, Sushi muttered, smacking his lips. He felt this so-called Chaka wasn't worth its price and paled compared to his own crafted entries. Still, considering the local mages in this simulated world lacked such bonuses, it was understandable why Chaka was priced this high for its small enhancement. Shaking his head, Sushi dismissed the thought. He placed the cup back on the tray and stood up. Krisha, I need to go out. Please look after the house. Yes, please don't worry, she replied. Sushi donned his formal mage's robe, enveloped himself in a wind barrier and warmth from fire magic, and used wind control to lift himself into the air, flying out of the courtyard. The girl stood at the courtyard door, quietly watching his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Then she returned indoors to continue her chores. Today marked the last day of the old year. Sushi was heading to the Magicians Association in the city center to settle some commissions, purchase new magic books, and show his face. Although he wasn't keen on social interactions, the fame of being the slum mage had attracted many curious mages wanting to befriend him. Through these connections, Sushi acquired useful extraordinary materials and valuable information. This was how he learned about the orc invasion at the border. Gradually, Sushi developed a habit of occasionally visiting the association. Hey, Su, long time no see. Isn't this the famous slum light? Come, have a drink. Mater, Tidolf, you old scoundrel, you used wind magic to cheat on my dice again. Your tricks are pathetic. Oh, can mage tactics even be called cheating? Upon entering the Magicians Association, some familiar faces greeted Sushi, while strangers were immersed in entertainment. The hall was less crowded than usual. It seems most people have gone home to celebrate the new year, Sushi mused, nodding to acquaintances before skillfully navigating the association to settle his commissions. With the commission money in hand, his wallet felt significantly heavier. He purchased rare extraordinary materials and unread magic books. Through the red entry of mortal wisdom, Sushi could rapidly integrate extraordinary materials and knowledge, steadily advancing on the path of a mage. A famous saying in this world proclaimed, the stronger the mage, the more knowledge they possess. Conversely, it also meant that the more knowledgeable a mage was, the stronger they could become. In the advancement of the magic system, mental strength and knowledge are particularly critical. The former allows a mage to connect with the world, while the latter provides the means to understand it. The combination of these two, using magic as the energy source to catalyze the release, is what people commonly recognize as magic. Now, there is still a long way to go on the extraordinary path of magic. Allenson City, Magicians Association. After exchanging the required items, Sushi gently stroked the cover of the magic book with his palm, feeling its frosted texture. He couldn't help but sigh. No extraordinary path is easy to tread. Both luck and talent are indispensable. Fortunately, he had the simulator to aid him. As long as he could survive until the end of his life and rest peacefully, perhaps he could reach the level of a holy domain magister, or maybe even aspire to divinity. With this thought, Sushi placed the extraordinary materials and magic books into his space ring. Turning around, he noticed a rare incense from the far south burning in the exquisite candle holders on the walls. The fragrance was pleasant, reminiscent of King Shenko, a scent that cleared the mind. At the same time, he could faintly hear a melodious female voice coming from the second floor of the association above him. The sound was intoxicating and soothing. It was likely a banquet for noble magicians. Sushi paused momentarily as he prepared to leave. He wasn't drawn by the sound but was reminded of a certain girl waiting for him at home. That kid Krisha is probably cleaning the house now, right? I always feel a little uneasy. Before heading back, I should buy her a New Year's gift. She's been working so hard on her magic training. Sushi changed his course and returned to the Magicians Association's transaction window. After careful selection, he chose a necklace. Its outer ring was crafted from silver, shining brightly. Embedded along its length were fragments of sparkling starlight stones, making it exceptionally eye-catching. The inner grooves were adorned with deep blue aquamarine beads, an extraordinary material sourced from the waters of Little Britain. Under light, the necklace emitted sparkling waves that resembled real tides, refracting a captivating halo. I hope Krisha will like it, Sushi murmured, looking at the necklace in his hand. From his perspective, the necklace suited the young witch perfectly. It would look stunning on her, and the water attribute aquamarine beads could provide a boost to her water magic, a practical and beautiful choice. But gifts depend on the recipient's feelings. After paying for the necklace, Sushi declined an invitation to the banquet upstairs and left the Magicians Association. He then headed to the market to buy more ingredients and daily necessities. Buzz, buzz. Steam roared as cold winds howled through the city. In this particularly harsh winter, Allenson City's steam equipment worked overtime. The sound was like thousands of birds chirping as steam collided with the freezing air, creating cloud-like formations in the sky. These clouds wouldn't last long, though. They would soon be dispersed by massive steam airships or torn apart by high-speed mages soaring through the sky. The coexistence of steam and magic in this world is truly fascinating. I wonder how humanity here embarked on such a unique path of harmony, Sushi mused. He layered protective spells over himself and used wind bending to fly to the market. With remarkable efficiency, he purchased everything he needed and then flew back toward his yard. As he landed, a small figure was already waiting. Master, welcome back, Krisha said. Her silver-gray hair shimmered in the faint light as she stood on tiptoe, helping Sushi remove his loose robe. She carefully brushed off the snowflakes with her small hands, her expression serious as if performing an important task. Yes, I'm back, Sushi replied with a smile. This world is so vast that even gods can find space within it. But this world is so small that, to Krisha, only you exist. After cleaning the house, the young witch stood at the courtyard door, waiting for your return. She helped you remove your robe, prepared soft shoes, and took the ingredients for tonight's meal from your hands. She intended to cook New Year's Eve dinner by herself. You thought for a moment and stopped her. After all, she had only recently started learning to cook and often made mistakes. Normally, you wouldn't mind, but tonight was New Year's Eve. Ensuring the safety of your stomach seemed important. You entered the kitchen in time, preventing a potential kitchen disaster. You began cooking yourself. Mortal wisdom is activating. Observer is activating. You comprehended all the recipes, observed every detail of the ingredients. From now on, all pots and pans would bow to your mastery, elevating your cooking skills to the level of a true expert. When you asked the girl what she liked to eat, she replied that she enjoyed everything you made. For a moment, you shuddered inexplicably, as though someone was watching you from somewhere. Ignoring the feeling, you immersed yourself in cooking. Soon, you prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup, each emitting an enticing aroma. As you lifted the lid, a faint golden light shimmered. Your cooking skills improved once again. Nightfall. In Allenson City's winter, the streets were nearly deserted. A thick cold fog enveloped the surroundings, muffling everything. Yet, the laughter and celebration of the townsfolk resonated through the mist, connecting them. Praise to the god of fire. Praise to the god of blacksmiths. Praise to the harvest goddess. His glory, his deeds, and his brilliance bless us all. Thank you. Under the leadership of the city's 3 divine churches, salutes rang out across Allenson. In stark contrast, Sushi's home was quiet and solitary. The desolation of winter filled every corner. Only the dining table, laden with delicious food, brought a hint of life to the scene. Sushi sat at the head of the table, while Krisha sat to his right. Several glass lamps illuminated the surface of the dishes, reflecting their textures and colors, casting a warm glow across the room. Another year has passed. Next year will mark my 7th year in this simulated world. For a moment, Sushi felt a sense of disorientation. The life simulation was so realistic. Although memories of the real world and his first simulation lingered, and he could summon the simulator panel at will, his prolonged stay in Allenson often made him forget this was a simulation. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. As a child, I dreamed of traveling to different worlds. Now, in a way, that dream has come true. Sushi exhaled deeply, his expression calm and relaxed. The sumptuous dinner began. The meat was tender and smooth, the vegetables were crisp and delicious, and the hot soup was incredibly flavorful. In this magical world, people commonly used knives and forks for meals, but Sushi preferred chopsticks. He had even carved a pair for himself. Krisha, who initially used knives and forks, became curious after watching Sushi use chopsticks and decided she wanted to learn how to use them as well. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in Sushi's house. While most people were joyfully spending New Year's Eve with knives and forks, the little witch was earnestly battling with chopsticks, repeatedly fumbling and dropping her food. She blinked blankly. Difficult to use. Krisha couldn't understand why, after over half a month of practice, she still couldn't master these two small wooden sticks. They were just simple tools, yet they seemed harder to control than magic. Krisha, take your time, Sushi reassured her, demonstrating slowly. After another 10 minutes of effort, the girl finally managed to pick up her first piece of meat with the chopsticks. She exhaled as if she had achieved an ultimate goal. To her, chopsticks were like lifelong enemies. Not wanting the food to get cold, Krisha eventually gave up on the chopsticks and returned to her familiar knives and forks, savoring the dishes Sushi had prepared. Is it delicious? Sushi asked. Master, it's delicious, Krisha replied, her eyes widening slightly in appreciation. The clink of knives and forks against plates and the sound of teeth chewing filled the quiet room. It was clear from her enjoyment that she truly liked Sushi's cooking. But after taking the first bite, she paused and looked at Sushi with her empty, expectant eyes. All right, I'll eat too, Sushi said, smiling as he began eating. Under the warm light, their shadows one large and one small stretched diagonally across the room. The contrast between the bright light and the dark shadows was stark yet harmonious. The New Year's Eve dinner for just the two of them was quiet, far less lively than the celebrations in other households across the city. But Sushi felt it was enough. Wasn't it enough to have good food and companionship? The wind howled fiercely against the windows. Outside, a world of snow blanketed everything. The once vibrant courtyard, filled with blooming flowers and plants, was now buried under layers of thick snow. Even the withered tree had branches weighed down by heavy snowflakes. Inside, Sushi sat with a cup of hot soup, feeling inexplicably warm. It wasn't just the house's steam heating, it was also the presence of the girl sitting beside him. It feels like home, Sushi thought as he glanced at the falling snow outside. He had poured a lot of effort into this New Year's Eve dinner, wanting to give Krisha an unforgettable celebration. But for just two people, the 4 dishes and 1 soup were obviously too much. Even though Krisha's demon blood gave her a slightly larger appetite than an ordinary person, they couldn't finish everything. After half an hour of eating, there was still plenty of food left on the table. Krisha stood up to clear the dishes and wash them, but Sushi stopped her. Wait, Krisha. Master. With a curious expression, the girl watched as Sushi retrieved a sea blue necklace and a gold coin from his space ring. He placed the necklace in her left hand and the gold coin in her right. Her expression grew more confused. Sushi explained, in my hometown, it's a tradition to give gifts and blessings to children when the old year ends and the new one begins. So, I chose this necklace for you. I think it will suit you well, and the aquamarine beads in it can enhance your water magic. As for the gold coin, it's your New Year's money. It symbolizes my wish for your safety and well-being. Sushi spoke gently, waiting for Krisha to accept the gifts. But the young witch didn't take them or refuse them. She just stood there, staring blankly at Sushi with her dull, empty eyes. The room was quiet, but Krisha's gaze was quieter still, like a fragile mirror, bright yet delicate. This mirror had been shattered countless times, so often that even Krisha had lost count. And today, this fragile mirror, these lifeless eyes, reflected only Sushi's figure, filling her entire world. Her throat felt dry, and after several attempts, she finally managed to speak in a trembling voice. Why are you? Why? I want. Do you need a reason? Sushi asked softly, reaching out to gently pat her hair. After 2 months of care, her once straw-like hair was now soft and smooth. But, her eyes were filled with confusion. To her, someone like her, a flawed, useless failure, didn't deserve a gift. She was just an annoying burden meant to be discarded. Yet here she was, illuminated by the warmth of Sushi's presence, living in the light. That alone was more than enough. How could she expect more? No buts, Krisha, Sushi interrupted her thoughts, his words as warm as flickering candlelight. They seemed to draw her out of her darkness, making her unconsciously want to get closer. He continued, in life, you don't need to overthink things. There aren't so many whys. If you like something, accept it. If you don't. Krisha is always well-behaved and hard-working, so I like Krisha and want to give her gifts. If Krisha likes my gifts, just accept them unless you don't like them. Hearing this, Krisha quickly shook her head and clutched the necklace and gold coin tightly in her hands, expressing her love for the gifts through her actions. I love the gifts from Master. Really? That's great, Sushi said, smiling warmly. Though Krisha looked quiet and obedient, her expressionless face and vacant eyes still gave off a sense of fragility. But compared to 2 months ago, she was much better, wasn't she? Sushi closed his eyes slightly, recalling the day he first met her. In a filthy alley filled with sewage, a battered girl with bruises all over her body and a bloodied face had weakly stood before him, her legs trembling in fear. Back then, Krisha had held a knife and attempted to rob him. But what Sushi saw was a silent cry for help, a desperate plea hidden in her wounds, her fear, and her pain. Help me. It was a longing for someone to notice her, a prayer for someone to rescue her from despair. A silent cry she directed at everyone she encountered. Sushi saw it. He heard it. And that was why he had saved her. He couldn't walk away from the witch who was silently screaming for help. The sumptuous dinner began. The meat was tender and smooth, the vegetables were crisp and delicious, and the hot soup was incredibly flavorful. In this magical world, people commonly used knives and forks for meals, but Sushi preferred chopsticks. He had even carved a pair for himself. Krisha, who initially used knives and forks, became curious after watching Sushi use chopsticks and decided she wanted to learn how to use them as well. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in Sushi's house. While most people were joyfully spending New Year's Eve with knives and forks, the little witch was earnestly battling with chopsticks, repeatedly fumbling and dropping her food. She blinked blankly. Difficult to use. Krisha couldn't understand why, after over half a month of practice, she still couldn't master these two small wooden sticks. They were just simple tools, yet they seemed harder to control than magic. Krisha, take your time, Sushi reassured her, demonstrating slowly. After another 10 minutes of effort, the girl finally managed to pick up her first piece of meat with the chopsticks. She exhaled as if she had achieved an ultimate goal. To her, chopsticks were like lifelong enemies. Not wanting the food to get cold, Krisha eventually gave up on the chopsticks and returned to her familiar knives and forks, savoring the dishes Sushi had prepared. Is it delicious? Sushi asked. Master, it's delicious, Krisha replied, her eyes widening slightly in appreciation. The clink of knives and forks against plates and the sound of teeth chewing filled the quiet room. It was clear from her enjoyment that she truly liked Sushi's cooking. But after taking the first bite, she paused and looked at Sushi with her empty, expectant eyes. All right, I'll eat too, Sushi said, smiling as he began eating. Under the warm light, their shadows, one large and one small, stretched diagonally across the room. The contrast between the bright light and the dark shadows was stark yet harmonious. The New Year's Eve dinner for just the two of them was quiet, far less lively than the celebrations in other households across the city. But Sushi felt it was enough. Wasn't it enough to have good food and companionship? The wind howled fiercely against the windows. Outside, a world of snow blanketed everything. The once vibrant courtyard, filled with blooming flowers and plants, was now buried under layers of thick snow. Even the withered tree had branches weighed down by heavy snowflakes. Inside, Sushi sat with a cup of hot soup, feeling inexplicably warm. It wasn't just the house's steam heating, it was also the presence of the girl sitting beside him. It feels like home, Sushi thought as he glanced at the falling snow outside. He had poured a lot of effort into this New Year's Eve dinner, wanting to give Krisha an unforgettable celebration. But for just two people, the 4 dishes and 1 soup were obviously too much. Even though Krisha's demon blood gave her a slightly larger appetite than an ordinary person, they couldn't finish everything. After half an hour of eating, there was still plenty of food left on the table. Krisha stood up to clear the dishes and wash them, but Sushi stopped her. Wait, Krisha. Master. With a curious expression, the girl watched as Sushi retrieved a sea blue necklace and a gold coin from his space ring. He placed the necklace in her left hand and the gold coin in her right. Her expression grew more confused. Sushi explained, in my hometown, it's a tradition to give gifts and blessings to children when the old year ends and the new one begins. So, I chose this necklace for you. I think it will suit you well, and the aquamarine beads in it can enhance your water magic. As for the gold coin, it's your New Year's money. It symbolizes my wish for your safety and well-being. Sushi spoke gently, waiting for Krisha to accept the gifts. But the young witch didn't take them or refuse them. She just stood there, staring blankly at Sushi with her dull, empty eyes. The room was quiet, but Krisha's gaze was quieter still, like a fragile mirror, bright yet delicate. This mirror had been shattered countless times, so often that even Krisha had lost count. And today, this fragile mirror, these lifeless eyes, reflected only Sushi's figure, filling her entire world. Her throat felt dry, and after several attempts, she finally managed to speak in a trembling voice. Why are you? Why? Do you need a reason? Sushi asked softly, reaching out to gently pat her hair. After 2 months of care, her once straw-like hair was now soft and smooth. But, her eyes were filled with confusion. To her, someone like her, a flawed, useless failure, didn't deserve a gift. She was just an annoying burden meant to be discarded. Yet here she was, illuminated by the warmth of Sushi's presence, living in the light. That alone was more than enough. How could she expect more? No buts, Krisha, Sushi interrupted her thoughts, his words as warm as flickering candlelight. They seemed to draw her out of her darkness, making her unconsciously want to get closer. He continued, in life, you don't need to overthink things. There aren't so many whys. If you like something, accept it. If you don't. Krisha is always well-behaved and hard-working, so I like Krisha and want to give her gifts. If Krisha likes my gifts, just accept them unless you don't like them. Hearing this, Krisha quickly shook her head and clutched the necklace and gold coin tightly in her hands, expressing her love for the gifts through her actions. I love the gifts from Master. Really? That's great, Sushi said, smiling warmly. Though Krisha looked quiet and obedient, her expressionless face and vacant eyes still gave off a sense of fragility. But compared to 2 months ago, she was much better, wasn't she? Sushi closed his eyes slightly, recalling the day he first met her. In a filthy alley filled with sewage, a battered girl with bruises all over her body and a bloodied face had weakly stood before him, her legs trembling in fear. Back then, Krisha had held a knife and attempted to rob him. But what Sushi saw was a silent cry for help, a desperate plea hidden in her wounds, her fear, and her pain. Help me. It was a longing for someone to notice her, a prayer for someone to rescue her from despair. A silent cry she directed at everyone she encountered. Sushi saw it. He heard it. And that was why he had saved her. He couldn't walk away from the witch who was silently screaming for help. The sumptuous dinner began. The meat was tender and smooth, the vegetables were crisp and delicious, and the hot soup was incredibly flavorful. In this magical world, people commonly used knives and forks for meals, but Sushi preferred chopsticks. He had even carved a pair for himself. Krisha, who initially used knives and forks, became curious after watching Sushi use chopsticks and decided she wanted to learn how to use them as well. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in Sushi's house. While most people were joyfully spending New Year's Eve with knives and forks, the little witch was earnestly battling with chopsticks, repeatedly fumbling and dropping her food. She blinked blankly. Difficult to use. Krisha couldn't understand why, after over half a month of practice, she still couldn't master these two small wooden sticks. They were just simple tools, yet they seemed harder to control than magic. Krisha, take your time, Sushi reassured her, demonstrating slowly. After another 10 minutes of effort, the girl finally managed to pick up her first piece of meat with the chopsticks. She exhaled as if she had achieved an ultimate goal. To her, chopsticks were like lifelong enemies. Not wanting the food to get cold, Krisha eventually gave up on the chopsticks and returned to her familiar knives and forks, savoring the dishes Sushi had prepared. Is it delicious? Sushi asked. Master, it's delicious, Krisha replied, her eyes widening slightly in appreciation. The clink of knives and forks against plates and the sound of teeth chewing filled the quiet room. It was clear from her enjoyment that she truly liked Sushi's cooking. But after taking the first bite, she paused and looked at Sushi with her empty, expectant eyes. All right, I'll eat too, Sushi said, smiling as he began eating. Under the warm light, their shadows, one large and one small, stretched diagonally across the room. The contrast between the bright light and the dark shadows was stark yet harmonious. The New Year's Eve dinner for just the two of them was quiet, far less lively than the celebrations in other households across the city. But Sushi felt it was enough. Wasn't it enough to have good food and companionship? The wind howled fiercely against the windows. Outside, a world of snow blanketed everything. The once vibrant courtyard, filled with blooming flowers and plants, was now buried under layers of thick snow. Even the withered tree had branches weighed down by heavy snowflakes. Inside, Sushi sat with a cup of hot soup, feeling inexplicably warm. It wasn't just the house's steam heating, it was also the presence of the girl sitting beside him. It feels like home, Sushi thought as he glanced at the falling snow outside. He had poured a lot of effort into this New Year's Eve dinner, wanting to give Krisha an unforgettable celebration. But for just two people, the 4 dishes and 1 soup were obviously too much. Even though Krisha's demon blood gave her a slightly larger appetite than an ordinary person, they couldn't finish everything. After half an hour of eating, there was still plenty of food left on the table. Krisha stood up to clear the dishes and wash them, but Sushi stopped her. Wait, Krisha. Master. With a curious expression, the girl watched as Sushi retrieved a sea blue necklace and a gold coin from his space ring. He placed the necklace in her left hand and the gold coin in her right. Her expression grew more confused. Sushi explained, in my hometown, it's a tradition to give gifts and blessings to children when the old year ends and the new one begins. So, I chose this necklace for you. I think it will suit you well, and the aquamarine beads in it can enhance your water magic. As for the gold coin, it's your New Year's money. It symbolizes my wish for your safety and well-being. Sushi spoke gently, waiting for Krisha to accept the gifts. But the young witch didn't take them or refuse them. She just stood there, staring blankly at Sushi with her dull, empty eyes. The room was quiet, but Krisha's gaze was quieter still, like a fragile mirror, bright yet delicate. This mirror had been shattered countless times, so often that even Krisha had lost count. And today, this fragile mirror, these lifeless eyes, reflected only Sushi's figure, filling her entire world. Her throat felt dry, and after several attempts, she finally managed to speak in a trembling voice. Why are you? Why? I want. Do you need a reason? Sushi asked softly, reaching out to gently pat her hair. After 2 months of care, her once straw-like hair was now soft and smooth. But, her eyes were filled with confusion. To her, someone like her, a flawed, useless failure, didn't deserve a gift. She was just an annoying burden meant to be discarded. Yet here she was, illuminated by the warmth of Sushi's presence, living in the light. That alone was more than enough. How could she expect more? No buts, Krisha, Sushi interrupted her thoughts, his words as warm as flickering candlelight. They seemed to draw her out of her darkness, making her unconsciously want to get closer. He continued, in life, you don't need to overthink things. There aren't so many whys. If you like something, accept it. If you don't. Krisha is always well-behaved and hard-working, so I like Krisha and want to give her gifts. If Krisha likes my gifts, just accept them unless you don't like them. Hearing this, Krisha quickly shook her head and clutched the necklace and gold coin tightly in her hands, expressing her love for the gifts through her actions. I love the gifts from Master. Really? That's great, Sushi said, smiling warmly. Though Krisha looked quiet and obedient, her expressionless face and vacant eyes still gave off a sense of fragility. But compared to 2 months ago, she was much better, wasn't she? Sushi closed his eyes slightly, recalling the day he first met her. In a filthy alley filled with sewage, a battered girl with bruises all over her body and a bloodied face had weakly stood before him, her legs trembling in fear. Back then, Krisha had held a knife and attempted to rob him. But what Sushi saw was a silent cry for help, a desperate plea hidden in her wounds, her fear, and her pain. Help me. It was a longing for someone to notice her. A prayer for someone to rescue her from despair. A silent cry she directed at everyone she encountered. Sushi saw it. He heard it. And that was why he had saved her. He couldn't walk away from the witch who was silently screaming for help. Bang! A loud explosion echoed outside. High-level fire magic created fireworks that shot into the sky, concentrating at a single point before bursting into brilliant flames. The dazzling light illuminated the dark night. In Allenson City, the magicians under the 3 major churches dedicated to the god of fire, the god of blacksmiths, and the goddess of harvest were releasing powerful spells to demonstrate the might of their gods. This time of year, the churches engaged in secret competitions, vying for more believers in the coming year. Boom! Boom! The deafening noise of magical explosions in the distant sky broke Sushi's train of thought. He glanced to the side and saw the young witch sitting quietly. She clutched the necklace and gold coins tightly in her hands, her expression as empty and calm as ever. The magic outside was dazzling, so bright that its light spilled into the house, illuminating half of Krisha's fair cheek, her smooth silver gray hair, her delicate nose, and her slender fingers as they stroked the necklace repeatedly. Krisha seemed eager to wear the necklace, but she didn't know how. In her painful and tortured past, necklaces were things she had only ever looked at, never worn. Her slender white fingers hesitated as they touched the necklace's ring. She handled it clumsily and cautiously, afraid of damaging it. Her movements were awkward, her fingers trembling, and the sight stirred pity in Sushi. Krisha, let me help you. Sushi took the sea blue necklace from her hands and moved behind her. Carefully, he held the mithril chains at both ends and gently looped them around her neck. As he worked, his fingers brushed lightly against her neck. It was a new sensation for Krisha, ticklish, warm, and oddly pleasant. She rubbed her neck subconsciously, the chains jingling softly against her skin. Realizing this might make things difficult for Sushi, she quickly stopped moving and stood still. Feeling the warmth of his hands as he lifted her hair, she held her breath. Finally, with a soft click, the silver buckle was fastened, and the sea blue necklace rested against her neck. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, and the air was filled with noise. Yet in that moment, all Krisha could focus on was the warmth of the hands that had just helped her. Her neck felt warm, strangely so. The witch was confused. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Not bad, Sushi said, stepping back to admire his work. Looking at Krisha, a satisfied expression spread across his face. Just as I thought, this necklace suits you perfectly, Sushi said, his voice full of genuine admiration. Winter was cold and unrelenting, even on the festive New Year's Eve. But in this moment, Sushi felt as though he had witnessed something beautiful enough to melt the frost. Her silver gray hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, partially covering her pale neck. The scars of the past were gone, replaced by a delicate and graceful presence. Krisha stood with her head lowered, holding the necklace in both hands. The aquamarine pearls reflected a dreamy blue glow, their light shimmering in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, her lifeless gaze seemed to regain a hint of spirit. Though it faded quickly, Sushi cherished that brief moment of brilliance. He felt a swell of pride. My witch is so beautiful. How do you feel, Krisha? Do you like it? Sushi asked gently. The girl nodded slightly. I like it. Then, in a soft voice, she added, thank you. It was late at night, the end of New Year's Eve. After giving her the necklace and lucky money, Sushi left the kitchen and headed to the study to meditate. He planned to break through his spiritual power before sleeping. Left alone, Krisha sat in a daze for a long time, her mind clouded and restless. By the time she came to her senses, she found herself in her room, the dishes already cleaned and put away. Sitting on the bed, she hugged her knees and remained motionless for a long while. Gift. I also have my own gift. Her soft voice echoed faintly in the quiet room, devoid of emotion. Even now, Krisha still felt unworthy of receiving gifts or affection. She saw herself as an object discardable, without value, undeserving of kindness. Objects should know their place. They shouldn't expect things that don't belong to them. But Sushi had told her to accept the gift, so she couldn't refuse. Krisha held the dark blue necklace to her chest. Her eyes were clouded with confusion, yet they wavered slightly as if holding a fragile glimmer of hope. She liked it, she really liked it. The thoughts weighed heavily on her, growing more oppressive and unsettling. But she couldn't understand them. For a witch who had lost her emotions, comprehending such feelings was an impossible task. But it didn't matter. Krisha had her own way of coping. She didn't need to understand or release these feelings. All she needed was to stay by Sushi's side, following his words and actions. The sunlight streaming through her window caught her attention. Only then did she realize she had sat in her room all night without noticing the passing time. It was the first day of the new year. The sunlight was more brilliant than ever before. Its radiant warmth pierced through the curtains, falling upon the demon girl as she sat in silence just like Sushi's arrival had done 2 months ago. Praise be to the great sun god. May the sun god protect you and me forever. Outside, the citizens of Allenson City emerged from their homes, praying to the sun on the first day of the new year. They hoped for the sun god's protection in the coming days. The sun. Krisha lowered her head and buried her face in her knees. In a barely audible whisper, she murmured, "Thank the sun." But her gratitude wasn't directed at the sun god. It was for the sun that had entered her world, pulled her out of despair, and brought her light and hope. Her son. The one who had heard her silent cries for help. The one who had reached out to her with warmth and kindness. That warmth. That love. It was deeply engraved in the witch's heart, impossible to erase. For that reason, the witch would live for her Sunday. If she ever lost that gentle light, that gaze that saw her, she would lose the very reason for her existence, and fall into an abyss even she feared. Sushi first met Krisha at the end of the autumn of the 6th year of simulation. Now, it is the 10th year. In other words, nearly 4 years have passed since Sushi rescued Krisha, taking her away from the filthy and foul-smelling alleys to give her a human life. 4 years, such a significant span of time. Even for Sushi, who had lived it, there was no accurate way to measure its weight. Snap snap. Pushing open the door of the meditation room, Sushi, now a great magician, walked along the corridor. The slightly thick soles of his boots produced a steady, muffled sound that reverberated softly in the air. The hum echoed, consistent and unbroken. Suddenly, Sushi stopped. He lifted his head slightly and looked out at the bright sun and clear blue sky beyond the corridor. Today's sunlight is exceptionally dazzling. The intense sunlight had evaporated the mist that typically lingered over Allenson City. It was so brilliant that Sushi instinctively squinted his eyes. The halo of light stirred his memories. With his vision blurred, Sushi recalled many moments from his life in the simulated world. 10 years of simulation, 6 years alone, followed by 4 years with the witch. It was remarkable. Despite the earlier years being longer, most of his vivid memories came from the latter. He remembered simple, shared moments with Krisha. For instance, 2 years ago, when Krisha worked hard to improve her cooking skills and finally prepared a passable dish. Though slightly burnt on the outside and a bit bitter, Sushi ate it all without complaint. Or a year ago, when Krisha practiced level 3 water magic for the first time. Her talent for water elements was so strong that the spell flooded the courtyard, leaving the flowers and plants bare. She had soaked herself completely, water dripping from her hair and clothes. Krisha apologized profusely, but Sushi only smiled, helped her change into dry clothes, and used his combined fire and wind magic to dry her hair, a spell he hadn't used for a long time. Everyday moments, simple yet profound. It was these unremarkable instances that shone like quiet miracles, bringing warmth and beauty to their otherwise ordinary days. It's a shame I'll have to leave this life behind for now. Sushi's gaze remained fixed on the sky. The clear blue expanse was stunning, like a flawlessly painted canvas, unmarred by even the faintest hint of vapor. Yet, this very perfection gave him a deep sense of unease. Something wasn't right. To power the entire city, the underground steam engines in Allenson's center are massive. The sheer amount of steam they generate is far greater than what we see today. But over the past month, the steam engine's activity has significantly decreased. Moreover, steam airships have been frequently dispatched, seemingly to transport people out of Allenson. There was no denying it, something was wrong. Sushi had visited the Magicians' Association for answers, but he found its top leaders had vanished without a trace, much like the city's nobles. Only a skeleton crew remained to manage the association's daily operations. From this, Sushi deduced, something is about to happen in Allenson City. While the exact nature of the crisis remained unclear, one thing was certain: staying wasn't an option. I've already advanced to Great Magician. Moving to another city won't pose any financial issues. I must evacuate immediately, Sushi decided. As the sunlight became unbearably bright, a magic shield materialized in front of him, shielding him from the glare. It wasn't his own magic. Thank you, Krisha. Your magic shield is quite effective, Sushi said, turning to his right. At some point, the 16-year-old witch had quietly joined him. 4 years had transformed Krisha. She was no longer the frail, pitiful figure he had found in the alley. She had grown taller, her features more refined. Her long gray-silver hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, shimmering like water under sunlight. Though her expression remained calm, devoid of joy or sorrow, her beauty was undeniable. Dressed simply in a light white gown with a pale blue outer layer, Krisha exuded elegance. The sea blue necklace Sushi had gifted her complemented her simplicity, enhancing her natural grace. Even without extravagant attire, Krisha's beauty rivaled that of the most distinguished noble daughters, her refinement shaped by adversity. You flatter me. This is what I should do, Krisha replied, her hands folded neatly in front of her. Her voice, like her expression, lacked emotion. Looking at her well-behaved demeanor, Sushi felt a pang of regret. Despite his efforts over the past 4 years, he had been unable to restore Krisha's emotions fully. Krisha, did you notice anything while I was away? He asked as they walked toward the living room. Following your instructions, I monitored the steam airships. The last 3 departed this morning. This morning? Yes. Krisha's calm response heightened Sushi's sense of urgency. Something is definitely wrong. No airships left behind means they've abandoned Allenson City entirely. We have to leave as well, Krisha. Today. Taking a deep breath, Sushi closed his eyes briefly before reopening them with resolve. Krisha, go to the market and buy as many supplies as possible, food, daily necessities, anything we might need. Use the space ring to bring everything back. There's no need to hide your magic anymore. Use wind control to fly directly. Yes, I will follow your instructions. Without hesitation, Krisha retrieved her wand, Grey Resurrection, and activated her wind magic. The elemental currents enveloped her, lifting her swiftly into the sky. Meanwhile, Sushi hurried into the study room. The sense of crisis weighed heavily on him, urging him to act. Level 4 and 5 magic alone wouldn't suffice against an unknown danger. He needed to use the time Krisha spent gathering supplies to master level 6 and 7 magic, enhancing their chances of survival during the evacuation. The atmosphere in Allenson City grows increasingly strange. You observe the unfolding crisis keenly. The observer entry activates, continuously activating. You realize the hidden danger. The departure of all steam airships signals that the crisis may strike Allenson City soon, perhaps even today. You send the witch to urgently purchase supplies. You begin to study advanced magic, activating your mortal wisdom. You deepen your understanding of the world's operations, rapidly improving your magical knowledge. You successfully learn your first level 7 magic spell. Then your second. You begin creating new magic. In the 7th year of simulation, you are 21 years old. You are progressing steadily as an elite mage. Both your mental power and magical strength have increased significantly. Your hidden strength is astounding. The first day of the new year has arrived, and you notice that the witch appears slightly more human than before. This makes you both happy and regretful. You are happy because the witch's shattered and damaged heart still holds the potential for repair. You are regretful because the difficulty of repairing it is almost insurmountable, like a hell-level challenge. After 2 months of effort, you've only managed to evoke a faint ripple in her emotions. Fortunately, the witch's body, once on the verge of collapse, has been successfully saved by your care. With your treatment and 2 months of proper nutrition, her frail frame has recovered. She is no longer the emaciated figure she was at the beginning. Spring leaves emerge, and the earth revives. The new spring has arrived. Your life revolves around a consistent cycle of meditating on spiritual power, delving into new magic, and teaching Krisha. Occasionally, you visit the Magicians Association in the city center to purchase extraordinary materials and gather information. You hear that the Church of God has repelled the aliens on the border. Afterward, you return home and resume your studies in magic. You begin to contemplate how to further train Krisha so that she can survive independently in this world, even if you are no longer by her side. The winter snow has melted, and the vibrant spirit of spring bursts forth. The heavy snow that once blanketed Allenson City has disappeared completely. Bright spring sunlight floods the city, casting golden rays on everything in need of warmth. Even the dead trees in the corners of the courtyard begin to sprout new buds in silence. Sushi sat at the courtyard entrance. The archway overhead creates natural shade, blocking the sun and casting a cool shadow over him. The first step in training Krisha was to ensure she could protect herself. That goal is nearly achieved. In 6 months, she will advance to the level of a formal mage. An official mage can wield level 1 to level 3 magic. At her level, Krisha's talent is nearly unmatched among her peers. She can easily handle ordinary people, and even against mages of the same level, she will hold her own. Now, it's time to prepare for the second step. Beneath the shaded archway, Sushi holds a thick magic book in his hand. His eyes were slightly closed as he fell into deep thought. For Krisha to develop an independent personality and thrive without fear of persecution, certain issues must be resolved as soon as possible. The most pressing problem was her demon bloodline. Objectively, Krisha was obedient and well-behaved. She has no thoughts of harming others and feels uneasy even approaching strangers, let alone causing harm. But this world was far from reasonable. The gods govern the earth, and the churches act as their eyes and ears. In a society where everyone worships the gods and regards demons as enemies, anyone with even the slightest demonic connection was treated as a threat. It was nearly impossible for Krisha to integrate into human society, unless she becomes so strong that no one dares question her, or she convinces others that she has no ties to demons. Sushi murmurs to himself. The former was nearly unattainable. Even if everything in this simulation progresses perfectly, Sushi has no hope of becoming a god, let alone defeating all gods. The latter, however, has potential. This world's methods of identifying demons are surprisingly primitive and crude. At first, I assumed there would be inspections of souls, bloodlines, or even metaphysical concepts. But based on the information I've gathered, both the Magicians Association and the Church of God rely solely on physical appearance to identify demons. In other words, if I can conceal Krisha's demonic traits, she can present herself as a normal human. Additionally, demons have never been known to wield magic. If questioned, Krisha could use her magic to prove her innocence. Sushi contemplates this possibility and finds it feasible. Of course, he knows such a disguise won't deceive the gods above. But Sushi's requirements were modest. He merely wanted Krisha to explore the outside world, interact with people, and grow emotionally. Her fragile and sensitive heart shouldn't become dependent on him alone. If Krisha's activities remain limited, the likelihood of discovery could be minimized. I'll ask her opinion. Simulation, 7th year, spring. The witch is growing more powerful. To address the risk of her being discovered, you begin devising ways to conceal her demonic traits. You ask Krisha for her opinion. If she insists on not hiding her traits, you are prepared to respect her choice. However, her response surprises you. I want to be like my master. It's not that she wants to become human, she wants to become like you, because you are human. Simulation, 7th year, summer. Through constant meditation, Krisha's mental power improves, allowing her to break through to the level of a formal mage. Your witch is now a formal mage. Simulation, 7th year, autumn. Through studying ancient texts and experimenting with life attribute magic, you develop a method to effectively conceal demonic traits. You summon Krisha to the meditation room, where the two of you begin a delicate procedure to hide her demonic features. Krisha didn't have many visible demonic traits. She lacked wings and a tail, which was fortunate. This meant Sushi only needed to address the small horns on her head and the patches of scales on her skin. Once these were concealed, Krisha could pass as a normal human. Let's hope this works. The dimly lit meditation room is cool and silent, resembling a place where secret rituals are performed. Click. Sushi switched off the low-powered steam lamp, summoning magical light to illuminate the space. Krisha laid calmly on the stone slab before him. Krisha, this might hurt a little. I trust my master. Her pale golden eyes reveal no emotion, yet they convey an unshakable trust. The procedure begins. You use wind magic to form a wind blade with precise cutting power, carefully grinding down the horns on the girl's head. You leave only the roots, hidden beneath her hair. You use level 3 magic, soil shaping. You use level 4 magic, water isolation. You use level 4 magic, fire isolation. You use level 5 magic, life mimicry. You obtain high-quality shape-shifting slime from the Magician's Association, shaping it into a texture resembling human skin. You apply it meticulously to the scales on her body, concealing them seamlessly. You enhance the shape-shifting slime with resistance to water and fire, as well as lifelike properties, ensuring it adheres securely and resembles natural skin. Your disguise experiment is a success. From the outside, Krisha no longer displays any demonic characteristics. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere, Krisha? The meditation room was quiet, save for the soft ticking of a mechanical clock hanging on the wall. Its steady rhythm filled the space, each tick marking the precise passage of time. Sushi reached out his hands, supporting Krisha by her arms and waist as he helped the confused girl sit up. Her response was slow. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. No, good. That's a relief. Sushi's furrowed eyebrow relaxed. He carefully supported Krisha as he retrieved a roll of specially made blocking bandages. Wrapping them tightly around her, he began sealing away the remnants of her demonic traits. The residual signs of her demonic nature were in a delicate state. Without proper treatment, they could resurface, and in severe cases, they might even disrupt her physical control. So Sushi wound the bandages layer by layer around her, using the magical material to thoroughly seal the remaining horns and scales. Round after round, the white bandages encased most of Krisha's body. The horns on her head, in particular, were tightly bound, leaving no gaps. Sushi touched the bandaged areas, inspecting them closely. Once satisfied, he stepped back and helped Krisha stand. Krisha, you'll need to keep these bandages on for the next few days. If you feel any discomfort, let me know immediately, Sushi instructed. I will, Krisha replied softly. Her small face, already devoid of expression, looked even more pitiful and lifeless with the bandages. She resembled a fragile, patched-up doll. Her empty eyes, pale lips, and slender frame bore the silent weight of her past suffering. Though her wounds had long healed, the pain of her experiences remained etched in unseen places, making the bandaged witch appear even more sorrowful. Krisha's gaze stayed fixed on Sushi as he began tidying up the tools and materials. She had wanted to help, but Sushi had insisted she rest after the procedure. I've really become a person. Krisha lowered her head, reaching up to touch her now hornless head. She couldn't believe how easily the horns, which had brought her so much misfortune, had disappeared. In the past, those twisted, deformed horns had invited scorn and violence from others. During countless nights of pain, she had often dreamed of ridding herself of them. And now that the dream had come true, her heart remained still. It wasn't because of her emotional shortcomings, she simply didn't feel it was something worth celebrating. Whether she was a human or a demon no longer mattered to her. The reason she wanted to appear human was simple. She felt it would allow her to stand closer to Sushi. If I become human, I'll be able to get closer to him, right? Krisha thought. Her desire was straightforward. Just a little closer, and she could feel his warmth and light more vividly. Subconsciously, Krisha stretched out her hand towards Sushi. Her bandaged fingers trembled as she hesitated, her small hand reaching halfway before she silently pulled it back. No, that's not allowed. As an object, how could she approach her owner without permission? Krisha reminded herself of her place and slowly retracted her hand. No matter how much she liked Sushi or wanted to be near him, she had to remember her identity. Krisha. Sushi noticed her movements. Seeing her hand frozen midair, hesitating like a shy sprout, he misunderstood her intentions. Gently, he took her hand, his tone apologetic. Sorry. I kept you here so long today. You must be exhausted. I'll take you back to your room. With that, Sushi led Krisha, step by careful step, toward her bedroom. Several times along the way, Krisha wanted to speak to tell him she wasn't tired, to say she could walk on her own. But the warmth of his hand silenced her. Words caught in her throat as she focused on the comforting sensation. She wished this moment could last forever. I'm sorry, mother. Krisha has become a bad girl who lies. The thought emerged as Krisha tightened her grip on Sushi's warm hand. Just this once, she didn't want to let go. Your efforts to transform the witch's appearance were a complete success. After 4 days of wearing the bandages, you removed them to reveal a stunningly beautiful human girl. No deformed, twisted horns. No raised, unsightly scales. From head to toe, Krisha no longer displayed any demonic traits. Anyone who saw her would think she was a normal human girl. You were overjoyed, knowing that from this day forward, Krisha's life would change completely. You had cared for Krisha for nearly a year. Although she had never expressed a desire to leave or interact with anyone other than you, you felt her life should not be confined to the small courtyard. Taking this opportunity, you decided to give her a wand. As an official mage, Krisha needed a wand to fully utilize her abilities. The wand was a slender piece crafted from ash wood, elegant and refined. Its surface was adorned with several magic gems, allowing it to store a large reserve of magical power, a strategic asset for any mage. This wand, named Grey Resurrection, was expensive, but Sushi felt it was worth the cost. In addition to the wand, he purchased a separate space ring. For a magician, both items were essential tools. When Sushi handed Krisha the wand, she remained expressionless. But her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed her true feelings. Thank you. I like it very much, Krisha said softly. Try it out, Sushi suggested with a smile, beginning to teach her how to control the wand and sharing essential tips for a magician. Krisha cherishes the wand you gave her deeply and finds it incredibly useful. She becomes even more dependent on you. With the enhancement provided by the wand, Krisha's magical abilities have improved significantly. Her control over magic has become much sharper. You are very pleased with her progress and begin teaching her more advanced magic. Previously, as a magic apprentice, Krisha could only learn basic level 0 magic. Now, you are teaching her level 1, 2, and 3 magic. After 2 months of teaching, Krisha has learned several new spells and mastered the combined use of fire and wind magic. The witch has even mastered your improvised hairdryer technique. Now, Krisha can use fire magic with her left hand and wind magic with her right hand, combining them to release a warm breeze. Previously, you had been using this technique to help her dry her hair after she bathed, but now, she can do it herself. You feel very pleased, but for some reason, Krisha seems a little disappointed. You don't know why. 8th year of simulation, spring. You are 22 years old, and Krisha is 14. It has been a long time since you first met Krisha. You feel nostalgic but are genuinely happy for her growth. Her progress in magic is remarkable, but what pleases you most is her spiritual growth. Thanks to your guidance, Krisha has successfully removed all her demonic traits and now moves through the world like a human being. With your encouragement, Krisha finally musters the courage to step outside the courtyard. She is no longer afraid of others, but she still prefers to stay by your side. Krisha rarely leaves except when it is necessary to purchase items. According to her, such trivial errands shouldn't burden you, so she takes on the responsibility of managing daily necessities, food, and clothing supplies for the household. She has become like your personal maid. Under the bright sun at the courtyard's entrance, the witch hesitated. She seemed timid and unsure, reluctant to step outside. However, as Sushi held her hand, encouraging her to take the first step, her fear began to fade. Krisha, look. There's nothing to be afraid of, Sushi said gently. The witch stood in a daze, looking at her legs, which had now stepped out of the courtyard. She turned back to glance at the door and suddenly understood something. As long as Sushi was by her side, she had nothing to fear. The fear in her heart melted away, replaced by the warm presence of the sun that gave her courage. I am fearless now. Thank you, she said softly. With your careful teaching and Krisha's innate talent, her magical strength has grown impressively. In Allenson City, only a handful of mages at her level could match her ability. This isn't because their talent surpasses hers but because her progress in just 1.5 years is unprecedented. To be cautious and avoid exposing Krisha's true identity, you decide against letting her join the Magicians Association. Krisha has no objections. She only wants to stay with you and has no interest in anything else. Your life together is peaceful and harmonious. There are no thrilling adventures or legendary tales, but you treasure this calm life deeply. Your only goal is to cultivate your magic as much as possible, ensuring you can protect Krisha and watch her grow safely. Time passes, and the 9th year of simulation begins. You are 23 years old, and Krisha is 15. You've gained profound insights into the nature of magic. The wisdom of mortals is activating, the observer is activating. You begin to understand the deeper truths about how the world operates. Your spiritual chi grows rapidly, and your control over magic reaches new heights. You sense a breakthrough approaching. The 10th year of simulation, spring. You are 24 years old, and Krisha is 16. It has been 3.5 years since you adopted the witch. This period of peace and beauty has felt both long and fleeting. You've grown accustomed to life with Krisha. She has never disappointed you or made you angry. Your only regret is that her emotional shortcomings remain unchanged. You have never seen her truly joyful or in tears. Through relentless effort, your spiritual chi finally reaches its limit, and you prepare for a breakthrough. In Allenson City, in a secluded courtyard near the city center, Sushi entered the deepest meditation chamber. The room was dimly lit, the lamps flickering faintly. Sushi sat cross-legged, gazing at his left palm. Wisps of fluorescent light danced across his hand, sometimes transforming into turbulent flames, other times into gentle waves or a rushing wind. It's time, Sushi murmured. Through mortal wisdom and elemental mastery, I've reached the pinnacle of elite magehood. My magic cultivation is pure. It's time to ascend to the rank of great magician. Unlike immortal cultivation, the magic system posed unique challenges. Even with his experience of breaking through to the Golden Core realm in a previous simulation, Sushi approached this realm promotion with 200% caution. Drawing from experience notes he had collected from the Magicians Association, he concentrated all his spiritual chi on understanding and connecting with the world's elements. Perceive, contact, establish connections. Unlike the simple control of a less spiritual chi he had practiced before, this breakthrough required merging his spiritual chi with the elements, achieving complete unity. According to the records, this step has stumped countless magical geniuses, leaving them stuck at the elite mage level. This explains why so few elemental mages exist compared to priests of the Church of God, who achieve breakthroughs simply through devout faith. Thankfully, with my elemental perception, this challenge is not insurmountable. Sushi guided his spiritual power to blend seamlessly with the surrounding earth, wind, water, and fire. Everything proceeded smoothly, perhaps even too smoothly. He encountered no resistance, as if it were second nature. His spiritual chi merged perfectly with the elements, creating a harmonious bond. Great magician, breakthrough achieved instantly. Whoosh! Surges of spiritual chi, carrying the essence of the elements, flowed back into Sushi's body like tidal waves. At this moment, Sushi felt like a bridge, connecting with the world's elements effortlessly. It was a profound sensation, difficult to describe but exhilarating. In the past, casting magic required effort gathering elements and shaping them into desired forms. But now, a single thought is enough to command the elements to align themselves. Everything has become more efficient and intuitive. In the dim meditation chamber, Sushi sat surrounded by a swirling dance of elemental energy. It dawned on him why the magic system's realm names were so straightforward. Great magician, an upgraded, enhanced version of a magician. This progression makes perfect sense, Sushi thought, realizing how much easier controlling the elements had become. At this rate, higher-level mages must possess even greater mastery, perhaps even control over the world's elements themselves. His thoughts turned to the gods who ruled from above. Perhaps the gods aren't as mysterious and untouchable as they seem. Maybe they're just mages who have mastered the pinnacle of magic. Sushi smiled faintly. This world hides many secrets. I hope I'll have the chance to uncover them. He stood, his resolve firm. For now, it's time to take Krisha and leave Allenson. Lively, noisy, chaotic. Allenson City was bustling as usual. At the Steel and Gear Customs Gate, merchants came and went in steam-powered magic trucks, their faces lit with joy and smiles. Residents chatted freely with family and friends, immersed in their daily routines. But no one noticed. Among those entering and leaving the city, no great nobles remained. For ordinary people, great nobles were elusive, almost mythical figures. Their absence went unnoticed, unremarked upon. Now, this steam-powered city, perched on the northern edge of the world, housed only civilians and middle-level officials, those unprivileged to know the city's hidden truths. Its real leaders had long since vanished. I need to complete this task as quickly as possible. High above Allenson City, Krisha soared through the sky. She no longer concealed her abilities, unleashing maximum magical output. Her wind control spell propelled her faster as she rushed toward the city center's bustling market. When she landed, the people around her were stunned. Everyone in the market knew Krisha. They believed she was connected to a mage, perhaps a relative or a personal maid. Because of this assumed connection, she was never harassed. But today, they saw her use magic. The onlookers froze in shock, their wide eyes fixed on her wand. Their voices trembled as they spoke. She's a magician? That girl is a magician. Unbelievable. If I'd known, I would have been much more polite. By the goddess of harvest, this is astonishing. The crowd erupted into chatter. Some were envious, others jealous, and a few were utterly awestruck. Yet soon, a unified voice emerged, offering words of praise. They exalted Krisha, calling her beautiful, kind, and benevolent. Many traders even tried to offer her their best products for free: small, elegant mechanical watches, crisp fruits and vegetables, and extravagantly decorated women's clothing. The traders competed fiercely, their behavior bordering on fanaticism, each vying to gift her the finest items they could offer. Boring. Krisha watched the commotion before her with calm detachment. Perhaps it was the lack of steam engine vapor obscuring her view, but the same market, vendors, and buildings now seemed uglier, their greed and desperation laid bare. Everyone crowded around her, eager to flatter her for their gain. And yet, wasn't this the life she had once dreamed of? A life where no one scorned or beat her, where everyone wanted to be her friend, where people scrambled to win her favor. Why did it now seem so repulsive? Ah, I understand. She glanced down at her white, unblemished hands and the delicate wand she held. A realization struck her. They didn't like her. The crowd adored Krisha, the young and beautiful mage with a bright future. They admired her talent and her status. But they didn't care about the witch. They didn't care about her true self. From the very beginning, the only one who had seen her for who she truly was, the only one who had extended a hand to the wretched, mud-stained witch was him. Only he had cared. Only he had gently held her and brought her home. Let me finish my master's instructions quickly, Krisha thought, raising her wand. With a wave, she used wind magic to scatter the surrounding vendors. The vendors recoiled, their gazes filled with fear as Krisha swiftly scanned the market. She selected food, daily necessities, and clothing, using wind magic to organize and store them in her space ring. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Magic truly was convenient. This should be enough. Krisha glanced at her space ring, confirming the contents. She nodded lightly, then tossed a bag of coins toward the vendors. Equivalent exchange. This was the first lesson Sushi had taught her. The witch had never forgotten it. Wind control, gather, Krisha murmured, waving her wand. The wind element enveloped her once more as she ascended rapidly into the sky. She completed the task in under 10 minutes. Perhaps her master would praise her for her efficiency. With that thought, Krisha increased her magical output, flying even faster. She was eager to return to Sushi. But why did her chest feel so heavy? The strong wind howled as Krisha flew through the air, her speed increasing. The closer she got to the courtyard, the stronger her unease grew. She clutched her chest, her eyes blank. She didn't understand why her heart felt so stifled, why an inexplicable sense of fear gnawed at her. This long-forgotten pain made her panic. I need to return to my master. As long as he's there, everything will be fine. Unable to comprehend her feelings, the witch instinctively sought solace in the person she trusted most. Sushi, her master, her son. He would make everything better. Soon, the familiar courtyard came into view. As Krisha approached, the weight in her chest lessened slightly. She hurried, flying faster, throwing caution to the wind, forgetting the vigilance Sushi had always taught her. Faster, faster, please, faster. Desperation drove her, her wind magic straining to its limits. Finally, she reached the courtyard. And then, darkness. Bang. A massive fireball descended from the sky like a meteor, one among countless others suddenly appearing over Allenson city. They roared as they fell, fiery and furious, their devastating impacts obliterating everything in their path. And one of those fireballs was headed straight for the courtyard Krisha sought. No, wait. No, this can't be happening. A terrible premonition gripped Krisha. Her pupils shrank as panic seized her. For the first time, her voice trembled with fear. The suffocating pain in her chest reached its peak. Disaster struck. There was no warning. The blue and clear sky from just moments ago was suddenly consumed by terrifying magic, transforming the heavens into a hellish scene. Crimson fire meteors materialized out of nowhere, countless and unrelenting, resembling a sea of blood. They dyed the entire sky a desperate, oppressive scarlet. Tisk tisk dash. Skyfire roared overhead. Meteors fell with terrifying force, bombarding the city below. Buildings crumbled into rubble, engulfed by the relentless onslaught. Desperate cries for help echoed from every direction. Before Krisha could comprehend what was happening, her body moved instinctively, like a moth drawn to a flame. She flew toward the fireball hurtling toward the courtyard. She waved her wand. She cast her spell. Guardian of Water. It was futile. How could a frail moth extinguish a raging inferno? The water magic she poured her entire strength into, even with the backup power of her wand, was easily obliterated by the meteor. Krisha failed. Completely. All she could do was watch the fireball descend. She was powerless to stop it. Bang! The deafening roar reverberated through the air. The fiery meteor struck the courtyard, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The blast sent waves of destruction outward, obliterating everything in its path. The courtyard, filled with countless cherished memories, collapsed in an instant. Krisha herself was thrown far away by the shockwave. She tumbled, rolled, and finally slammed into a brick wall before coming to a stop. It hurt. It hurt so much. Her body was racked with unbearable pain. Bones screamed, muscles tore, and blood flowed freely. But that pain was nothing compared to the agony inside her chest. The heartache tearing her mind apart was true despair. Even imagining the source of that despair was enough to shatter her fragile self. Master. Amid the ruins, engulfed by black smoke and swirling dust, the young witch staggered to her feet. Her eyes, usually empty and lifeless, now betrayed a faint glimmer of panic. Her face, always expressionless, showed subtle hints of anxiety. She gripped her wand tightly. Though cracked and missing a piece, it was still usable. Wind control. Her trembling voice whispered the incantation. Wind magic enveloped her broken body, lifting her into the air as she forced herself toward the burning courtyard. The explosion had thrown her far from her destination. The journey should have been short, but in her injured state, it felt endless, a descent into the abyss. She passed scenes of horror, collapsing buildings, smoldering ruins, and the injured and dying strewn everywhere. Tragedy and terror filled the air. Krisha pushed herself harder, flying faster despite the growing pain. But her body eventually gave out. Her spell broke. She fell. She crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a painful stop. Her clothes were in tatters, and her pale skin was marred with wounds. Her face, hands, legs everywhere bore deep scratches, dirt, and blood. But Krisha didn't care. Master, master, master. The words spilled from her lips like a mantra. Her vision was locked on the burning ruins ahead. Since magic had failed her, she would walk. If she couldn't walk, she would crawl. She had to see him again. Driven by this unshakable belief, Krisha rose once more. She didn't bother retrieving her lost wand. All she cared about was reaching the courtyard. Her mind was consumed by one thought: Sushi must be safe. No injuries. No death. Not even the smallest scratch. She wouldn't allow it. Even someone like her, discarded, unwanted, had managed to survive. How could someone as warm and radiant as him not? The very thought caused her heart to contract violently, pain ripping through her as she quickened her pace. But the sudden burst of speed sent her tumbling again. She hit the ground hard, her calf throbbing, her cheek scratched by sharp pebbles, her body convulsed with exhaustion. But none of it mattered. Ignoring the pain, ignoring her tattered and bloodied state, Krisha moved forward. If she fell, she stood again. If she fell again, she stood once more. Finally, after navigating the rubble of a collapsed building, she reached the courtyard. But it wasn't the serene haven she remembered. The lush flowers, the quiet beauty, all of it was gone. As far as her eyes could see, there was only destruction. Raging flames consumed the remains of the courtyard. Smoke billowed into the sky, and the searing heat scorched her face. Dead silence hung in the air. There was nothing left. Plop. Krisha's legs gave out. She collapsed to her knees, staring blankly at the ruins. The firelight danced across her face, its warmth unable to thaw the cold void growing within her. Her eyes, always hollow, were even emptier now, because she was a witch, a creature incapable of joy, incapable of emotions. Or so it seemed. But within her fragile, lonely soul, could it be that she did feel something? Krisha didn't know. The only one who could answer her, the one who had given her courage, the one who had been her son, was gone. Ah, why is this happening? The young witch knelt motionless, her gaze locked on the burning ruins. Her mind spiraled with unanswered questions. Why was she still alive when her master was gone? Why couldn't she have been faster, stronger, better? Why couldn't she have taken his place? Why? Without her master, she had no reason to exist. Without the sun, there was no future. Without his warm gaze, she couldn't take another step. Her very being, body and soul, depended entirely on his presence. If he was gone, then what was the point of her survival? Trembling, Krisha clutched her chest, feeling the unbearable weight of her pain. So this is what it feels like. To be sad. Great sadness filled the witch's heart. It was a sorrow deeper than the fallen leaves of autumn, more piercing than the fading light of a setting sun. Though surrounded by flames and scorching heat, the witch felt only coldness, as if her heart had been hollowed out, leaving her drowning in suffocating despair. She had lost the meaning of her existence, her very soul. Sinking into the ocean of hopelessness, her thoughts spiraled downward, dragging her reason along with them. It's all my fault. If only I had returned sooner. Her voice trembled, the sound of something breaking, as she stared blankly at the still burning ruins of the courtyard. Her heart was shattered, leaving only regret. The pain was unbearable, robbing her of breath, consuming her mind. Her inner collapse far exceeded the physical injuries she bore. At this moment, Krisha wanted desperately to cry, but her empty, lifeless eyes produced no tears. The grief trapped in her chest became a torment, gnawing at her relentlessly. Numbness spread to her limbs, leaving her paralyzed with guilt. Why can't I? I can't even cry for my master. What right do I have to live like this, as the useless person I am? The 16-year-old witch knelt motionless, her pupils trembling, reflecting her pain. She clutched her head tightly and began striking it against the hard ground. Again and again. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. The witch struck herself over and over, as though numb to the pain. Or perhaps she welcomed it, using it to replace the tears she couldn't shed, trying to dilute the overwhelming guilt in her heart. But it was futile. No matter what she did, the person she cared for most was gone. When she realized this, Krisha stopped hitting her head. Blood trickled from her forehead, sliding down the corners of her eyes, her cheeks, and her nose, pooling at her chin. The drops fell to the ground like crimson tears. Finally, the despair overtook her entirely, swallowing the personality known as Krisha. Her pale golden eyes darkened, turning black from within, like a void consuming everything. It wasn't just a metaphor for her emotional state. The change was real, physical. Her golden irises were gone, replaced by emptiness. Her thoughts, her will, everything was extinguished. The girl knelt there, unmoving, even as the flames crept closer. Part of her almost welcomed the fire, eager to let it consume her. But then, a hand appeared. A large, kind hand reached through the smoke and flames, ignoring the dirt and grime, and gently lifted her from despair. Along with the hand came a voice familiar and warm. What's wrong, Krisha? Are you hurt? Let me heal you first. The sound cut through the suffocating darkness like a miracle, pulling Krisha's consciousness back from the void. Her blank, blackened pupils trembled. Slowly, as if grasping onto salvation, the golden hue returned to her eyes. The witch looked up, dazed, to see Sushi standing before her. Her heartstrings, broken and frayed, were suddenly reconnected. Her soul, drowning in despair, was pulled to safety. Even the crushing sadness that had filled her chest dissipated with a single breath. There was no explanation, no logic. It was simply because her son had returned. I'm fine, master, she whispered. As long as you're here, I'll be fine. Afraid it might all be a dream or an illusion, she reached out with trembling hands, gripping Sushi's palm tightly. She didn't want to let go. Sushi hesitated, his eyes scanning Krisha's battered and bloodied appearance. The words "I'm fine" clearly didn't apply. Earlier, while practicing magic in his study, Sushi's observer entry had activated on its own. He became aware of the incoming attack and quickly cast defensive magic, saving himself. Realizing Krisha was still outside, he flew to the market to search for her but found nothing. Finally, he returned to the ruins of the courtyard to wait and found Krisha kneeling there alone. Her bloodied wounds, her soiled clothes, her expression of relief, it all spoke of what she had endured. Buzz. Light green energy glowed from Sushi's palm as he used life magic to heal Krisha's injuries. Afterward, he gently asked what had happened. Krisha didn't hesitate. She told him everything. She had believed Sushi was dead. She had blamed herself, sinking into despair among the ruins. She had even tried to stop the fireball, risking her life to protect the courtyard. Now, with Sushi by her side, her face had returned to its usual calm, emotionless state. But that very calmness made Sushi's heart ache. Crackle. The surrounding flames burned fiercely, their tongues of fire climbing the walls, blackening the surfaces. Occasionally, mechanical equipment exploded under the heat, adding to the chaos. Amid the fiery destruction and billowing smoke, Krisha's small figure looked even more fragile. Her clothes were scorched, her body covered in cuts and bruises. Her face, though expressionless, still bore traces of despair. Krisha, I'm sorry. I should have come for you sooner. It's my fault as your master for leaving you to face this alone. Sushi gently stroked her hair, his touch delicate as he wiped the blood from her face. His voice was full of regret. He should have done better, saved both himself and Krisha from this crisis. But Sushi had underestimated Allenson's leadership. He had never imagined their departure was a prelude to destroying the city. The entire city, along with the hundreds of thousands of residents within it. It defied reason. Sushi couldn't fathom what purpose this destruction served. His miscalculation had led to this. And for that, he blamed himself. It's okay, master, Krisha replied softly, shaking her head. She didn't care about any of it. As long as Sushi was back by her side, looking at her again, she was content. That was her mindset as an object. If she had more thoughts, more selfish desires, she feared she would become a burden to him. And Krisha never wanted to be a burden. Seeing her stubbornness, Sushi could only care for her in his own way. He summoned a ball of water and carefully wiped the soot and blood from her face, restoring her delicate features. Throughout it all, Krisha remained quiet. She sat there like a porcelain doll, letting him clean her. When he finished, her face was clean and pale once more, a stark contrast to the devastation around them. Sushi's gaze turned to the sky. He had originally thought leaving Allenson City would only require careful planning to gather supplies for their journey. But now, he realized the true challenge was escaping the city itself. The meteor shower that had devastated Allenson was just the beginning. The real threat came from the creatures swarming into the city. Orcs, goblins, pure-blood demons, beasts of war. What were the senior officials of Allenson planning? Sushi murmured, his voice heavy, when they allowed these aliens to overrun their own city. Observer entry is being activated. You were keenly aware of the danger, released defensive magic in time, and survived the dangerous attack. You started looking for the witch, searching tirelessly through Allenson City. Finally, you found her in the ruins of the courtyard. The changes in Allenson City are far beyond your imagination. Goblins, centaurs, kobolds, war beasts, sub-dragon species, and pure-blooded demons. Alien races that should have been far from human cities, exiled to the edges of the world, mysteriously appeared in Allenson City. You even saw the orc army that was supposed to be blocked by the Church of God at the border. You made a decisive decision to leave Allenson City. Individual power has its limits. Sushi, despite his extraordinary talent and a magic reserve 10 times that of mages at his level, was still just a great magician. He was neither a great mage nor a saint magician, much less a demigod wielding divine power. He could not contend with entire legions. Faced with the wave of alien invaders overwhelming Allenson, Sushi acted decisively, taking Krisha and making a swift escape. Level 7 Magic, Chain Thunderstorm. Level 7 Magic, Kanglin Hurricane. Level 7 Magic, Light Blade makes flash. Boom, 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 boom. Standing amidst the collapsed, burning ruins of his courtyard, Sushi glanced at the ominously blood-red sky. His gaze shifted to the ferocious alien forces emerging in droves. With a strike of his wand to the ground, the elements roared to life. In a single breath, raging high-level magic engulfed the area ahead. Lightning and storms intertwined, creating dazzling arcs of light that obliterated countless enemies, clearing a path forward. Even the airborne threats were swept away by the destructive power. The power of level 7 magic is indeed far superior to level 5, Sushi remarked, nodding slightly in satisfaction at his newfound strength as a great magician. Glancing briefly at the remains of the defeated aliens, Sushi wasted no time. He released another surge of wind magic, enveloping himself and Krisha in a protective storm, and ascended rapidly into the sky. During the flight, monstrous creatures shrieked and launched attacks. But the howling storm tore them apart before they could get close. Some stronger beings noticed their escape but couldn't keep up with the blinding speed of the wind magic. Sushi and Krisha had already left the boundaries of Allenson City before an encirclement could form. You used level 3 magic, wind control. You used level 5 magic, wind swiftness. You used level 5 magic, guardian of the earth. You used level 5 magic, water torrent. You used level 5 magic, fire charge. You used level 7 magic, blessing of holy light. You wielded your wand, unleashing surging magical power. Your wind control skills were amplified like never before. With unparalleled speed, you evacuated Allenson City with Krisha before the encirclement could form. You and the witch successfully escaped. The wind brushing against their faces was no longer the scorching, destructive heat of a ruined city but a refreshing breeze from the natural world. Sushi controlled the wind element to maintain their flight while casting one last glance at Allenson City. In the distance, the once vibrant city of steam was shrouded in flickering firelight. The crimson blaze consumed the city, swallowing its prosperity and reducing it to ashes. In the center, the towering steam tower, a symbol of Allenson's progress, collapsed into fiery rubble, its fall scattering countless embers into the air. The city Sushi had called home for a decade was gone. A tragic ruin. Its downfall was incomprehensible, absurd. What exactly happened? Sushi murmured, his eyes reflecting both confusion and a glimmer of suspicion. Based on what he had learned previously, Allenson's noble factions had always prioritized the city's development. They treated it as their stronghold, their foundation. From a pragmatic standpoint, abandoning Allenson made no sense. Even with the alien invasion, resistance would have been expected, unless... Sushi paused, his thoughts deepening. Unless something happened that left them no choice but to abandon Allenson and flee. What could that something be? With the observer entry activating, Sushi felt a faint awareness of the hidden truth beneath the surface chaos. For this reason, he decided against moving to the next city immediately. Instead, he would stay nearby and continue observing Allenson from a safe distance. He wanted to uncover the true reason behind its destruction. I asked Krisha to purchase supplies earlier. We have enough food and essentials in the space ring. Even if we camp outdoors, we'll manage just fine. With this thought in mind, Sushi guided Krisha to a distant hill. Far enough from Allenson to ensure safety, the location still provided a clear view of the city's fate. Krisha, we'll stay here for a while, Sushi instructed. I understand, Master, the witch replied obediently. Her injuries, fully healed by Sushi's life magic, no longer hindered her. Krisha climbed to the top of the hill, flattening the grass beneath her footsteps. Her blank gaze swept across the area until she settled on a flat, suitable spot. With practiced efficiency, she pressed her palms to the ground, releasing wind magic. The howling wind cleared the grass, exposing bare, dry earth perfect for resting. Meanwhile, Sushi set up layers of warning spells around their temporary camp. Then, he ascended into the sky to survey the area's safety from above. The witch silently watched him as he flew. Her gaze followed his every move, watching him rise, watching him descend. Only when Sushi returned to the ground did Krisha finally look away, a faint sense of relief softening her expression. She turned her focus back to their tasks. You realize the fall of Allenson City hides an ulterior secret. You decide to delay your journey to a new city. You find a vantage point nearby and settle with the witch, determined to witness the ultimate fate of Allenson City. Is this a human conspiracy? Or a power struggle between gods and churches? Or perhaps the rise of alien races forcing humans into retreat? Questions swirl in your mind. You feel unsettled, leaving the city you've called home for 10 years. But you take comfort in the presence of a familiar witch. She looks at you as you look at her. The mountain breeze at night carried a lonely chill. The rustling wind bent the trees and pressed the grass low to the earth. Sushi hadn't experienced such a night in a long time. Back in Allenson City, he had lived in warmth and comfort, especially after the first harsh year in the slums. His courtyard, equipped with steam equipment, had always provided respite, even in the most biting winters. But now, the courtyard was gone, the city of Allenson reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Sushi could still rely on his magic. With level 3 fire magic, he created a light red barrier that enveloped the camp, pushing back the cold and shielding them from the wind. Warmth returned to their temporary shelter. Master, please, came a calm, steady voice. The tone was soft and gentle, flowing like an undisturbed stream. Though devoid of fluctuations, it carried a unique beauty. Only one person could speak this way. Thank you, Krisha, Sushi said, accepting the bowl of hot soup from the girl's hands. Steam rose from the soup, carrying a sharp aroma. The bowl was filled with hearty ingredients, the thick pieces of meat packed tightly together. Sushi turned the bowl in his hands, adjusting it under the light of the campfire to get a better view. On the surface of the soup floated small fragments of fireleaf grass, a spicy herb cherished in the wizarding world for its heat-inducing properties. Taking a sip, Sushi felt the warmth travel from his tongue to his throat and into his stomach. The fireleaf grass worked its magic, filling his body with warmth. You did a great job, Krisha. Your cooking has improved a lot, Sushi praised, smiling at the witch who stood beside him, awaiting his evaluation. Krisha's journey in cooking had been a challenging one. She had once caused a kitchen explosion, but her determination and persistent effort over 4 years had paid off. Yes, thank you for the compliment, Krisha replied, her voice steady and emotionless. Her long silver-gray hair shimmered in the flickering firelight, cascading down her shoulders like flowing water. She now wore her old black and white magic apprentice robe, which, being slightly oversized, still fit her growing frame. Krisha served herself a bowl of soup and sat next to Sushi, eating quietly with a spoon and fork. Even now, chopsticks remained an elusive enemy she couldn't conquer. Watching her struggle with utensils was an amusing sight that always brought a smile to Sushi's face. I feel like you're laughing at me, Krisha remarked, her intuition as sharp as ever. That must be your imagination, Sushi responded calmly. The girl tilted her head slightly, her expression blank. After a moment, she accepted his words and returned her focus to her bowl, chewing the meat in small, deliberate bites. The two shared a quiet meal, the crackling fire and rustling wind their only companions. Though the night lacked the warmth of steam heaters or the glow of glass lamps, Sushi didn't mind the simplicity. Blowing gently on the soup, he took slow sips, savoring the rare experience. This feels like a rare moment, he thought. A great magician and a 16-year-old witch, sitting together on a remote hill, sharing a simple meal under the open sky. Such a scene would be unimaginable in the magical world. As sparks danced in the fire, their shadows stretched and blended into the dark night, merging with the surrounding landscape. When the meal was finished, Krisha stood and used water magic and wind magic to clean the dishes. The process was swift and efficient, the magic washing away grease and grime effortlessly. This wasn't the first time Krisha had taken the initiative to handle chores, and Sushi never objected. Magic made even the most mundane tasks simple and manageable. Krisha, come here, Sushi called. The late night wind grew stronger, carrying a mournful howl. Glancing toward Allenson City, Sushi saw the fires still raging, their glow illuminating the demonic silhouettes prowling amidst the ruins. Despite the chaos, nothing seemed unusual. He turned his attention back to Krisha. I need to check your eyes, he said. I understand, mentor, Krisha replied obediently, taking a seat across from him. Under the campfire's light, Sushi could see her delicate features clearly. Her pale face remained calm, her breathing steady, and her expression emotionless. The witch tried to assist him by keeping her eyes wide open, but the attempt only made her look stiff. I'll handle it, Sushi reassured her. Krisha relaxed, sitting still as Sushi began his examination. With his left hand, Sushi cast level 0 light magic, creating a soft glow that wouldn't hurt her eyes. He leaned closer, using his thumb and index finger to gently lift her eyelids. What he saw left him momentarily silent. Krisha's once pale golden eyes, which had held a captivating brilliance, were now marred by an unnatural blackness. The black occupied her pupils like an unwelcome intruder, starkly contrasting with the remaining gold. The two colors seemed disconnected, like fragments of different worlds forced together. But amidst the stark contrast, one thing remained unchanged. Her eyes still reflected Sushi's figure, just as they always had. Sushi and Krisha had spent 4 years together. In these 4 years, Sushi had witnessed the witch's growth both physically and emotionally. He felt there was no one who understood Krisha better than him. And yet, despite his familiarity with her, he had rarely paid close attention to her eyes. What words could describe them? The bonfire crackled in the dark, casting faint, flickering light that mingled with the night's cold. Breath turned to mist in the chilly air as Krisha's eyes blinked slowly, reflecting the flames. Her eyes weren't the kind described for the protagonist of a grand tale. There was no mystery or radiance, no unyielding determination or heartfelt innocence. These things did not belong to Krisha, an emotionless witch. All Sushi saw in her eyes was lifeless emptiness, devoid of vitality, as if they belonged to an inanimate object. Only when she blinked did she seem alive. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and the moisture on her eye's surface glistened in the firelight, magnifying their calm indifference. Sushi wondered, if the eyes were the windows to the soul, what did Krisha's soul look like? He gazed deeply, curious and intent, but no matter how closely he observed, all he saw in those eyes was his own reflection. This was normal. After all, Krisha's gaze had always been fixed on Sushi. He was the only one in her world. It seems that idea about eyes being the windows to the soul is false, Sushi thought with a faint sense of regret. He shifted his focus, observing the strange interplay of gold and black in her eyes. The two colors intertwined like opposing stars in a night sky, merging in an unsettling and incomprehensible way. The effect wasn't beautiful. If anything, it was unnerving. Krisha, can you tell me when your eyes began to change? Sushi asked. Before you came back, she replied, her voice calm as always. Krisha herself was unaware of the change, but as Sushi questioned her further, he pieced together the likely cause. Despair and sadness. No, more specifically, extreme emotional stimuli, Sushi muttered to himself. He theorized that Krisha's light gold eyes were tied to her half-demon bloodline. If her eyes had changed, it might indicate a change in her bloodline as well. Reaching out, Sushi placed his hand gently on Krisha's head and touched the small horns he had previously treated. They were rough, with slight bulges, signs of regrowth. It seems my guess was right, Sushi concluded. The night wind howled outside, but the magic barrier blocked it, leaving only its sound to echo faintly. Sushi knew little about demons. The Magicians' Association books described them as beings born without magic but possessing powerful physical strength, hated by gods as pests of the world. The records were too biased, offering no detailed information. Thus, Sushi couldn't determine whether Krisha's changes were good or bad. Krisha, do you feel any different? He asked, canceling his light magic. She shook her head, her silver-gray hair swaying gently. No, master. I feel the same as before, she answered truthfully. Is that so? The bonfire blazed, and Sushi decided to let the matter rest for now. His knowledge of demons was too limited to draw any conclusions. For now, he could only monitor Krisha's condition and gather more information from other cities. Fortunately, the changes didn't seem to cause her pain. The only visible difference was her eyes, which neither of them minded. Later that night, Sushi and Krisha sat by the fire, enveloped by the warmth of the fire barrier. It was a surreal feeling sitting quietly in their small, protected bubble while the world outside roared with chaos. Above them, stars sparkled in the vast sky. Below, the wilderness stretched endlessly. In the distance, the fires of Allenson city burned fiercely. Master, 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 Krisha murmured, her voice steady but filled with a quiet determination. She couldn't sit idle and always looked for ways to help Sushi, whether by heating water or organizing the space ring. Finally, Sushi asked her to sit and rest. Reluctantly, she complied. Krisha, we're no longer in Allenson. You can relax a little, he said gently. Yes. But even as she sat, she seemed restless. To distract her, Sushi began talking, sharing stories of Earth's myths, tips for practicing magic, and tales of ordinary daily life. Krisha listened intently. Was it the stories that captivated her? Or was it simply because Sushi was speaking? Perhaps it was neither. Midway through his storytelling, Sushi noticed Krisha had fallen asleep. Her breathing was steady, and she let out soft murmurs as she slept. Under the moonlight, her delicate features radiated a cool beauty. Still just a child, Sushi murmured with a helpless smile. He stood, walked over to her, and draped a thick blanket over her sleeping form. As if sensing his presence even in sleep, Krisha mumbled incoherently, her expression soft and childlike. To think that the frail, mud-covered girl he had met 4 years ago had grown into this, Sushi couldn't help but marvel at how far she had come. Is this a simulation for creating a better life or raising a little girl? He mused, gazing up at the stars. Calling up the simulation panel, Sushi fell into deep thought under the vast night sky. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.